All right, we're back. We are live. Hello, welcome back to day 2. Whenever people end up starting to come in here, I'm just gonna be looking for matches to watch the entire time. Sorry for being a little bit late. I was very sleepy. So qual 64 on Mill Street. Hello. Oh, alright, qual 64 Mill Street. Oh, 44.99. Yeah. Interesting thing here is that I've seen 44.99 do this a lot, but not really anyone else. Um, they do this thing where they herd fuel in through the trench because of the fact that they're a bump only robot. And so they use kind of the limitation of their robot to get a very easy trench herd, which is something to watch out for. I think you could probably have a lot of very good teams that could learn from that, because the herding part of like herding from the middle as a bump only robot is very hard. Especially because you want to come over the bump normally, but they kind of just run into the trench bar specifically so they can get all of that fuel in, and then they'll go wrap around the other way, which I think is very interesting. Something you might take a note of if you want to see how the team, if these teams are going to end up like the bump teams, are going to end up starting to get the fuel in on their side. It'll probably end up being through that sort of through herding from the trench from the bar that way. Oh, I guess their robot's wrong. Interesting. Yeah, I mean you can see it exactly here. They're herding specifically under the trench. I mean, obviously, it's right now. It's because they're broken, but something to take a note of, where you can, if you're a big bump only robot, maybe you're like the third partner and you're a tall robot playing in neutral zone, like endgame or something, because you don't want to play defense anymore at that point. Just go to the middle and start herding fuel into the trench. Like that's really nice, especially for dumpers. You can have like a dumper play right here, be shooting the fuel, and then if you herd it in from the outside, they can just go in, take a pass, and then shoot again. It could be a very efficient cycle for them. Let's see. What matches are on? Oh, Galileo apparently has a close match soon. Oh yeah, okay. Onyxtronics versus the crew. Wow, okay. If they, and they shouldn't be able to upset this, but if they do, it would probably send the rankings of this division into chaos, I would assume. And considering 1 and 2 are both on this alliance. Who do you think will win Galileo? Um, well, after this match ends, I'll be able to tell you, because I think if this match flips, and I think it's possible. Like if something goes wrong with the crew and this match flips to Onyxtronics' side, there might be some very interesting division captains going on. But if this doesn't flip, it's kind of just how Statbotics predicts it, and we look at the simulation of who they're expecting. They're seeing the crew rank first. I think the crew, do they take orbit? You probably take orbit because you think they'll end up fixing themselves. So they probably end up with orbit. Neshoba probably takes. No, if I look at EPA, Onyxtronics is good enough where I'd want to take them as a shooter robot over Link. going double dumper. So maybe you have Neshoba taking you have both of the Israeli turret teams getting taken 1-2, and then these guys probably end up taking Link at that point, and Link gets 3. Because I think Link's just very clearly the third best robot in this field. And who else is there in EPA wise? Yeah, I don't think it's like any of those are bad alliances, but I also would think that the crew and Orbit would probably just be Orbit sold in their first match. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of concerned about them, because they have had issues for a little bit today. But I don't think you pick against them. Like unless you're picking Neshoba and just saying we're gonna take both of the captains away, and hopefully all of the best picks on the field end up on a different alliance, then sure, that's a valid strategy. But I think Orbit just gets taken. Even though I think Neshoba is certainly like there's definitely value in it, but I don't think double dumper is the way to go. But we'll see. It kind of just depends on what the crew wants to go with. Because if the crew doesn't take Orbit and they go with Neshoba, then the entire division's now basically won by them, because there's no other captain that can kind of compete with them in scoring power. But that's why I'm saying this match is so important, because if you look at rank, if both of these yeah, that's true. That's why I think this match is so important, because if Onyxtronics actually comes out here looking very, very refreshed, because their robots basically orbits, from what I've heard, and you knock both of these guys down a couple of RPs, that now makes it possible for Neshoba to take one. And if Neshoba's one, then that's an interesting choice of, do you want to take the best dumper, potentially the third best dumper in the world, or do you want to take Orbit, who you don't want to pick against a turret? It'll be an interesting choice to see if they end up upsetting this one. And if they upset this one, Statbotics also has a lower EPA team making the third captain, so we'll see. Oh, they're still on the field. Okay, we'll come back to this one. What other matches are going on right now? Milstein. They have Roboteers in 359. 359 still with the turret. I believe they teased a rebuild, but then never actually did it. To dumper. But that is something to watch out for, because them and Stypulse, I think, are both kind of in the same tier of robot, where it's like you could very much go with either of them. If you want to go with a trench bump turret robot, I would say Stypulse is better off of not looking at Statbotics, but just because they have more experience with the, working there, and I think their robot's better driven, but I think either way it's pretty good. Oh, Roboteers gets caught up on top of the fuel in the middle auto. Oh, they get back over. Wow, impressive. This auto is so nice. He is okay. Well, as soon as I said that, either way, the auto is very nice to look at. I love the nets from all the trench robots, as long as you're able to be aware that you have to be able to dump that off if you want to get under the trench, and a lot of the times the teams are so. Yeah, so they win auto, and because I was talking about this yesterday when someone asked about if you want to lose auto. Roboteer specifically want to win auto because they're so good when they get the transition period, because they have so much fuel capacity that they can score like instantly, that they want the transition period to just go outside, collect, come back in, and get a free cycle before any defenders actually are able to get to them in time. And you can see that the defense now is actually working really well. Hold on. And 359's playing defense and defending at the same time. And oh wow, this is nice. Yeah, 5 seconds left, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. How much goes in? Yeah, you stopped Roboteers to 12 points in one entire shift. That's incredibly impressive. I think that's kind of why I'm scared of the dumpers. Like if you play it If you play that correctly, what are you gonna do? If you actually just play defense on him, now you're forcing them to come back at 10 seconds left, no passing at all. So you've completely gotten rid of their value as in the neutral zone, because obviously they normally want to be able to pass, and they're still playing defense here and getting kind of moved around by it. But now they finally get up against here, and yeah, they're gonna hit all of that now. But even still, you've gotten rid of basically the neutral zone value by forcing them to come back early, because now you can't have them pass because they want to score. And then you also made it so they were completely neutralized for an entire shift. Like, it's this is crazy. I cannot believe that people are letting Roboteers get away with being able to steal fuel. Okay, nice defense here on the bump. If they score this, the match it's close. Maybe 359 can score it back. No, okay, yeah, the double turrets do make it over. Wow, very impressive. Yeah, and again, Roboteers expected to win that match 526 to 458. So Red Alliance did what they were expected to do, but you play defense on Roboteers and you play it well, and they kind of just get shut down. And the same thing goes for every single bump robot. It's very good display of how you should kind of play that. Very nice from 359 specifically. If you saw them in the middle while they were playing defense on Roboteers, they were doing the passing and cleaning up the neutral zone and just kind of getting in their way here, and then letting their defense robot have time to move around to either bump because they were stalling Roboteers in the neutral zone. If you kind of just let them play in the neutral zone and kind of just try to bait you out, your defender robot might just jump for one of the different sides and then get caught, and then they just come in for free. But because 359 is kind of catching them in the middle and like being a robot in the middle of them trying to do paths, they were able to slow Roboteers down enough to flip the match. Very impressive stuff from 359 and this entire side. I believe it was 8873 who was playing defense at the end there as well. All right, I'm going to jump to Galileo now and see that match. Oh, just started. Lovely. All right, so theoretically, blue should be winning this one pretty handily. However, they looks like they're gonna lose auto. No. Yes. Wow, 133 on the other side of auto. Very impressive. If you saw the middle auto here, they went for the outpost and then the depot to try to maximize being inside because they don't have I assume they don't have a follow auto that's compatible with either of these teams. So something you might end up seeing if we see third picks not ending up doing follow autos in the middle because they're not compatible. Or just don't have them, is going to the outpost, going to the depot, you now get 48 points plus your 8 preload. And now you've gotten like 50 points in just the auto period alone as the third bot. All right, 3 seconds. So this should be Red's best shift because they had the auto period to set up. And yeah, this match. Do you think they can make it? Yeah, for sure. I think 9483 is going to make it. Probably. Very likely. I think 9483 is the one tall robot that I'm kind of not that worried about just because they score such a ridiculous amount that they're probably just going to win Johnson, because there's also no like die rotor turret bot that no combination of dumper and die rotor turret bots that can outscore them when they're kind of, or get more value than them when they're kind of doing what they're doing, specifically. So 943 probably will end up taking Johnson and whoever they end up picking. And the same with 1114. If they end up winning that match 100 on Archimedes, then they'll probably end up winning with Rush just because they've such a high value as passer, even if they can't get back inside. Yeah, okay, they'll probably end up winning it just because Rush is so good where they don't really need that. If they end up picking Rush isn't going to decline. So you end up with the two of the probably 5 best robots in EPA in the world on the same alliance. Yeah, you're probably going to end up winning that division. Okay, Ice Strikes gets back, but I don't think, yeah, you're not going to be able to get back in time. This is my kind of issue with the net, is Okay, they do spit out a bunch of fuel, but it's a bit too late. And obviously, this match wasn't predicted to be a win, but there could have been closer if they maybe made some more maneuvers there or tried to get back in time, maybe cleaned up the neutral zone more. But either way, it was a close match. But this division is probably going to end up playing out with the crew being the captain of one. 13-23 playing. And what is the final score? Oh, didn't get the 500. All right, and yeah, winning auto but losing the telly period. I think against Dumper specifically with this type of alliance, they'd want to lose auto. Winning auto is kind of a curse for them there. Oh. All right, let's see. So 13-23 obviously here. They have the little fuel drop-off thing from the trench bar here, which 254 kind of started and isn't doing anymore, which is interesting. The reason you do this is so that when you drop the fuel here, because they're going to come back for a second pass anyways, they'll end up collecting it the second way out. So what you do is you maximize the collection here by 8 more fuel, and you basically deny 8 fuel that the opposing alliance can get from the middle of the field off the start. Who else is on this alliance? 176, another die rotor turret. So double turret match here, or double die rotor turret match here, on the side of the Red Alliance, and it looks like a 3-stream dumper for 95-45. So might be pretty high score. We'll have to see what 176 can do. Yeah, you can see. Look at the fuel specifically here after they come back. So because they have their collector running the entire time, all that fuel actually just ends up getting collected anyways. And then on the second way through, they end up getting it back. So they just deny 8 fuel, essentially, extra from the middle of the field that the other lines can grab. And they also position themselves to go make a very quick pass through. I guess they decide to do the wall one. Yeah, okay. Either way, them and High Tide both are very, very good at just ending up here, taking a quick turn, and going and scoring in transition period because when they win auto. And immediately back to scoring. Wow, this double die rotor passing is working really well. 95-45, playing some defense on the other side, working out pretty decently. I'd like to see them steal though, but it looks like they're not going to drop their intake. No, okay. How are they going to play this? So Madtown's going to actually go to the other side. We're going to have both robots working inwards. You can't really see it. I guess you can see it from the bottom camera, but 176 or someone should probably leave at this point. Yeah, Madtown decides to go back to neutral zone and collect more fuel that way. Pretty good. And then flips around 3100, who looks like they were trying to play defense, but I'm not sure if they were because it didn't look like they were actively like trying to hunt down 1323. But then, yep, nice. Going for stealing while 176 cleans up the neutral zone. Looks like some issues with 95-45. So just the cleanup on the die rotor turrets is so effective. Like when you're with the sort of dumper robot, yeah, the BPS itself is very nice for passing. But if you're not able to make it, so you're set up filled with hopper in like 2 seconds, then you're now essentially losing BPS. Compared to a turret, which is always continuously shooting when cleaning up from the neutral zone. Especially against like the 9-ish BPSs of these guys. Even if you have like 32 or whatever, or maybe it was like 20 that 254 had, something like that. You're essentially losing BPS if you take like more than 2 or 3 seconds to line up before you start passing, right? Compared to a turret. And obviously the turret can shoot on the move, so you got really nice pathings depending on your driver. If you're able to kind of weave through the pile of fuel in the middle of the field. And it looks like they'll end up hitting 600. If Madtown goes back to the middle, maybe they can get 650. Okay, it looks like 650. Can they get 670? Maybe not. And then, unable to get the 360 mark for RP. Yeah, probably. They probably do end up going the entire way if they end up together. And I think they will end up together. No one's beating High Tide. Like, for a very solid part of yesterday, they did not drop under 700 points in a match. And they only dropped under 700 points in a match because they kind of just got defended a little bit, which wasn't really that big, but also their partners weren't able to put up nearly as many points as their previous partners, so they'll probably end up winning the entire division together. If they don't, I will be incredibly shocked. Or if they don't at least make it to Einstein finals, I'll be very shocked. All right, who else is playing? Qual 67 on Johnson. Is that? No. This is Qual 66. Okay. They missed a match, so it was pretty good. Oh. We can watch 67. That's fine. They're pretty good. Oh, wow. That's crazy autopathing, actually. What? Watch 67 on the bottom side here. Look at the way that their robot's positioned. So they're positioned to point this way, I guess, because they're expecting the other alliance to hit them so hard that they self-right back into the position that you'd want to be for auto. Like, I mean, look at this. They're positioned the wrong way, and they position themselves the right way because of that hit. And oh, I guess the hit wasn't intentional. Okay, maybe the auto path is just wrong. But that is very crazy that they ended up actually getting hit into the right position. I guess end up losing auto, probably. Maybe. Yeah, we'll end up losing auto. So even though they do get the 15-point penalty, or I guess not. Okay. Still lost auto, and maybe that collision jarred them a bit. Oh, looks like they might be broken. Alright, what's some other match that's on right now? The video 13. Yeah, I did see that one. That was very. They will definitely end up pulling that out at some point. I don't know if it'll be until Einstein's, but it will definitely happen. This is Citrus is apparently expected to drop a match here. So predicted to lose. Gonna see if they will. Where is this match? Milstein, here it is. Qual 68. Is this Qual 67? Okay, this is Qual 67. We'll come back to that one because they're expected to lose that match, which is pretty crazy for Citrus that they're expected to lose a match. With what's happening there, but we can jump over to here. Toolcats. 1922 expected to be an alliance captain on this division based on StatBotics ranking. So if these guys could flip over this match, might knock 1922 down a bit. All right. Oh, foul. What for? Did they cross the line here? Yeah, they crossed the line. They did get back in before contact, though. So interesting, because I guess it did work out. Because if you see 3276, they didn't get nearly as much fuel as they would have been expected to get. So 2713 kind of tanking that penalty so that they can deny more fuel from 3276 ends up working, right? You get 15 points of fuel. Obviously, they lose the auto period because of the fact that they both get stuck in the middle. But it would have worked. It did work in the first cycle that they really denied the fuel and kind of tanked a 15-point penalty for it. So if you're interested in winning auto that way, or in winning auto, but you don't really care about the score as much, and you just want to play through winning auto, which I don't think is good for most teams, but if you are interested in that, you can try to kind of do that similar pathing where you're trying to get in front of the other alliance, steal through their fuel, tank the penalty, and so now you're down 15 points in penalties, but also you've essentially killed their auto and fuel. Yeah, so it's still putting up 217 after losing auto, which is very impressive. The fact they put up like 280-ish points in a shift is pretty impressive for the fact that they lost auto, because that's supposed to be the weak shift. And it's pretty good defense, kind of shutting down what's supposed to be an alliance captain here. Looks like they're single stream shooter, but we'll see. Yeah, okay, so 2713 kind of built like 125 if you have seen their robot, but they're much less consistent in terms of just generally. They're much less consistent, which is kind of the reason that they've kind of fallen down, right? Robot-wise, they're very well built, but if you don't have consistency, you're not going to be able to be picked at a high position. So might be a nice second pick, because they do have a nice die rotor when they do work well. You can see and again, the consistency issues, but they have a really high BPS when they are working correctly. It's just kind of them working correctly is the issue. This one kind of just looks okay. Yeah, and you're down. You're also in the auto period. You lost it, so you have the advantageous endgame period. This one seems kind of over. I'm gonna jump over to Archimedes because Rush and Code Orange are playing against each other, so might end up mattering for Code Orange positioning specifically on the rankings. I don't know if Rush will care, because if they're not 1 or 2, they're going to get picked 1 or 2, so I don't think it will make a difference for them. All right, yeah, Rush looks like they are expected to win most of their matches, actually. But they're ranked 20 right now is the main issue. So even though they're expected to win a lot of their matches, not predicted to rank higher than 10th, and their EPA scoring, whatever you want to call it, is going to get them picked higher than that. So we'll probably end up going a little bit too early for the rankings for them to matter, but might end up mattering for Orange Chaos if they can upset this one. Or yeah, Orange Chaos. So Orange Chaos kind of rebuilt to the 1678 style. They were always really good, but in SoCal they were a bump-only robot, rebuilt into the sort of citrus compressing hood dumper, and it looks really nice. But we'll see how they end up playing this. So they end up winning auto here, and kind of lose this transition period. Are they going to be able to get back? Okay, so you can still push to the transition period advantage because they end up getting back in time, but Rush able to kind of match them there. So not really able to get a significant lead off of transition. And now at this point, if you're able to slow down Rush or steal from them and kind of drain their alliance zone, you'll probably end up losing this match unless you're able to do that significantly. It looks like Rush gets off 2 volleys at the end of their shift, so unless they're able to match that scoring, it looks like Rush is able to hit a steal here, which is big for them because you hit the denial, and they're also getting passing from the neutral zone back to their own zone. It kind of looks like they're going to end up losing this match in endgame here, because this is supposed to be the shift where you're doing the best, because you're able to kind of control the neutral zone fuel and put it all back on your side. But they weren't able to push that advantage, and especially in endgame, you now give the Red Alliance an extra shift of prep. It'll probably end up being a loss on the side for the Blue Alliance here. Not even counting the fact the score isn't particularly close. Also, some pretty good defense, 55, 56-65. But I don't think it'll end up mattering all that much when you look at the score. Because now you can see what kind of losing auto does for you. Because you can see Rush and their partners over here, 10, 121, all kind of just cleaning up the neutral zone and getting the fuel completely out of there. And now you can see Orange Chaos, they'll end up dumping this hopper at some point after they get off the defense. But now where's the fuel that they're going to collect? They have to use their fuel that's in their back of their alliance zone. And now they're back to going to the middle. And now you're having to steal in the other alliance's shift because of the fact that you won auto. And now you're back at 16 seconds, maybe. Yeah, you're back at 13 seconds and you're able to get one hopper worth of a cycle. Maybe two if you're able to get in that corner. And then red ends up hitting 500, right? But you end up with two hoppers in the end game period versus Rush, who was scoring the entire time just cycling through because of the fact that they lost auto. So I do think that losing auto is kind of a blessing depending on how you want to play the match. Like, if you win auto, there's definitely ways to play it that can be good, but I think losing is very nice, in my opinion, because it makes it very easy for you to see how to play the game and do it well. Looks like Waffles, Project Bucephalus, and Citrus all together on this alliance. Expected to lose still to 2905.70 and 2630. So we'll see. Like, Citrus doesn't really get much of a pass there, but Waffle's getting completely full before coming back. Really nice for them. And yes, you can see because Waffles kind of cleared out the entirety of the zone, Citrus gets almost nothing in auto, especially because their pathing was kind of weird. At the start of the match where they went out in a bit of they never really got any fuel at the start, but okay, so 60-78 again decides after losing auto to score anyways, but Waffles gets hard defended by 70. And now this is kind of like why I don't like scoring in transition after losing auto, because you can see both 2905 and 2630 are just completely clearing out that neutral zone. And now you have no fuel in your own zone because you didn't go and score from the middle. And you're having to leave all the way there to go find fuel in the first place. It looks like, yeah, Blue's going to end up getting a lead here already, and this is their first shift, so they do have to have a significant lead of this one because they can definitely come back in endgame. And they're doing a good job. I think I like Waffle's positioning here of being the neutral zone cleanup, but Red kind of leaving their shift early, recognizing that they're not going to get any more value because the neutral zone and their own side are kind of cleaned up. I like that a lot. Sending double stealer over. Specifically, you force now Citrus to come back to the middle of the field and go there. I really like the way that these guys are playing it. Kind of doing the stealing, understanding where the fuel is going to be for each shift, and kind of countering all of it. It's very nice. Now, okay. Now they do. This is the disadvantageous spot, and they were still able to put up 400. So if Waffle's able to get out of here with no trouble, able to get back into their zone for endgame, might be a bit of an issue for the Red Alliance, but it's kind of dependent on if 70 they can get around 70. So they do get around 70, able to get back into their zone, and unless 70 pulls out something very nice, it seems like there's too much fuel in the Blue Alliance zone for them to lose. Unless 1678's broken? 1678 might be broken. Wow. Yeah, they're not able to hit shoot, I guess. But Waffles might be able to close it out for them. Nope. 2630 gets back in time. It'll probably end up being a loss if they put fuel up. Oh, wow, it's close. 2 fuel in at the end there. A volley at the end on the other side. I really like the way that the Red Alliance played this. Both of these guys kind of being aware of using their active shift time because they realize that they're not going to get value out of it anymore because they were already on their side and completely starved. Saying, okay, the neutral zone is also fully cleared out because of Waffles. Let's just go hit a double steal, even in our active period. Liked it a lot. And Red ends up winning it. Yeah, probably like 1 or 2 fuel. Yeah, one fuel. I mean, if 6078 doesn't break, they probably end up winning this match, but it's still very impressive work from both of these guys. And the defense was also very nice from 70. All right. And Alpha Dogs and 118 playing, and then 422 on the other side. We can wait for the, yeah, we'll watch this one and then we can jump over to 2056. But yeah, I mean, even though they lost that, I think you can see why I think losing Auto is so nice. Because even in after basically having a dead robot for the entirety of that match, or that entirety of that NEA period, aside the first volley, almost made it back just off of the fuel control alone, because you kind of forced the other alliance to go leave their zone, having to go search for the neutral zone for fuel. So you can kind of see where the advantage of that is coming from. Oh, looks like this match ended, and they already. All right. How did they end up losing? Were they predicted to win? They were predicted to win by 500 plus, so I wonder how they ended up losing. Yeah, so 422 obviously gets caught up in fuel. You now have 118 kind of contesting this pile. Alpha Dogs also. And with the auto win, you can see Alpha Dogs able to get a free cycle off where no one's going to defend them in the first place. So very nice for them, able to just kind of dump all of that fuel into the hopper. Or into the hub, rather. And now comes the issue, right? Because now 836 is set up, so ready to start defending them. And I like this. They're kind of aware of the fact that they're getting defended. So they start saying we're just going to play neutral zone passer, which I think is a very good adjustment to make here. You can see how much it's helping 118, but they do want to get back, so they call for 118 for help. Kind of defend that robot away from being able to stop Alpha Dogs. And now Alpha Dogs is in their own zone. No one's going over to steal this fuel, and it's kind of just up to 836 to keep this pile of fuel away from everybody. And they do a pretty good job. You can see that they kind of let, they don't let 118 in, and they also kind of deny everyone else from getting there except for their alliance partners, who end up taking a big steal at it and then get out. So really, really nice work from 836, kind of limiting Alpha Dogs, kind of forcing them to leave the side of fuel that they kind of stashed there and kind of defending that area. But it'll be down to here where this match kind of gets decided, because the Red Alliance did lose auto. So they can still pull this back here in this next shift, kind of just depending on if this fuel ends up getting recycled or not. So whether 955 is going to go to steal, 422 is going to go steal all this fuel. This fuel needs to get out into the middle of the field somehow, so that the Red Alliance can start passing all this back to themselves, and they don't allow the Blue Alliance to kind of just sit on the stockpile here. But it does look like it's working, right? You can see all the fuel's kind of going back to the middle of the field. They are collecting all of that, and Red's working through it really nicely. And there is stealing going on here from 118, but 118 looking like they're kind of trapped or maybe broken because they're not passing at all. Or maybe they're working, because they definitely do need the score. They need to help Alpha Dogs get back in time. But with nice defense from 836, kind of putting everything at the very end, and the knock at the end pushes all of Alpha Dog's stream out. So really nice work from 836, I think, this match. Kind of limited Alpha Dogs completely, especially at the very end there, where they tried to make a little push to win the match. Just one hit sent the entire stream flying away. Very nice stuff from 836's defense. And then, did they end up winning this match? I think they're counting at the end. And they end up winning the match because of it. The really nice defense. And even with 50 points of penalties on each side. Oh, wow. No RP. So That probably confirms both these guys are probably going to get picked earlier on rather than being a captain themselves in this division. On Hopper right now. Is that the 2056 match? I presume so. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, expected to be somewhat close, within 100. 1787, I believe, pretty good as well, alongside 26 and 188. They're expected to get kind of a 630-ish, and I think you can definitely push that number up if you're doing well. All right, looks like they're up. Oh, yeah, 2056, again doing the same thing as Madtown, kind of dropping fuel out for themselves so they can collect it on their way back around. I mean, the scoring of their turret is just so incredible, right? The roller floor does work very, very well if you do it correctly. And they end up winning auto, so they do, yeah, they pass to just directly forward, come back, collect over the bump, and now just firing the entire way around. And you can see because of the defense on this side, they kind of decided to wrap the other way around. It was very nice. Oh no, hit their turret, but it looks fine. Okay. The passing is just so incredible from 2056. Nice thing here is 188 actually ends up getting over because there wasn't really any defense on them. Looks like 1296 marking 2056 instead, so it lets you get your dumper robot into your zone and kind of passing all of that into the hub because of the fact that 2056 is kind of pulling the defense. Let's see, 8 seconds left. Can they get back in time? No, looks like they're not going to be able to. So they're just going to play defense on 8513 getting back instead. Interesting. And 2056 and 1787 both going for steal. They rode up on a ball and it popped them into the trench. Oh, yeah. Okay. So as long as their turret didn't get hit, I'm sure they'll be fine. And now they're doing good punishing of 2056 kind of leaving, but 2056, really nice spin move here. The robot's here, 2056 is here. They kind of come down a bit to pull the robot down and then hit a rotational move around all the way through the trench so you can wrap your bumpers around the other side, and they're able to get out and obviously start scoring on the other side here. And you can see they do that a lot. That's kind of one of the reasons why the driving is so good. Whenever they're up against a robot here, they'll rotate their bumper corners just around them so that when they start wrapping, and they're just faster than you. So if you try to wrap with them, you'll just get out. Your flats will never end up actually colliding, and they'll just end up outspinning you. And if you try to match them with transition, or like in translating, they'll end up just completely spinning around you because you'll never actually catch their bumper because they're going to have a bumper corner on you instead. And they do end up hitting the 500. Very nice for 2056 if they're trying to be a captain. I don't know what the expected captain positions are for Hopper though. Guess I can check that out. Yeah, they're expected to rank 1, so I guess they're just going to decide who they want to work with. If everything goes to plan. And it's by a significant margin too, by 5 RP expected, so kind of just making sure that they get every RP they're expected to and put themselves in a position to get the first captain seed. Let's see. All right, 30. All right, I'm going to check out Johnson. Apparently 33 is playing. Yeah, 33 and 3255 are both playing and expected to win this match. But 33 was having some issues yesterday. I wanted to see what happened to him. Because it didn't look great, but the robot itself looks quite nice for what it is. Like the dumper bump only turret. Right? Dumper bump only a dumper. But we'll see if they fix their issues from yesterday. And immediately not off to a great start. Get caught on the bump, but almost sneak their way over. Wow, 28-48 gets themselves over and able to start putting fuel into the hub. Very impressive stuff for be able to get past a robot that wide. That's kind of crazy. But they still end up losing auto because of the fact that they didn't have 33 run one, and 26-48 also wasn't able to run it completely well because they got stuck. So in transition period, immediately 33 kind of just gets filled up as the dumper, and no one's playing defense on them. So if you don't play defense on them, they're gonna kind of run through you. But nice defense on at least 32-55 to try to slow them down here from 34-14. Man, yeah, completely dumping everything out. Like as soon as you let 33's type of robot go wild, they're gonna pile up a lot of fuel on you. You kind of just can't allow that to happen. And this is kind of the value I see with most big dumpers in playoffs, is kind of just playing this neutral zone role, which is why I like the turret more for big robots, but I guess the dumper works fine as well. Just because if you're playing a turret and you're clearing neutral zone, you can kind of move and shoot, whereas these guys have to sit in one position and then shoot all of it out if they can't get back to their side, obviously, because there's defense, which is being assumed here. I mean, you can see kind of the value of what happens when this robot's not being defended on the inside and just being defended on the outside. 33, although 34-14 is doing a decent job, but 33 kind of just, once they get on the inside, they just unload like 50-ish fuel on you, and you can't really do anything about that. Right, already hitting 400, and they've also lost auto, so they get the setup time here, you can see, for endgame. So 33 is going to probably pick all this up and start passing it back to themselves. 32-55 on the other side, also passing it back to themselves. Just very, very nice, very, very nice cleanup, actually, specifically in the neutral zone. You can see they're kind of contesting the fuel everywhere, and doing a nice job with it, of making sure that they get all of the sort of fuel on their side. Yeah, they already hit the 500 mark. Kind of just going for as much of a high score as they can at this point. Trying to show themselves off. And looks like they'll hit 600 if 33 can put this one out. And then we get an extra cycle at the corner here. Yeah. Yeah, 600. 612 plus fuel. Very nice stuff. All right, I want to go jump to 1706 on Hopper, because they have the double turret, and their EPA looks really nice. They're kind of the only really good double turret in the world, I'd say. Probably the best double turret in the world. The only one I've seen that's kind of been able to be in a position where maybe they'll get picked by like 1 seed or 2 seed. So I do want to check them out and see what they're doing that's so well, because obviously they're good, but what are they doing with the double turret that's making them so good? And then they're expected to lose this match, actually, even though they have 5,000. So 5,000 a team, I think, is everyone's kind of seen if you're on Chief Delphi a little bit. But something I like a lot about them, other than their die rotor turret, which is just a good robot overall, is that they love stealing, and I think they have a really nice they have a good understanding of when to steal from the other side, and kind of when to hit the timing of this robot's coming out and they want to go in, so we can actually take this pathing from them and play half defense on them as we go in to hit a steal. Their driver's really nice at kind of figuring out that sort of a timing. I know the other side 1706 is very good. There's a reason they're one of the best on this division. This division's they're expected to rank 3rd. Would not be surprised if they ended up getting picked before that. Like, I mean, I don't think I'd be surprised at all if they ended up getting picked before that. 2056 taking 1706 would not be a bad pick at all. Although I think they'd probably just go with a dumper, because they'd probably want to pair up with a really good dumper, but we'll see. Wow. Looks like some issues with 5,000. I hope they're going to be connected. Uh, oh, remember it's the 694 playing. We can come back to this one later. Yeah, let's go to Nilsian. Oh, wow. This is close. Okay. So now, yeah, now you get Rembrandt's kind of stealing from the middle, doing stealing on the other side as well, not allowing them to kind of just sit there and score the entire time. And the neutral zone cleanup is working well for this alliance. But 694 kind of aware of that and going back to the middle. I like this a lot. And the score might be a bit much to come back from, but 694 is doing a really nice job collecting from the middle to get around the kind of fuel starvation that ends up happening when you win auto. But looks like they'll just end up winning this one because of leaving early. They left their zone a bit early so that they could contest that neutral zone pile. Ended up being really nice for them. Yeah. No, it's a good match. Apparently 4481 got carded too for something. I don't know what it was, but it might have been contact inside frame for disabling. But I don't think it'll end up mattering for their picking position. All right, yeah. So this is just very, very nice to watch. They're both of these turrets are just very, very clean. 113 with 2 turrets in auto, very nice. And then you can see you take a little pass, start firing in transition, and then go back to the middle of the field. Do you like that 401, I believe? Yeah, 401 is kind of playing the passer a little bit, but they didn't do it enough, and now you can see 5,000 is kind of just taking away all that fuel. Nice herd there from 5,000, and 1706 on the other side, obviously doing passing as well, but because they really didn't deny all that much fuel in the neutral zone, you could see all of the fuel is kind of just on the blue line side now, and 1706 moves over to stop a steal, which is very nice. And they kind of just sweep through their entire zone because they have the mobility of 5,000 and 1706, being able to kind of go wherever they want and just score all of that. Again, 3 seconds left. Yeah, 300 to shift. Very nice. You can see 5,000 going for that steal, right? Getting in front of them. But 1732 does a good job denying it. Kind of aware of that. It jumps in front so they can't steal from the tower. And now 5,000 kind of in confused of what to do, have to go back to the neutral zone because there's barely any fuel in the first place on their side. So now they're on their other side. And you can see the cleanest working. 5,000 again goes to block the steal, but 1732, pretty aware, kind of just takes the close fuel instead of going for the tower. Because, again, if you kind of end up inside of that tower near the end game period, you might end up just causing your alliance to get way too many fouls. But it is very nice from both of these blue robots, kind of showing you the cleanup of the turrets. And even though the other alliance is kind of getting in their way, moving around the field, they're able to pass through that because they have the shoot on the move turret. That's working so well for them. Or double turret in the case of 1706. Looks like they'll end up hitting 600. Yeah, they'll hit 600. But it's a really nice match from both of them. It just did a great job kind of just dumping fuel in there, making sure that there's never any real possibility for value out of steals. And you can see kind of why the double turret is so effective, even with both of these guys, with cleaning up the neutral zone, because there's so much fuel that ends up on your side if you're having 2 turrets just sweep through on each side of the neutral zone, doing kind of the turning pathing like this, and just denying all the fuel from the Red Alliance. Let's see. Yeah, 648 points. How many penalty? Fully clean 648. Really impressive stuff. In rank 3 and rank 4, yeah. I think 5,000 is predicted to drop a bit because of their schedule, but really nice for them that they ended up at 4. I'm going to jump over to Is that Hopper? Wait, that's Hopper. No. Jump over to Newton because 2910 and Bean and 5736 are all playing together. So 2910, 5736, both two very, very good teams. I think 2910, my current pick for the best dumper in the world, and the 1833 with the 4 wide dumper, also a very, very good team. So 2910 expected to rank 2, so they can kind of go wherever they want with this. If they want to end up with ItCon, they can just get picked by ItCon, which they'll probably end up doing. But if they want to end up with someone else, they might have the chance to decline ItCon and just go with whoever they'd like. Yeah, nice auto. 5736. Kind of not really contesting this and then going really deep comparatively to other teams, in terms of where they like to go in auto. Like almost going to the center line in auto alone, which is really nice because even if they end up losing the race to the middle against 4561, which they did, they still end up getting a lot of fuel that way. And after winning auto, 2910 able to kind of dump all of that fuel out. 5736 also able to dump, so they end up at a 236 out of auto, out of transition, which is really, really good for them. And especially because blue decided that they wanted to start scoring instead of try to clean up the neutral zone first. It now gives red a big advantage of kind of controlling the fuel. Unlucky though that either Bean is having, Bean looks like they're disconnected from the field, so very, very unlucky for them that that's happened. But the Red Alliance, it kind of just means that the Red Alliance will have a free pass to do whatever they want. And you can see 2910 kind of expecting there to be a lot more fuel in the neutral zone. Their kind of current shift is we dump everything here, go back to the middle, clean something out, go back, and then we can go inside. But because 5736 is the one cleaning the back wall, they decided to just be the going back to neutral zone robot, which I think works really well for them because they dump so fast that compared to everyone else that they do a really good job with it. Now, the thing that I really like about Jack and Bot is how much they pass and how quick they pass. And they're doing it right now. Like, the stream of fuel that ends up coming out there is so incredible for just throughput alone. So if they're going to win at, like, the highest level, that'll probably be how. Did you see the match? Citrus loss? Yeah, we saw it with Waffles. It was very, very close. Them breaking at the end was tragic because they very much could have won that one if they didn't end up with issues in that auto period, or endgame period at the end. And to be fair for them, they were still expected to lose that match, I believe, in terms of Statbotics. So not really going to change what the Statbotics is predicting the schedule to be, but still unlucky for them that ends up happening. Yeah, so Red ends up getting the 500. If Bean wants to rank high, they're going to have to hope that their partners can get the 360, but I don't think it'll be possible with how well Red kind of is controlling the fuel on the field. And you can see it, right? Are they going to hit 700? They're gonna end up hitting 700 here. Wow, are they? Yeah, that looks like 700. Really impressive stuff from the Red Alliance. Yeah, no, that's very, very well played. I love the way Jack in the Bot plays the match. Like not even just in terms of the robot is incredible, but just the way that they play the match. They're the ones going back to neutral zone constantly, trying to refresh themselves through there instead of being there. It is very nice. Yeah, really nice. 723 clean. I mean, so good. Yeah, I know. This is very well done. Let's see. What other matches are going on right now? Oh, 1156 and High Tide all and 4188 all playing on daily. Okay. Oh wow. All right. High Tide match. So double turret over here, and then High Tide seeing that their partners aren't going to go get the depot, so they do their patented little collect against the hub. We're going to make sure that we get completely full from the middle of the field before coming back over, and then we'll shoot the entirety of our shift and not go back out for scoring. But they do end up getting a very nice collect here at the end, which is something that they've adjusted, it seems. Because I don't think they were doing that in their auto the last time, or they could be misremembering. So they get very easy because they're already collected halfway through an auto. They get a really easy cycle into transition. And you can see already in transition period up to 233 off of just that scoring alone because they're able to contest the middle so well. Now looks like they're going to start Milstein Qual 70. I will look at that one after as well. A nice defense going on here, but I mean, it kind of just, again, you need someone to slow down the robot in the middle here that's also passing, because otherwise you just get baited so easily because you have to jump as a defender. So really nice driving by High Tide specifically, but still, 1629 kind of being left on an island to try to fend for themselves in defense. Yeah, I mean, so good. What is that? 460. Yeah, 460 off of their first shift. And High Tide going for a steal here, which is very nice. Kind of just eating through all of that, not allowing you to deny fuel from them. And 1156 on the other side, kind of just trying to get back over. Looks like they might be having some issues, but maybe they're just playing passing. Oh yeah, it looks like they might have some issues actually. No, they're passing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Like, what do you even do against High Tide? Like, they have the BPS of a dumper. It's very, very nice. I specifically love High Tide and Jack in the Bot a lot because of the way they play the game. In terms of they're never actually going into their zone for more fuel until they know that the neutral zone is fully cleared out and there's no point in going there. They will always take a pass to the neutral zone whenever they can because they want to make sure the other lines cannot pass away all of that fuel. And because they do that, a lot of the times they don't actually have to steal for multiple shifts in a match. They only have to steal for one maximum, which is really, really nice for them. Yeah. Yeah. 815 clean. High score on the division. And 1156 was kind of not really working for a lot of the ending part of that. It is like the second shift, so really impressive. Oh, let's see. What do you want to watch? Milstein 70? Yeah, sure. 71. Oh, Super Duper ended up dropping here. Oh, to 4907 and co. Huh. Impressive. All right, let's see it. Oh, yeah, this one. We watched the end of this, but we can watch the start of it. Didn't end up getting to see the whole thing. Yeah. Nice autos. Everyone's kind of just working as intended, which is nice. Yeah, okay, so 8429 kind of getting jammed inside by 9635, but then they let them out just so that they can go past some more fuel because their shift's kind of ending in the first place. But I think that if you just keep them inside, it might be better for if you just keep it as a 1-for-1 of you're actively keeping them inside. So you're losing your robot value versus keeping theirs. But I mean, the decision they ended up making very actively, right? They could have very easily just chosen to keep them stuck in there, but they wanted to go get out so they can pass more fuel from the neutral zone. I do like blue here, though. Both robots, two robots kind of cleaning up the neutral zone. 694 going for steals as well. Like, this is very well coordinated play. And then you have 2846 on the other side, kind of being a half defender, half stealer, which I think is working quite well. You can see they're not really letting any of the fuel pile up, which is working quite well for the Red Alliance, but they're not really playing that much effective defense because they're so interested in kind of the stealing part of it. So the defense isn't really as effective here. Then I would like to have seen them. Okay, so I would have liked to have seen them kind of do the cleanup role, but in the middle here for the red hub, because you could see instead what's ended up happening because nobody's contesting in front of the hub at the end here is that blue kind of just goes in front of it, takes all of that fuel, and now the red alliances with already once they run out of fuel on their own side, they kind of just don't have any more fuel to score, and they kind of lose a lot of value that way. You see it from 96-35 specifically. They had to go back to the middle, but they didn't find anything, so they ended up coming back late because the blue alliance just took so much fuel from that hub in front of it that they ended up losing all of their a lot of their time, and they couldn't get this last volley out at the end. Obviously, I don't think it ends up mattering at the very end of this match, but just something to keep in mind. All right, let's see what else. Let's see. Johnson and Seipel ends up jumping to 3. Yeah. 75-58. Expected to lose this one. I mean, 3 very solid teams on the other side here. But 75-58, one of the highest, best dumpers on this division. If you're looking at trench only, or I guess 498 is also quite good. It's kind of disrespectful to 498 to say that, but both of them very, very good trench dumpers. But the thing with them is they don't have the ability to be more a bump robot, whereas 498 has kind of the ability to have the expandable hopper, which is something that they added in for this for World specifically, because I don't remember them having expandable hopper before then. You see, they're doing a good job cleaning the neutral zone relatively, right? But they're kind of the main scorer here, so they're you could see them kind of getting locked out and just having to play the cleanup role in their entire side, and that's allowing the Blue Alliance to easily hit steals because they're the only one inside their alliance zone that's actually actively scoring like quickly. And then 2, it means that the Blue Alliance doesn't have anybody really contesting them for the middle of the field. So everything they're scoring is kind of just getting stolen away from them. And Blue just gets a really nice pile of fuel on the other side here. Even still, 7558 scoring a hefty amount. And if they're able to actually get back to the middle, clean out this neutral zone, start passing all of it back, might end up being a win here if they can just clean a lot of this out. But it doesn't look like they'll be able to. And I think this lead's kind of just insurmountable at this point, especially because blue's now going out and all of that fuel's not really getting passed because 321's not going for passing here. They're kind of just playing defense. So looks like it should just be a loss for red, which was expected, but putting up a lot more than their EPA kind of said they would. So impressive stuff. Right, not going to end up hitting 500 either, but still an impressive match nonetheless from the Red Alliance. Or nice fight from them, but blue played it really well. Just kind of sending 3 to eat through this. Seeing 17558 was on the other side of the field, and so you could hit a steal in the corner here. I think that was 2337 who was doing a lot of that stealing. But yeah, really nice stuff from the Blue Alliance, but valiant effort from red. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna jump over to Newton because 1796 is playing. I think they're one of the better turrets. They're probably the best turret on this division. And if they end up getting picked 1, I would not surprise me that much. Like, I'd be shocked that you don't go with Jack in the Bot, but I think if you look at turret value, then sure. If you want to go with turret and dumper versus double dumper, then you're gonna go with them. Oh, and of course, as I say that, they end up missing their auto, but might end up hitting it the second way around. And they cross the line as well for 15 points of fouls, but looks like it won't end up mattering in terms of fuel for auto, because if you see the corners, they're way ahead in fuel, even though the points are somewhat even. So they're going to end up winning auto. Having to, yeah, okay, so they end up getting really full in that transition period. And then score all of that. 69 going on Galileo. Okay, we'll check that out. I do think that 1690... if they fix themselves, they're obviously the one pick. If they don't kind of have the resurgence that we expect from them, then maybe crew goes with someone else. I mean, I doubt it, but maybe they do. There's a chance if they don't kind of fix themselves. Look at 1796 though. I mean, so much fuel in that turret, and they're just going to start firing all of that off. Having the net kind of gives them a buffer period as well, where they can look for more fuel. You can see they're kind of getting loaded on fuel before they even done shooting, before they even done cleaning out their net. And it's keeping them really very efficient. It's very, very nice. You can see they're, what is this, 300? Yeah, going to end up getting 300 in one shift, just off of very nice scoring alone. The net itself being very valuable. It looks like they get 1796 gets called for foul here of collecting under the hub, but something that's very, I feel like I hope it gets called consistently across fields, because I've been jumping around fields, so I don't know what each ref is saying, but as long as you're calling it consistently, either calling it every single time or calling it basically none of the time, then I don't really care. Unless it's egregious, obviously, that you should call it. But it seems like a lot of the times, depending on field, refs will see it and just not care, or sometimes refs will be like, we're going to call that one every single time, make sure you don't go there. But as long as it's consistent across divisions, sure. Okay, so 409, they'll end up hitting 500 at the end of this. I'm going to jump over to Galileo to watch orbit. .694 will pick 1690. 694 is on Newton, but I think the crew will probably pick. It's kind of just up to 1690 if they do. 1768 or 694 will take citrus. At they are actually 694 is predicted to rank 1 on that division of Milstein. Really? No, yeah, citrus is predicted to rank 1. It looks like Stiples is going to end up losing a match at some point through Statbotics. Here, I'll pull it up. So I've been using the Statbotics' ranking for what's expected to happen. So because they kind of expect where the matches are going to go, and then assign RPs to that. So according to their expected, either Super Duper or Citrus are going to rank 1. That's why it's so close here. And then they'll be able to choose their destiny. Whereas they're expecting Stiples are going to lose a match compared to them, and then not have as many RPs, and then dropping at some point. What match are they going to end up losing? Yeah, you can see they end up if they win this next match, then they could definitely rank 1. But Statbotics expects them to lose this one, so we'll check that one out. Quality 84 here could very much be the difference between who ends up captaining a 1 on this field. But if 694 ends up getting 1, they're gonna pick Citrus. You don't pick anyone else. There's no chance they pick anyone other than Citrus. I don't care that Roboteer's EPA is higher. We just looked at a match where Roboteer's was expected to win by a hefty amount and then lost because 359 and someone else, I can't remember their number, did really nice defense on them. 359 kind of playing the neutral zone cleanup and also hitting them enough to where the defense ended up being able to catch Roboteers every single time and limited them to like 20 per shift, which was very impressive. And I think shows you exactly why I'm a little bit wary of that sort of design. On the other side, 1690, oh my god, completely cuts in front of Argos there. Really nice steel pathing. Just not even steel pathing, just so fast that they get all of that fuel. Very lovely. And they get filled back on the second time around as well. It's so nice. Let's see, what do they end up at? And they also get themselves out over here so that they could get a very easy after auto collect and then go back, and you now have maximized your transition period as well. Really, really nice. Yeah, let's see it. Yeah, 180. They hit up hitting 200 in transition alone. Really impressive stuff. And this is, I think, 1690, the best there, probably one of the best in the world at specifically cleaning up the neutral zone. Like, if you just look at their robot and their driver, they're so good at cleaning up. That's kind of one of their best traits. Their stealing might not be as good as some of the other robots on the in the world, but their cleanup game inside of their zone, if you look at back wall cleanup and then cleanup of in the middle of the field, it's very, very good. And they also barely ever miss whenever they're cleaning up, which is very impressive. Nice short cycle there from Orbit, going back out to the middle and then getting back in time to where they can now maximize this corner fuel because they didn't want to path where they weren't getting fuel through the back of the tower again. So they decided to go back to the middle to get full and come back around. Nice decision making from them. And you can see what I'm talking about, right? Their pathing, it's just so decisive in where they're going, and they always make sure to collect all the fuel. And you can see basically all the fuel is collected. All the fuel is on the red side of the field except for the very back wall because they're not going to go for steals. But that's the only really complaint I have with Orbit is that they don't really steal as much, even though I'm sure their driver could do it, but they just looks like they don't choose to. And yeah, I mean, they go for the steal, and it works out pretty well, but they're kind of having to be cautious here because of the fact that there's not 1, but 2 dead robots, and they don't want to get a card on them for no reason. So which is why it looked a little bit slow, I believe. And they end up hitting the 500, which is really nice. And then, yeah, it ended up hitting the 500, end up being able to clean up, and then go back to the middle of the field again. Get one more collect off. Probably end up hitting 600 with the scoring help of 10980 at the end there. I think. Yeah, it looks like they'll end up hitting 600. Very impressive stuff. All right, let's see. 1114 on Archimedes right now, and then Curie has 254 playing. So check out 1114 first, so that we can jump over to them. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. 1114 wins auto and able to get a giant collect. But nice pin here. And take the 5-point foul, and now you complete. That's really nice decision making, actually. So if you look at what they did, they kind of just tanked a pin in the transition period, accepting the fact that they'll just get the 5 points of foul. But because they're because they keep 1114 pinned to the side of the wall here, 1114 normally will end up getting like 65-ish fuel in the transition period alone. And so they decided to just tank it and say, we're just going to make it a 60-point play because you're never going to be able to score in transition. Really nice stuff. Now, it looks like they're playing double defense. And are they going to be able to stop Symbiotics from getting back one more time? It looks like yes, until 1501 plays defense for them, and Symbiotics is too fast of a shooter where they'll get all of that out. So, Yeah, you're gonna. It's very very hard to play active defense on both sides of them, especially when they have a robot helping them out. To 11:19, doing some pretty good defense though in the outside. Although, yeah, as soon as you let them into the bump, they're gone. I don't think that playing defense in the neutral zone is all that effective. But they push them back into the hub somehow. Wow, really nice defense from 11:19. And then they able to wrap around? They're able to wrap around. They don't flip Symbiotics. Yeah, and Symbiotics is able to get the no, they're still making a miss. Wow, really impressive stuff from the defense here of 11-19 and 5-3-3-8 together. But again, when you're playing this much defense, you don't really have any scoring potential, so you'll end up losing the match. But it's good for them that they're showing off what they could do and kind of showing off how you can stop Symbiotics, because obviously theoretically you can, but there has to be a team on the field that can actually do it, and looking like there could be one of them. One, they don't get the RP though. Unlucky for them. All right, we're gonna jump over to 254 playing. The thing I don't understand about I don't like about the Symbiotics machine is kind of the way that they have their dumper facing versus their collector. Um, they kind of have their dumper where, unlike 254, where their collector's on the backside and they shoot the other side. I believe 254 is like that. Maybe I'm crazy, but I believe 254 is in the way that they go this way. They go backwards as they're shooting, and it'll still end up shooting. But Symbiotics collects in front of them, and then that kind of makes it so if they're collecting forward, then you can very easily flip them around where they're going for collections this way and just keep them that way, and they'll never be able to score. No. 1323 has not used the blocker in Elims yet, no. Let's see. 140, 150 and out of transition. Nice stuff. And they're doing nice hurting as well as passing. You can see the neutral zone kind of getting completely cleared out because of it. Yeah, I mean, and this is kind of what I'm saying. Where if this was Symbiotics, when they tried to go for the collect here and they go this way, if the defense robot kind of just gets in front of them on the other side, they can't turn themselves and actually score at the same time. 254 scoring again. Are they gonna be able to get another cycle out? Okay, they will. They have 10 seconds, and they get through the tower. Nice. Yeah. So it's good defense though from both of the other ones there. And they end up passing one volley here, which I like a lot. You kind of have to clear out the neutral zone in your off period. They do that pretty effectively, and they get behind the defender robot that's kind of just sitting there trying to eat through their fuel reserves. And 254 will fire. Yep, nice. Okay. That should be game. Should be game. No, 254 kind of stuck inside here. Can they get... Okay, they get out. But still end up by almost 100 points in endgame, unless these guys on the other side are very, very good. Which they could be. This is Worlds. Could very much make up this deficit, but it would require some defense on the other side. And it looks like they're just going to be passing. And yeah, as soon as you let 254 get the next volley off, I think this one is kind of over. They doesn't look like they'll get the 500 though out of this match, unless 75-67 could put a lot in and 254 can get this last one out. Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll end up hitting the 500, but still a good match overall. 70-28. What division are they on? On Curie. Oh no, there's no way they'll end up able to hold this. I think they're just gonna get jumped by 254. 254 is not gonna lose a match. Wait, they're end up winning all of the rest of their schedule. Wait, never mind. Well, I if 254, well, I'll have to look at 254's schedule. I could probably tell you. So the thing is, 254 is expected to have basically. So they weren't expected to get 5 RP in this one. They're not expected to get 5 the next one, but they have incredible partners in the 3 after that, where they're able to get 5 RP in like all 3 of those. Whereas if we look at 7028, if you look at what they're expected to do, obviously they're expected to win, but none of their matches they're expected to hit 5 RP. And even though they have hit it before in a bunch of their matches in the schedule, if you're not going to end up hitting the 500, then no, it looks like that one's almost a 50-50 against 4611, right? Yeah, it ended up changing to be a 50-50 to their side. So even if they win that, it'd be very, very hard because 254 is probably going to go undefeated in this entire event. If they're going to do that, then yeah, they'll end up as number 1. But still third captain, not bad. Is what they're expected to end up doing because of the fact they're going to drop some RPs. But the thing is, if anybody but Bronco Bots or Valor or Mercenary or 125 are third captain or second captain, I think that that division's going to end up just being whoever 254 picks wins the entire thing. And it's not going to be particularly close because you kind of need 2 of those robots together if you want to even try to contest 254. And otherwise, you're not going to be able to take them down. Itcon versus 604 and 2052 on the other side. Okay, yeah. Let's rewind this one. Wow, yeah. Okay. 604 really trying to just get fully full from the middle versus wanting to go for a second pass. Looks like they go for the outpost and then into just scoring everything and making sure they're completely filled, but doesn't look like it'll matter because 2052 and Itcon on the other side have very, very nice trench autos, so I end up winning auto period. Transition will matter a lot though, and they don't get slowed, so both of these guys are going to be able to dump out a lot of fuel here, push their advantage. And it with like a 110, 120 point lead out of a transition. Really nice. Would be hard pressed to see how these guys 604 and co can win, especially with 424 playing some pretty good defense. They got caught out though. But 7 seconds left now, and you've allowed now the Red Alliance to set up with 2 very good dumper robots. Good defense, though, from 3276, kind of pushing them around, but... Alright, yeah, no, really nice stuff. And then, what is that? Okay, so I like this a lot, that they're going back to the middle and kind of cleaning up, and then you're not going to be able to get... Yeah, they're not going to be able to score in time, so Itcon makes a pretty good decision, kind of just saying, we're just going to play cleanup because we know we're not going to be able to get back because we have a defender on us. So we're just going to go back to the neutral zone and start pushing everything back. Newton rankings have Jack ranking first now. Did Itcon end up losing this match? How did they lose this one? Okay, so obviously the scoring on 604, when you let 604 go, they're very good at scoring, yes. But 424 is playing some pretty good defense on them. Oh, it's the double turret stealing. Oh, that's quite nice. And 6988's playing defense on Itcon the entire time. And 604 is cleaning the neutral zone so that you end up taking all of that away. Yeah, no, it's quite good. Although I don't think, yeah, they're not going to end up winning this one either way. I don't think it's, yeah, 3276 dies. Even though they put up a pretty good fight, they're still going to end up winning this one. Yeah, Itcon's and 2052 together, very, very good. Like, it's just so nice. Then, yeah, because this one robot dead, they're able to kind of just get over and they hit the 500. Yeah, really nice match from Red Alliance side. Although valiant effort by the other side of blue. 604 kind of just went crazy as soon as they got off of the defense. How are they predicted to rank? I guess if their EPA is higher, they're expected to win a match that they were predicted to lose before. And how much is it? Okay, let's see. How much are they predicted to win by? Okay, so it's 44.18 to 44.32. So it's literally just based on whatever simulation you run, it just flips them around. Right? It very much could easily flip them. And they're gonna be one, but what is Jack in the Bot's schedule? Why are they predicted to rank 1? Because they've gotten 5 RP in almost every single match. And they're gonna get they're probably gonna end up there's not really a match here that's close. If they get 20 RP there, 5 RP times so 20 RP there, and then Itcon, what is Itcon's ranking? Itcon will end up getting how many RP? Itcon's gonna end up getting it's because Itcon's predicted to drop an RP here. So even though they're kind of up right now, the qual 89, if they drop an RP, they might end up dropping under Jack in the Bot, which is what I think that they're kind of looking at there. Let's see. Right, because if I look at 9128, and I just go to this division of who is on right now, Newton. Just look at the ranking specifically. So right now, okay, so this is with Itcon's matches added in. But if Jack in the Bot has played 6, and they're expected to get 5 here, so that's 31 in their next match, because they'll get 5. So now they're down 2 RP, and if they want to jump Itcon, they have a way higher average match score. So if it goes down to tiebreaker, if they both get the same amount of RPs, they'll end up being the same. But I don't know how Statbotics thinks they're going to rank first, because Itcon's only expected to drop 1 RP here. I don't see where they would lose another RP, because Jack in the Bot basically needs Itcon to drop 2 RPs and them to go perfect in order to go up, because they need to get basically 5 RP in every single match. And so if they get 5 RP here, it's now 31, so there's a difference to 2 RPs. So they need Itcon to drop 2 RP somewhere. But Statbotics thinks that they're going to end up getting 5 RP in every single match except for 1. So I don't know where they're expecting them to drop the RP. It's just odd. All right, let's see. Let's see what other matches are on right now. Did I miss a Jack in the Bot match? No, I think we watched the Jack in the Bot match. Let's see. Oh, Lunatex is playing with Holy Cows. Okay, let's go watch that one daily. Lunatic's probably going to end up being the second captain. Or, I think they're going to rank second. They're going to end up ranking second, maybe? Or is they're going to end up being the first pick of the second alliance, either way. Really nice dumper. Unluckiest match schedule, probably 179 on the Johnson division. We could take a look at them, but they've had really rough luck, even though their robot is incredibly good. Yeah, this one, even though you get the triple scoring at the end, Lunatex kind of just scores way too much for you to make up. It's just very, very well played. Lunatex is a very nice dumper. Another one on Curie where if there could very much end up, daily, where they could very much end up as the 2 and then jump up there. Actually, who is expected to rank 2 on daily? Okay, yeah. So the 1, 2, 3, 4 of daily is High Tide, Madtown, Inverse Paradox, Lunatex. So I think that those four are just going to end up picking each other. Um, there's really no one else on daily that I want to take over Lunatex. They score so much when they're able to get around the defense. It's very nice. Although it does look like the division is somewhat deep in terms of EPA. But look at this. No, actually, it's kind of weaker than the other divisions if you're looking at it. Like 149-ish is where the cutoff is of EPA on this division versus other divisions where if you look at just EPA, the 24th pick is normally at like a 160, 170-ish range. So that if they're gonna end up losing Einstein's High Tide and Madtown might end up be because of their lack of depth in their division. Let's see. Qual 77 on. Okay. Looks like 2056 is gonna play next match. No. Two two matches. Okay, so we'll come back to this one. Oh, Archimedes, Orange Chaos playing. Yeah, sure. And 2075 on the other side as well. Yeah, so the thing that I'm looking at with winning auto versus losing auto, because someone asked yesterday if you want to lose auto because Arsene thinks that losing auto is good. I tend to agree with it, except if you have the expandable hopper that 3276, Citrus. God, I'm now losing every single team that has that expandable hopper. But if you are a tall robot or have an expandable hopper, you want to win auto because you get to the other side undefended. Otherwise, I think losing auto is probably better because you get to play the end game period a lot nicer. And also as a turret, if you're losing auto, that means that you get the 5th shift to completely clear out the neutral zone and completely starve the other alliance in endgame, which could be very nice for you. A defense robot? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. If they want to play a starvation game, they could also pick a really tall robot or like a very big hopper robot if they're interested in that. But we'll see. They definitely don't need scoring. I agree. They don't want anyone in the zone with them ever. They'll just be a neutral zone and other side stealer robot. It's just kind of where they want to go with it. Of do you want a tall robot? Do you want a trench robot as well? Are you going to have them come back for a cycle at the end of the match or not? Basically. Although Orange Chaos doing a pretty good job here. With there is defense on them. I guess it looks like they're trying to just block the shots for now. But some defense on them, but not really effective. Kind of playing way too far off of the bump in the first place. They're kind of sitting back here. Need to be like basically up here, trying to contest them. Otherwise, they'll just get pushed around. Yeah, end up hitting the 500 mark as well. Really nice stuff. And because they can go into the trench as well, yeah, able to shoot through there. Let's see, just trying to go for a higher score at this point. Just try to get that average match score up, which will end up mattering for certain divisions, the average match score. Do they end up hitting 680? No, not 680. They'll probably get 650 though. Nice stuff. Yeah, probably. If I look at daily, is there anybody who can do that? Is there anybody on daily who can actually full field pass and I'm just gonna look at EPA because I don't want to have to look through that much, but they might be able to get cyber. Oh, that's ranking, not EPA. Okay. Could go with 972. 972 has a really nice dive rotor turret that they can play steel for, and you can obviously just play defense by just playing defense. So 972 might be a consideration there, if they want to go for Steeler. A 1538 has a really low EPA apparently. Alliance Elan's bracket place at random. I don't know. I think it's set up already where you might know what it is, because I think it was in alphabetical order last year, but I also could very much be completely lying to you. I have no clue. Yeah, who else here? I don't recognize any of the numbers. Yeah, 972. I think if they end up with 972, it'll be a very nice world. 972's dive rotor, I think, could do a lot more than the EPA suggests. They kind of just don't ever have a good enough setup on themselves to do that. And if you have them play the neutral zone, it's very nice for a turret. Because if they pick a dive rotor turret as well to go through the neutral zone and clean up, you now allow yourself to go there and snake around while shooting on the move and passing. And they can also do the same thing on the other side of the field. Could be really nice. Let's jump over to Galileo, because the crew is playing. And this is probably going to end up being your number one captain. Where are they? Yeah, right there. And the crazy thing is that they are such a ridiculous EPA, and they're a double stream. They're not even a dumper, which is such a shock to me. Like, it's crazy that they score so much and are so efficient with not even having a dumper. Like, they don't have the ridiculously high BPS that other teams have, but they're still able to get so much out of their robot, which is just kind of comes from very good driving. And also not missing, right? A lot of the dumpers end up missing a lot because of the fact that they're just so wide and they have the BPS, so it goes wide, but they very rarely miss more than like 2 fuel an entire hopper load. Yeah, you can see they hit every single fuel except for the very first one on the left shooter that kind of bounces out. But if you're hitting every single fuel, like, you don't really need to be concerned with that sort of thing. And sometimes they hit it too. So I think they're kind of the example of how accuracy is kind of better than BPS if you're able to lock it in, and just having good driving can get you a very, 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 very far. And they end up getting the 500. Really impressive. Let's see. Oh, Bread apparently going to have a really close match on Archimedes. We can check that one out. Yeah, I guess 971 and 167. 971, I believe, with a double turret, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it's a double turret. Yeah, looks like a double turret. So 971 double turret, and then looks like on the other side a little dumper. I assume that they're just gonna sit in the middle for the other two robots. So looks like a dumper on the other side as well, and then Brett obviously rebuilt to a kind of 254 style robot. So the thing with the rebuilds is, I feel like everyone's kind of become 254, but Jack in the Bot's design is better. I don't know what they did specifically, but their robot is so crazy good. Like, I think they have the best dumper robot in the world, and they rebuilt it in the middle of the build season. So very impressive stuff from Jack the Bot. Just because their BPS is so high that they actually make it so that even though they take a little bit of time to line up, they're still keeping up with the turret robots, or the dive rotor turrets at like the top level. Yeah, everyone has become 1678. It's 1678, 254 clones. They're all the same, yeah. I think it's kind of interesting because it means that a lot of it now becomes dependent on your it kind of just becomes dependent on how good your driver is, which that to me is very fun. When you get to see this game and strategy, and oh yeah, they had citrus. But being able to see your strategy directly determine how you can win them if you win the match or not is so much fun because what you're not looking at just robot capability anymore to try to jail that. It's a lot of fun, and you can see kind of what I was talking about with the crew. Of obviously, Brett is good, but the crew is one of the best jumpers in the world as well, and they don't miss anything. And whereas when Brett shoots, you can see kind of like some of the fuel falling out at the edges here. Right, you can see like there's like 5 fuel in that volley that just missed, just because of the nature of their sort of shooter. So they're expected to win this one by about 6 points. So really even, probably just because of scoring on the other side is very impressive. But if 131 doesn't allow, nope, looks like they're gonna let them score. But this is supposed to be the shift that you go crazy in. It looks you could see kind of the fuel everywhere for Bread. Yeah, they have a narrow. They're a 2-stream shooter rather than robot wide. Which is interesting to me because I guess it means that they can. I don't know how the budgeting for robots works, but they just make up for their lower BPS with very good driving. So they do end up taking a 50-point lead, which isn't bad. But okay, nice movement here from I believe who is that? Is that 11137? No, that's 131. So nice move from 131, trying to block off 971 from getting to the middle here, and try to refresh themselves. And you can see it's kind of working now that they're able to get, because they kind of starved 971. 971 has to go back, stay in their zone. The steal comes a little bit later, and now they can try to block them off. But 971 just powers through them. All right. My bad. My dog is currently barking. Yeah, no, it's just a nice match. The cleanup at the very end. Yeah. One sec. All right, I'm back. It's been solved. 40. Okay. Oh, 9043 is playing against Team Scream. Okay, we're gonna take that. Look at that one. And 190 on the other side. So should be a very close one. 9483 actually expected to lose this one. Okay. So expected to lose, probably because every single robot on this side is actually very good. Average Joe's as well, being quite nice. 190 with their rebuild, and then Team Scream, obviously. But it should be close. Kind of interested to see how they try to shut down 9043. Yeah, High Tide 1323 is probably the strongest alliance, but I don't think 254 125 is close. I think whatever comes out of Newton is probably going to be the closest will finalist, or if Orbit locks in and ends up being with the crew and being really good, then that could also be how they end up winning that. But yeah, oh my god, completely destroyed in auto. But let's see how they try to play this. 9043 kind of just gets back over so they don't get defended. But you can see Blue's really just kind of running through all of the fuel there. Like, the neutral zone is kind of just getting emptied by Blue. Scream being a dumper, and then both these guys being the turret robots that are just passing from the middle. All the fuel is kind of just getting removed from the neutral zone in the red side and gone. You can see 9043 kind of left with no option other than to just keep shooting. And now they're just gonna have to wait for fuel to fall over in the middle, and there's basically nothing. So you're now limiting 9483 to just waiting for you to score before they can do anything, because if they go over here, they're not coming out. I can tell you that with certainty. But yeah, they're trying to pass it to themselves, and 190 is now gonna just not let them in the first place because they have more than enough scoring to stop them. So if you just don't let 9043 in the first place, then you kind of just win this match. Yeah, and they don't... Oh, but they get turned around. Nice move. Okay, so 9043 basically here, 190 here, and so they're kind of caught. But what they do is they have enough traction for their wheel to try to rotate their swerve this way, and they spin 190 off because they're so heavy, because they're filled with fuel, and also are just a heavier robot than 190 because they're so big. So able to do that, but still down by 50 points already going into Blue Alliance's last shift. So they really need to win the cleanup game in this shift and end up getting filled if they want to have a chance at winning this match. But it looks like Blue's doing a pretty... Yeah, Blue Alliance is doing a very nice job. 190 again. No, not deciding to try to block off 9043. Instead, just trying to get all the fuel and get out and try to play the fuel game instead of defending 9043 specifically. And it should just be match, yeah. I mean, this is very, very well played from Blue. Kind of just very good robots on the Blue side. And when you have that many good turret robots to play cleanup in the middle of the field, like, yeah, you're not going to end up winning against them. Very nice stuff. I think the cleanup in the middle with the double turret, and then 190 also playing good enough defense where you stalled them for enough time where they can't get back like that quickly. Very, very nice stuff. Let's see. Yeah, so 9043 probably taking a loss. Does that matter for their rankings actually on the Johnson division? They're probably gonna end up getting picked first anyways. But does it matter for their rankings? No. No? Team Scream might end up ranking first if 9043 was No, 9043 was expected to lose this one and still predicted to rank first because they're going to get 5 RPs in all of their next matches. But Team Scream, why will they not be able to jump them? Oh, because there's 2 matches that Team Scream aren't expected to get 5. They're only expected to get 4, even though they're expected to win all of the next matches that they play. I mean, we'll see. Maybe Scream can end up jumping them and take the number 1. 2056 just lost. Yeah, I was about to go to that match, actually. Oh, wow. Okay, let's see. Kind of what happened here. Whoa, okay. So 2056 goes out. Yeah, does their thing. Gets all of that fuel. Their net's working quite nicely. Do they lose auto here? No, surely not. No, they might. There are 2 dumpers on the other side that are working really nicely. And they just have a higher BPS, yeah, so they lose auto. But if they can collect this, I don't think it'll end up mattering. No, okay, so... Yeah, again... Okay, Red's going to go steal, but I think that you should play the neutral zone a lot more heavily than instead of stealing. Because when you're going to steal, yeah, you allow the 2 best robots here to kind of just get all that fuel anyways, instead of... You could have just denied that if you played neutral zone instead. 2056 kind of getting pushed around by defense, but it's not that effective. I mean, you've blocked off the tower, but they're just going to go back to the neutral zone and get another... No, they don't get a cycle off. Okay, really nice. Nice stuff. How do they... So 2056 goes for steal, but A214 kind of just blocks them off until they make a nice move, nice cut there from 2056. So everything's getting passed back, but you can see all of this fuel needs to go onto the Red Alliance side. It needs to get passed, or yeah, Blue's just going to go through that for free. And now you've essentially completely starved, because even though 2056 was playing stealing on the other side, none of the fuel's actually getting into the red side during your active shift. And they're playing defense on 2056. That's a pink out 2. They back off, and now 2056 just really, really late. You can see because they're not actually contesting that neutral zone's fuel as much, because their partners aren't able to have as high BPS as them. They're just completely starved inside of their zone every time. And they also came back really late from that steal, so they got punished by Blue, who just could play defense on them without losing any potential scoring. But like, yeah, and again, same defense. That's not even a pin. That's just really nice trench defense. 2056 has to drive around it. And Blue Eyes doing a really nice job kind of punishing the steals, not letting 2056 get away with it for free. And it's working quite well. You can see it from the score also, but if you just look at where the fuel is placed, they lost auto, so this should be their best shift, and they finally set 2056 up for success. But because 2056 really gets defended like the entire way coming back, they're not able to work through all of that fuel, even though if they had like maybe 10 more seconds, they might even they could have honestly won this match if they had 10 extra seconds and got around that defense faster. But really nice stuff from Blue, not allowing 2056 to go unpunished for stealing. It's something that I think everyone can learn from when you're playing as robots. Even 2056, one of the best drivers in the world, you can stop them if you're aware of that and you actually sit here and wait for them. You could definitely slow every robot in the world down. Yeah, Blue ends up winning it. Very well played from Blue. And that drops 2056. Were they expected to win that one? Because if they were expected to win that one, that makes this division interesting. Because if they don't rank first, that will be... Yeah, expected to win that match, and they end up losing Qual 77. So that's now the... No, wow, they only get 1 RP too because they don't hit the 500. So they drop 4 expected RPs. They drop. If you look at the simulation, that's kind of enough to put them in striking distance of 6329 or 1706 of expected. So there might be a world that they drop out of 1. Maybe. If someone can pull something like that off again, maybe not even win another match on them. But if you can keep them down to 400 and not hit another 500 match at some point, could very much see 6329 ranking first and then taking 2056. All right. Oh, Jack in the Bot's about to play. Let's go to Newton. Oh, already playing. All right. So dumping is so good. So another reason why I think Jack in the Bot is the best robot in the world. Yes, the crew is incredibly accurate and drives well, but Jack in the Bot's just throughput is faster, and they also don't miss. I don't know what they did with their robot, but they just do not miss a single fuel whenever they're dumping. It is like crazy good. Now, yeah, and then also when you're playing as Jack in the Bot and you're playing up auto, and you go back to the middle of the field and you're able to get another hopper's worth off, it's very, very nice for them. And now, yeah, I mean, I think the passing and throughput is really what makes me think of them as the best dumper in the world. Like, yeah, there's teams that have been doing the dumper longer and have better in like strategy of how they want to play it, but 2910 does it as well as anyone else in the world, and they have a better throughput. They also just don't miss, so I think they're just better. And also, this kind of was set up here for their partners, but ends up getting stolen. Nice stuff by 930, kind of being aware of that opening there and kind of going to steal that. But 2910 gets to the corner. No, get bullied off of the bump. Nice defense by 1807, I think that is, right? Yeah. Nice defense by 1807, kind of just shutting them down. And now you can see they're kind of having to play the neutral zone and pass all of that back because they realize they just got, they don't have time to score anymore. Yeah, nice defense. Okay, yeah, and you can see they're wrapping on the bump again. Same thing as 9043, using kind of the rotation to get themselves out of that pin there. I guess I don't even know if this was a pin, but they're kind of just stuck up there. They end up hitting the 500 mark, and they'll definitely end up winning this match. But it's still a nice show of defense by 1807. Yeah, do they end up getting 700 this match? It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible to hit 700 in this one. And it'll matter a lot if they end up getting close to Itcon, because the average match score will make a difference. If they're going to want to rank 1 on this division, it'll have to be through average match score and tying with Itcon and RP. And yes, 700 points in match score. Wow. Yeah, really impressive stuff from Jack the Bot and Co. Very nice. And I mean, the other thing is when you have Jack and Bot tanking the defense, your other two robots are able to work quite nicely. So they're able to work through without defense and able to just get through all that. Really good stuff. High Tide is on daily. Oh, is 1807 from FMA? Yeah, it was nice defense. All right. High Tide time. High Tide do... Whoa, okay. High Tide tried to run a follow auto, but something happened. Yes, match score, I believe, is the first tiebreaker for ranking, or it might not be, but I believe it is. We can check the... Oh, 2607 was all from FMA. Yeah, that's very nice defense from FMA. Northeast. Okay, I'm interested to see what High Tide does here, because they're... Okay, they have to get back early because of defense. And nice from 83-93, kind of blocking it a bit. Wow, nice defense from 11, another FMA team. FMA masterclass going on here. FMA masterclass going on here, actually. Wow, nice defense from 11, just shutting down High Tide. And that net, again, kind of just pushing them out, but they finally get around because 11 goes for steal. And now High Tide able to put in fuel at the very end, but really nice stuff. Okay, so High Tide's playing the middle now. And they are probably going to pass here, I presume. No, not passing. They have to get around the defense first. Okay, and they do get around the defense because 8393 is a... And now they're getting called for a pin. They're going to get a pin call here. And they're getting text now because of the pin calls. Whoa, okay. But, I mean, other than the almost tip, really nice defense from 11. Are they going to be able to hit 500 with 11 if 11 keeps playing defense on him? I don't think so. They'll easily get the 360 RP. That's not a concern, but... Okay, to be fair, this is now the shift where they should be doing the best. This should be like where they jump back and score, so might end up being the one where they get through. I don't know why they keep trying to force through the bump. I think you have to... okay, that's why they force through the bump, because they're just heavier. Okay. Yeah, that's High Tide, I guess. They can just push you right past you. And then go for the shoot on the move in the corner, because nobody goes for the steal, because 11's playing defense there. Yeah, they'll end up hitting 500. So, nice showing from 11. Definitely did limit them. I think for 11 specifically, definitely, if you want to look at a defense spot to try to shut down High Tide, look at them. But for High Tide's purposes, doesn't really matter because they get the 5 RP anyways. So, good match for everybody. I mean, if 11 played it, like, if you don't get the fouls, then maybe it's closer. Maybe if 11 ends up being able to get around E393 on that first shift and actually defends High Tide for the full shift, maybe possible to win the match, but either way, good showing. Yeah, 570. Yeah, I mean, it does, in terms of a ranking points, doesn't really matter at all. But nice stuff from the 11 defenders. Let's see. What else do I want to jump to? Hmm. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna check out Curie because 1987 is playing, and I believe they're gonna be like a 1 or 2 pick of that division. Why don't I have Octaview and full screen the match you want to watch? Because my bandwidth will die. Because I don't. I would rather an Octaview I specifically hate. If they had 1.6 view, but it was 1.7 view, I would love it so much. I love 1.6 view. No, 180.25 is not the world record. It is 9.0. Oh, what was it? It's 6329 and 1706. Ended up putting it up yesterday. What was the actual number? I can find that for you. Yeah, 908 ended up getting put in qual 20 of Hopper Division. If you look at that match and want to see how to play perfect in Starvation, look at that match and just see what they did. They did such a nice job cleaning out the neutral zone in that match. It was very, very impressive. And I think kind of the reason that they ended up winning that one is because they prioritized cleaning up the neutral zone so much, where on their shifts, you could see even through defense, they had so much fuel on their side that they literally just got through everything. And I think it's 908 is world record, but I think it's 903 clean. Yeah, 903 clean. But even still, it's 900 points clean. Like, very impressive stuff. And you're not really going to be... I don't think you're going to see a higher number. Are you surprised that 1706 is undefeated? Not really. They're a very good team. Like, obviously, match schedule plays a fact into it, but they're an incredibly good team for a reason. Their double turret is very nice. 1987 gets their fair share of fuel. Yeah, another robot that kind of die rotor works really well on this division. Could see them getting picked over 125 depending on how consistent 125's been. I haven't seen them, but they looked good. But I haven't been watching every single one of their matches, so I wouldn't know, like, specifically. 1,000-point match here at Einstein? No, I think you're going to see the lowest scores you've ever seen in Einstein relative to the high score. Einstein's going to be about fuel denial, in my opinion, and you're going to see a lot of fuel denial in the lowest possible score compared to the matches. So, like, I think Einstein finals might end up being like a 500-point match. It wins it. Or like maybe 600 or something. Not some incredible number. Like, obviously 500 because you still have the 4 incredible scores and 2 very good scores on that field. But I don't think it'll end up being like 1,000-point matches and people just firing back and forth like people think. If 1,000's going to happen, it's going to be in a quals match, and I don't think it will because I haven't seen a match where there have been 3 incredible scorers all together against 3 robots that would not play full defense the whole time to deny 1,000. 1987 kind of getting defended here, though. They're doing a pretty good job still. I mean, I love that they're cleaning up. But nice job by 4786 playing defense until they get caught on the trench bar. Which is kind of the issue of playing defense in, like, right here. If 1,000 happens, it will happen in, like, the very first round of playoffs where 1 plays 8. And otherwise, I don't think it can. Maybe, yeah. But if Alliance 8 thinks that they have to triple offense, then yes, 100% 1,000 can happen. But I feel like I've never seen an Alliance 8 kind of just let High Titan 1323 score for good reason, but I don't see an Alliance 8 that will just allow that to happen. Yeah, Broncobots end up getting the 500. It's very nice. 3197 though, with a pretty good score as well on the other side of them. And do they get 600? They will end up getting 600. Wow, really nice stuff from them. Let's see. Highlights of the last 2 hours. 2056 ended up dropping a match. If you want to watch that one back, they really got punished on steals. Which was really nice. If you watch that match and just see 2056, they really got punished for stealing. I think if you want to see how to punish a robot for stealing, just watch that match and see how they kind of destroy 2056 from getting back to their side. Pretty much won by the defense of Blue Alliance against that 2056 Red Alliance. Let's see, qual 91 on Johnson. Which one is that? Qual 91 on Johnson being... Oh, 9483, 498, 6... Okay, yeah, definitely possible. What qual number was that 2056 match? Good question. Not sure. I'll go find it. Let's see, who is up right now? 3467, qual 80. Spectrum playing here, but I do want to see a division. Let's see what's going on in daily. No one really. Oh, Johnson has a 6-7 playing right now. Oh, wow. Completely getting rolled. Oh, I guess it's just a... Huh. Nice stuff from the other alliance. I mean, the fuel control specifically working really well for them, and winning auto again being kind of a punishment, where you can see all the fuel on the other side because of the fact that Red Alliance won auto. That neutral zone's now cleared out. You have to go for steals. You're kind of forced to go for steals. And if you wanted to play defense on them, you could probably go play punish, but it doesn't look like they're going to go do that. Nice defense by 6940 here, though. Kind of just catching 67 enough to where they won't be able to get over. And because they have the net, they have to go bump only. And it looks like it won't be enough to win the match because of that defense. They don't get another cycle out, and yeah, unable to get a score out. Nice stuff from Blue, kind of just upsetting 6-7 here. Pretty good. Let's see, Wyndham 3467 on Hopper. Okay, so 3467, another one of the New England dumpers that will probably end up getting taken 1 to 3 somewhere on Hopper. Or sorry, 1 to 3 alliances somewhere on Hopper. Just kind of unsure of where it will be based on what they look like. If you just look at EPA alone, they are 3rd on the division in EPA. Pretty significantly over 1706, but I also think that it's kind of just because 1706 is... Yeah. How much the division predictions have changed since you released the videos? 2056 and whoever, I think, is still my pick for Hopper. But it could very much be 1706 that ends up taking it over them. What was my Archimedes prediction? It wasn't 90. It wasn't 1114, right? I think I put 27, 94, 70. Yeah, exactly the same. Galileo. I've been, I think, pleasantly surprised by the crew. I didn't know if they'd be able to match 2231, but 2231, high EPA, but not like the craziest EPA. 2056 and 3229 played together in quals. Okay, yeah, so might be preview of Elam's alliance there. We'll check that one out when it comes. And okay, 34. This was actually probably gonna be close. Auto is really close, but Red ends up winning, which is normally a burden for them. Winning auto in a close match. But we'll see. What are they doing to kind of negate this? Okay, so they are doing good passing, cleaning up the neutral zone kind of correctly. And yeah, okay, it's nice cleanup. And the hurting there at the bottom is nice as well, kind of collecting 5 seconds, getting back into their zone. And now 3467 probably just going to go rampant. Okay, I like this a lot from them. Going out first, and then you go back in and clean up at the end. Nice decision making. Same thing that kind of 2910 was doing, except they're using the tower position to be safe from the defense, whereas 2910 kind of just gets against the wall and just does not move. But I love when the dumpers kind of go out to the middle first before coming back. But oh, it looks like something got them stuck there, unable to get that last volley of fuel out. But I love that when when dumpers are actually going back to the neutral zone first, because you're able to kind of stop the Blue Alliance as they're coming out from cleaning up everything in the neutral zone and kind of taking that away from you. And instead, you kind of force them to go for steals. And if they go for steals, then you can kind of punish them while also scoring, depending on your kind of robot archetype. So yeah, and then you can see, because they didn't eat through the reserves earlier, and they did pass a little bit extra, able to kind of collect it there. And now, I don't like this though. I think they should have gone back to neutral zone here again, because now you can see the Blue Alliance is really just eating through all of that fuel. They'll end up taking all of that, go back over. I mean, they do end up going here because now they're completely starved. But yeah, kind of forces a steal now because you didn't go back to the neutral zone earlier and you allowed blue to collect all that fuel. And so now you're kind of forced to go to the other side. I mean, it doesn't end up mattering just because it looks like there's some issues on the blue side of scoring. Both of them kind of having trouble with getting the fuel out. But in terms of fuel control and generally how to play the game, if you end up playing in elims against a closer alliance, it might end up biting you back. And 680? I guess 627 fuel, but maybe they'll end up hitting 650 fuel. Clean. All right, what is it? Yeah, red wins by 669, probably 650, 640 clean. Yeah, almost 650 clean. Really nice stuff from the Red Alliance. Only nitpick there is that they didn't go back to the middle immediately. So for the fifth shift, they didn't go back to the middle instead of eating through the end. So it kind of just made it so they could score less because there was less fuel, and then they had to go for the steal, obviously, right? Let's see, what other divisions of matches going on? Neshoba Robotics is playing. Could potentially be the Alliance captain. Let's check them out. Or the number one Alliance captain of this division, depending on how the qual matches break down. So let's check them out. Yeah, again, they don't miss. It's very nice from 1768. But I think the Galileo predictions is probably my worst one in terms of predictions, just because I thought Onyxtronics would be a lot better than they currently look like. But obviously they could be better. And obviously I underrated the crew a lot to what they're currently putting up, just because I didn't know if their double shooter would be able to compete with the dumpers at the world level, but clearly it can. What other predictions do I have? Yeah, loves Neshoba kind of going through the middle, cleaning up the neutral zone. Their passing rate, obviously being incredibly high, is very nice. And look at the fuel control, right? Basically nothing in the neutral zone, basically fully starved on their own side, and now they're just fully set up to dump everything out. Would like to see 4607 jump down here to block stealing, but allow the steal to go through. But I don't think it matters because there's so much fuel where 1768 is going to end up getting 3 hoppers. Oh, they're stuck under the tower, but can they get 3.5 hoppers in this shift? No, and end up going out. I like this a lot. Leave the fuel in front of yourself for later. Because if they're not going to go for a steal, then there's no point in taking it until the end game, because you kind of just allow the other alliance to get starved. Love that decision making from them. And again, clean neutral zone. Not really enough fuel for you to go warrant risking a steal and then maybe get defended on the way back. It seems like they 76 like goes close, but they're not gonna go like really deep for this pile of fuel, even though it's there, because there's a chance you get defended by a robot just jumping over, and now you can't get scores on your pick. Do you think crew picks orbit? Yeah, probably. They should. I think they should. It's probably the correct play. Will they? I don't know if how they feel about turret dumper versus turret, even if the turret's like significantly worse than the dumper. I would just be scared to play against Crew and Nashoba together, is my thing. Like, I do not want to. And I also think Crew's ranking first on this division, so I don't think Orbit really has a choice. So they'll probably just say yes to whoever they end up getting picked by, and it'll probably end up being the Crew. Although the one thing I was saying was, if the Crew really likes dumper, because they played with Rush before at the Michigan State Championships and it worked pretty well for them, and if the Crew is really into double dumper as a strategy and they're not scared of not picking Orbit, which I think I would be, but if they're not scared of not picking Orbit, then they might pick Nashoba, and then what would end up happening to the captains is that you now end up with 74-15 who would pick everybody else, and you'd break up the alliances that way, because now you have a what would probably end up being normally an Orbit Link, Orbit Onyxtronics alliance, would, because of the expected ranking, would end up being like a 74-15 Orbit at 3501, 9496. And I wouldn't be scared of that. But I think whoever Crew ends up picking, I think Crew might pick Nashoba just because of that, but I think either way, I wouldn't be shocked with a pick. Nashoba gets you, you get to play the alliance selection game with Nashoba, if that's how the rankings end up breaking down. And if you get Orbit, then you get one of the best dumpers in the world with one of the best turrets in the world, right? Like probably 4th, 5th best turret in the world. Not going to complain ever about having that on your alliance. And probably the best cleanup turret in the world. In terms of like pathing into the neutral zone and passing back to yourself. They are probably the best turret in the world at doing that, just pathing wise and driving wise. Let's see. 6329 playing. Who else is playing soon? Alt F4 apparently playing on Johnson right now. We can check that out. 558, yeah. Hopper has 6329. So again, another potential pick for 2056. 6329 on the corner here, I believe. Yeah, back corner. So you could there's so many good dumpers at Worlds. I think Hopper is probably the one field where I could see them making a run to 3. Qual 68 on Milstein. Which one was that? Was that the one with Rembrandts? Or was that the one their Citrus lost? Was that yesterday? No. Oh, yeah, that was the one the Citrus lost yesterday. Yeah, we watched this one. A very, very close match. 26-30 and 29-5, I really like the way that they played the neutral zone cleanup game, kind of managing fuel. They did that really well. And then 70 played pretty good defense against Waffles. And then obviously 60-78 ended up breaking at the end of the game, which probably ended up being the difference maker, but still really nice match played by the other two. Hopper, yeah. So what I would think with Hopper might happen is OP kind of just picks Bucks, because they want to pick Bucks, and then go with the double dumper there. And then Ratchet Rockers will take one of the New England dumpers, maybe. It looks like Mechanical Advantage EPA-wise has dropped off a lot, but if you want to go with 581, I don't think that's a bad choice. If you want to go with Denim Venom with the die rotor, they're still putting up an incredible EPA. Could go with that as well. But either way, it'll just be the top 2 alliances that'll end up being the best ones. And then after that, no, 5,000 is still a good alliance. I think the top 3 alliances will end up being good. And then after that, it'll be interesting to see what happens. One of the top teams on Hopper will get cooked. I don't know. Because there's 6 very good teams. And Hammerheads is just the 7th one. And 6328 has a really high potential as well on Hopper. Let's pull it up. So yeah, so I think if you look at EPA wise, OP is going to expect it to rank 1. I think they just take Bucks, and that ends up being your 1-2. 1706 will take one of these 3. I don't know who it is. If they want to go with a double turret, they'll take Denim Venom because that's a really nice dive rotor. If they want to win auto or keep auto close, you probably take 3467 or 581. I don't really have qualms with that, either one of those picks. Either way, it's fine. But then what you see after that is you see that it's not blue, and you're like, oh wow, it must mean that you're getting cooked. That's 221 to 255. That's a 20-point EPA gap, and EPA as a number itself should not be used. So this is within the ballpark of could upset. So I think 5,000 will end up taking the other one or Denim Venom, and then I think after your top 3 alliances get made within this, then yeah, I'd say it gets cooked, because 238's EPA is only this high because they're a very tall dumper robot, and a tall dumper robot is like, I don't know if I want that, especially with like a 6328 or something. But yeah, no, I could very much see, yeah, sure, maybe someone will get cooked in the top 6 here, but I don't think 2 of them will get cooked. It'll just be one. Whoever ends up getting left out within this trio will end up with 238, and then that's not going to be all that good for them in terms of looking at where they'll end up. But even then, maybe Mechanical Advantage ends up getting picked over them because they have a high BPS. Yeah, let's look at 6329. Potentially the Alliance 1 first pick. Yeah, it's just a nice dumper, very clean, and even on top of a fuel, they end up hitting most of that, which is very impressive. And the other thing to see is that every single good robot's auto ends up with them in the middle, because as soon as you win transition, or as soon as you win auto, you can go back, hit the giant collect for transition. Really nice stuff. And oh, nice from them there, seeing that there's an opportunity to get more fuel instead of leaving earlier after just getting the 1 cycle. Yeah. I'm personally of the opinion that I would, if I'm 2056 and I really want to win Einstein's and I don't care about, and I risk losing the division for it, I might pick Denim Venom. That might be my pick of, because I think if you want to beat High Tide and Madtown and you're picking an alliance for that, then I think you have to go double turret and you take Denim Venom or 1706. Either one is fine. But if you want to kind of just win your division and then try to go as far as you can on Einstein, then yeah, take 6029. They're not going to do you wrong ever. Nice defense by 540 though, kind of limited Bucks to only one hopper, but Bucks able to get around that by basically just asking their partners while they're scoring to just sit in the middle there. Really nice stuff. Let's see. Doing a decent job, but kind of late to the jump here. 540 reacted way too late, and then 6329 just gets in for free. And now 6329's in for free. Okay, another robot where they're going back to the middle of the field. I like this a lot. Cleaning up the neutral zone. Know how to play the game effectively, making sure that the Red Alliance can't starve you at that point, especially because this match is very close. Red could definitely jump up if they kind of win this endgame period, but it looks like 540 is playing very nice defense. And yeah, again, Bucks use the rotation of their swerve drive to get around that. Nice stuff. But nice defense by 540 again, not letting Bucks kind of get the topper out. And it looks like 910's having issues over there. But if they weren't having issues, this could very much be a closer match. But it seems like it'll end up just being a win for the Blue Alliance. But not having even a single RP of fuel might end up mattering a lot for Bucks Wrath, who were expected in this match to get 2 RP. Wow. So expected to get 2 RP, ended up getting not a single one. Will probably end up dropping them down in ranking by a decent bit here, even though they did win the match. So obviously you don't see a drop right now, but in terms of expected rank, they're expected to jump up to 2 before this match, and the difference at EPA, or in rank points, was by basically 2 RP between them and 2056. So there's now almost no chance that they can jump 2056. And it seems like Ratchet Rockers might just end up as your second captain. And oh, Bare Metal versus Bean. Okay, let's go check that one out on Newton. All right, let's back up some. Okay, so Bare Metal, obviously 948, the tall dumper, 1833 as well, the 4-wide shooter. All very good teams here. Interesting to see. Oh, 948 kind of just loses to 2370 here. With the turret kind of steals everything, but they still get a lot of fuel out anyways. Just because they're so big that when they just go through the fuel path, they just go through. Yeah, 5,000 could rank over 6329 now. Which I think 6329 would decline 5,000 if they end up asking to join because there's so many good robots. So yeah, nice use of the transition period by red, or by blue rather. But you can see that the scoring is still even, and if in transition you ended up with a similar amount of fuel, I don't know if they'll end up winning this match. I think that red has a very nice chance of winning this one. If 10979 can kind of stop 948 from getting this fuel out here. If they could play good enough defense to kind of rotate them, then maybe it's possible, but looks like they weren't able to, and there's just so much fuel flying into the hub here. And they also have 440 kind of eating up in front of the hub here. Very nice stuff. Making sure that the 2046 can't just go through that for free and collect all of that. So very nice out of 400. I don't know how to say that number. But really nice from them kind of denying red from getting completely full off of their off shift. And then nice steal from 4400 again. But 948 having to get back a little bit earlier than normal because of the fact that they have defense on them. And 10979 doing a pretty good job slowing them down until the very end. So they do end up getting back eventually, but 2046 looking to play defense. They might have issues on their robot. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like they're not trying to collect it all. Trying to just play defense. Might have issues with that the robot on that side. And that would probably be the end of the match if that's the case. I don't think they could... Yeah, they can't outscore them unless they have 2046 playing at their peak potential. It looks like it's not going to happen, so... just going to be 2370 trying to get this the second RP for 2046 here. Trying to put up 110 solo, which I don't think will end up happening, even though they do have a lot of fuel on their side. So going to be interesting to see for rankings. 2046 not going to be able to get that, going to lose the match first off, and also not going to be able to get the second RP in this one. So only one RP match here for 2046. Could be interesting to see how that affects the standings overall. All right, I'm going to jump to 254 now because this one's kind of wrapped up, not really close. All right, let's go back. Only 231 in the entire match until endgame? What happened at 254? All right, yeah, kind of even there. Nice collect by both alliances there. Oh, nice, interesting auto path going all the way through here. But what ends up happening is you kind of get rid of everything 254 was going to collect. But 254 goes very deep as well. Oh, that's very cool, actually. So they both communicate that they're going to have the paths that go very deep around. So they both are able to go completely deep because they stagger it. Because it looks like 8575 didn't actually end up getting two passes at the fuel pile. So very cool auto pathing there created by the Blue Alliance. And now immediately get defense by Robot Dolphins from outer space, it seems. Yeah. 5199 playing that defense on 254. Another fellow Cali team, I believe, kind of knowing their scoring potential. And they're playing it pretty well. They play push defense on 254, don't let them collect. And then once they're inside, they don't let them come inside in the first place. Nice job playing the defense. And realizing the 254's robot, you can't let them get even under the trench. But it looks like 254 might have issues. Like, they might be jammed here. That might be another jam for 254. Ended up happening earlier this event as well. But that one was in the shooter because their net ended up pushing a ball into their shooter from the top, and that ended up being an issue. But looks like they might have their intake jammed this time, maybe. Oh no, looks like it's cleaned up. Okay. Yeah, looks like it's cleaned up now. They're or not? I thought they were collecting earlier. No, it's still jammed. Or jammed or broken something. So this could be big. Maybe 254 drops in the rankings off of this if they're not able to win this match. And from the scoring of the other robots here, it looks like it is possible. 254 now pushing fuel into the human player so that they can score it because they just can't score anything. And yeah, able to shoot whatever they have left in there, but not able to collect anything at all. Maybe broken their intake, perhaps? Hopefully they don't have a quick turnaround. But yeah, definitely not going to be able to hit that 360. If they lose this match, they'll end up getting 0 RP. And it looks like because they won auto, Red gets the setup time and is going to be able to push... You're going to be able to use that to push past the Blue Alliance. Oh, no. And that is going to be 0 RP for 254. Yeah, wow. Okay, that is going to shake up the Curie division for sure, yeah. Wow, what a match. Okay, I'm gonna jump over. So this, let's just confirm, is that, yeah. Ended up scoring 254 points. And then I'm gonna go over to 1706 on Hopper, see what they're doing. Ended up scoring about 500-ish. Yeah, really nice. Yeah, okay, let's take a look at this match. Okay, if we look at the Curie division rankings after that. Wow, 5907. Yeah, 5907 might end up ranking. Yeah, 50. Yeah, wow. That is going to make either Bronco Bots or 5907 both are going to be potentially the 1 seed. It's going to be very interesting to see who 254 will want to play with, or if they'll decline the one captain if it ends up being 5907, or if they just say yes because they don't see a better option. All right. All right, 1706 about to play. Who is the best dumper in turret? Best dumper, 100% 2910. Like no doubt in my mind they're the best dumper in the world, and I don't think it's particularly close. Their BPS is incredible. Their way that they play their alliance shifts isn't very nice. Their passing is the closest thing to Madtown and High Tide that I've seen. It's just very good. Best turret, probably just High Tide. Yeah, it's EPA is a little bit makes it a bit biased, and I also like High Tide a lot, but they are so good at being flexible in their strategy that I kind of just pick them over anyone else. And the robot's also very good, so I kind of have High Tide Jack in the Bot as my best turret, best dumper, but I also have Madtown as my second best team in the world, in terms of just teams overall. But that's because I don't rate Dumper as highly, except for... that's just because I don't rate Dumper that highly, which is perhaps my own flaw. And then 1706 ended up losing auto here, so immediately going into passing back to their zone. Love the way that they're playing this. Pass first so that now you can have a very efficient time inside of your own zone, especially with that double turret. Want to make sure you're being fully efficient and you don't have to go take passes because you're not like a Dumper, so that you can just go hit the quick cycles. And it ends up working pretty well for them. They end up making at least 168, evening it out. And now doing a nice job kind of cleaning up the neutral zone. That's kind of 1706's specialty, is this cleanup role. Passing everything back to their own alliance zone, making sure that the fuel is staying out of the blue alliance and neutral zone. Doing a really nice job there. And now you can see they've set up for success, firing early specifically because they see that no one's going there to steal. And they can just go through the entire thing, entire back wall rather, and just collect all the way through that and just be shooting into the hub the entire time. And it is making it close, but having to go out for another cycle because they kind of worked through all of that already. And you can see they're making back the score here. And they are also going to be able to jump points. And because the fact that they were doing that cleaning in the neutral zone, they kind of made this match close in the first place. So it'll kind of just be up to this. If they can kind of deny blue from being able to go back to neutral zone at the end of endgame after they run out through their reserves, then I think it'll be very effective in terms of just play. And they might be able to pull back the match here, but it will kind of rely on blue not being able to have fuel and being a little bit slow to collect that, which it seems like is happening. They're not really able to collect. 3175 might have a ball jammed as well, so they're going for hurting. Yeah, 3175 not able to shoot. And that will probably give 1706 the win. The question now is just, are they going to get to 500? And I think they will, with 3 seconds, just have to shoot a bit more. Oh, maybe exactly 500 fuel or 499, one of the two. Very, very close at the end there. All right, let's see what ended up happening here. Yeah, ends up being 506. Yeah, ended up getting the 5 RP. So really nice for them. Rank 1 right now could definitely hold that the entire rest of the way. Let's see. Who else is playing? 1323, I believe, just played on daily, but I think I missed it. So I'm going to go back and watch them. No, they're playing in Qual 87, which is about to happen. Okay. But we were talking about 972 before as a nice second pick. We can take a look at them here and see what they're kind of doing. Because they are like 24th in EPA specifically. And if they end up falling to the High Tide Madtown Alliance, I think it would be really nice. We can just watch and see what they're doing. Yeah, so after the 254 loss in Curie, the event basically became Broncobots is probably an entire EPA behind 5907. And now you have 5907 ending up as your rank 1. And it'll be up to 254 if they want to accept that. Because if you look at just EPA alone, and yes, EPA is not that accurate, blah, blah, blah. But if you look at EPA alone, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 robots that are better, including themselves, I guess 5 better potential partners than 5907. So they're also at the 4th position expected. So if they end up taking a partner, they end up taking another partner, they end up taking another partner. That's now 3 of the 5. So you could potentially end up where you end up with maybe a Valor. Valor 254 is your 4th alliance, but ending up winning the entire thing because they have such a high EPA. And that ranking also would mean that I think your 2 alliance would be your strongest with whoever Broncobots picks, maybe ending up taking the whole thing. Scream now predicted over 9043 on the simulator. Really? I thought 9043. Wow, yeah. And EPA wise, it's still just Alt F4 9043, but wow, what did 9043 drop a match they weren't expected to? Oh, they did. They were expected to no, they're expected to lose this one anyways. Oh, but they were expected to get an RP here, and they did end up getting the RP. Yeah, we watched that match. And so now, even though they get expected to get 20 RP for the rest of their schedule, because Scream is already over them, I assume, and Scream is also predicted to get RPs the rest of the way through, might end up just being Scream picking. Well, I guess who would Scream go with here? Because if you're going by this, then Scream might just take Overcharge, because then you allow all of these guys to be captains and essentially force Alt F4 to be with another very, very good team, to be with like an EPA rank of 182 or 169. And although I think Gompy might be better than 169 EPA, but you'd force them to be with like a lower EPA team rather than like, let's say, the 3rd best EPA team on this division, which would probably be Alpha Dogs. It looks like everybody's EPAs have kind of dropped off in this division as well. it looks like, yeah, specifically 498, all dropping down to 176 EPA. Yeah, look, and then wow, yeah, everybody's EPA is kind of falling off in this division, really low, huh? Interesting to see, but they reduce it. Yeah, wow, interesting to see what's happening on that division. Maybe just a weaker division overall, other than Overcharge, obviously, right? But I think Overcharge will end up getting defended at some point, so might end up being the death of them. Oh, let's see. Any match? Oh, one, two. Okay. 125 about to play in Curie, but let's watch a bit of 972 first, because I do think that there's a solid chance that this might end up being High Tide second pick, and I do want to see what they're doing right now. So kind of a weird pathing there in auto, but going close first, I guess expecting that they would lose and all the fuel would kind of be pushed over there, but not really working out for them. Yeah. In the transition period, win it so you get to score. Now, what I really wanted to look at was 972's passing, but yeah. So if this is the passing robot, like this is what I'm talking about with the diet rotor being so effective at passing, is even though they might not have the highest EPA in like the world, but you don't need to be the one scoring, and they have a nice enough BPS and have the swerve and die rotor passing where they can very easily just be a nice stealer. You can see they're doing it right now. They're just doing the stealing, cleaning up on the backside, passing everything to the middle. And that kind of just be their role if they ended up on like that one alliance in the first place. And they have a nice amount of passing. I think it could be a really good pick if they end up falling to 44-14 and High Tide. 44-14 and 13-23. I'm going to jump over to Archimedes now because I do want to see a line 14 play. Even though, or no, 125. Let's go to Curie and watch 125. Yeah, 125 playing right now with 59-87 as well. Another team is pretty decent. Nice passing going on here though. And they did win auto, and they are down already. Like, yeah, it's only down by a little bit, but they are down. But they're doing a good job in passing, and you can see it's kind of working out because they have so much fuel in this back corner to just be scoring. Nice from 17-14, kind of playing the counter seal though here. Have fuel in their hopper ready to score, but they decide to spend time to make sure they can't get in first, so that everyone on that alliance can score. And it's working out pretty well for them so far. Yeah, and then now they take the lead here. They'd probably want like a 60-point lead here though to feel comfortable. It's only going to end up being like 40-ish. So definitely possible for Red to pull this back here. And you can see, again, the die rotor kind of cleaning through the middle is really nice. You're able to kind of pass through the entire way as you're going forward. It's working out really well for them. I don't like the camera quality. The camera's kind of hurting my eyes. I don't know if that's my stream thing or not, but you can see, again, kind of denying the steal, both of them lining up here, creating kind of a wall for the steal to not happen. Working out pretty well. 90-23, not really getting that much value in stealing. And love this, going back to the middle of the field because they realize they're empty, to go just keep scoring. And now 125 kind of cleaning up whatever's left there, but and then just using the turret to be able to clean up the strays. Really nice. And 500 on the alliance. Really nice stuff being done here. And they still have the passing going from the neutral zone, which I like a lot. Being able to clean up that neutral zone is really, really important because everybody kind of leaves it and neglects it at the end of the match because they're all kind of in their zone scoring. If you have a robot contesting that area, you have so much fuel for you to be able to push onto your side and just keep your robots fed. Yeah, and it's going to be a 700-point match. Wow. Really impressive stuff. I guess, to be fair, it's 650 fuel, but still, really nice stuff. All right, let's jump over to daily. 13-23 is about to play. And 972 ends up winning that match. Oh, with Robo Jackets too. Wow. And 1676. This is going to be a fun one to watch. Okay, after this one, we're going to jump over to Orbit, probably, because they're playing with Link, which could maybe be a potential team up, depending on if Orbit doesn't get picked first. And then see how that's happening. And then after that, probably 6328 and Denim Venom playing together as well, which will, again, which I guess 6328's EPA is really low. So they're like really low. They're not in the blue is basically what I'm saying. Which is what I assume they were expecting to be coming into this. So maybe going to be lower than expected, but we'll see. Interestingly enough, Robojackers are the one who are going to play the right side here towards the outpost. So I guess they're probably going to go take one big pass and then come back and do the depot specifically. And then Madtown's going to do a double pass on their side instead of doing their outpost auto. And 1676, I guess they have probably some center auto cooked up. Maybe they just go to the outpost or something. Yeah, no, could be. I'd like to see them go steal though, because I want to see this alliance go for a high score instead of a instead of just trying to win the match, because they're easily going to win the match. All right, I'll jump back to this match when it starts, but it seems like two tall robots with Madtown. Yeah, I mean they'll probably end up playing something alongside Madtown going through the trench, and then they probably have one bump each. Is probably how they've planned it out, but we'll see. Um. Hmm. Let's see. Uh, Galileo. Is that match started with Link in orbit? Oh, they're on right now. Okay. The daily match will start before then, I would assume. Yes, daily match is about to start. Okay. Okay, they're ready to go. It seems like no. Okay. So Robo Jackets shoot their preload first and then go out and just collect basically as much as they can and then go back, I assume, to the depot. Yeah. Go back to the depot. And then 1676 kind of just did their preload, not really going to the outpost or anything. Nothing special. But yeah, you put up 141 in auto. I guess 141, but 136 clean. But either way, pretty good. And then yeah, okay, 1676 going on to the other side here, playing kind of yeah, hurting everything away, just kind of picking up all that fuel that they're trying to get over to themselves. And with that big hopper as well, it works really nicely because they can just collect all that fuel at once and then start to pass all that over, which they're doing. Yeah, full field passing from 1676 is really nice. You'll end up seeing it work a lot better in like the fifth or the sixth shift of this match, or like fifth shift of this match, where if they play this like the entire time until the in like the off periods, then you'll end up seeing it work pretty well. But for now, it's working well enough. I mean, 300 ish with some time left to go, maybe 400 in one shift. Yeah, 400 plus. Wow, 425 in one shift. Yeah, really nice. So if they want to break like 900 here and try to set the world record, they're gonna have to. It's gonna be on 1676 to kind of pass everything back. It'll kind of just be dependent on that because there's so much fuel kind of locked up behind where 1058 is right now, and they need 1676 to be passing all of that back to them. And it's working right now. And there's still defense there, but you can see the neutral zone's kind of getting really, really filled up. 676 coming over. Okay, nice. Looks like they might have a intake jam. Looks like they're not collecting. Yeah, 1676 jam their intake. And they're just going to dump everything out, but it is jammed. Looks like. Unless they get it unjammed? Maybe unjammed? Looks like the fuel is actually moving now, but no, they're not going to end up being the potentially world record match, just because, yeah, you're seeing if 1676 could pass, all of that fuel would be going back to Madtown and Robojackets now, and then they'd probably be scoring all of that continuously, but instead, because they ended up jamming their intake, not going to be able to hit that 800 plus mark. Oh, only 700 plus. Oh no. But yes, but still pretty good match. Probably 730 clean ish. So really nice. And then we're gonna jump over to the Galileo match because they've won this match. Okay, did they not start yet? Okay, they've finally gone. Looks like still working on the robot though. All right, there's a rep on the field. I'm gonna switch over to a different match probably, and then come back to this one. Who else is playing right now? Oh, the Dead and Venom and 6028 match is live. Yeah, and it looks like that one's about to start. We'll jump back to the Link and Orbit one as soon as they actually start the match. But seems like there's some issues there, so gonna go back to it later. Nice auto pathing. Yep. And I love the 8044 robot. It's kind of just high tide, and I've said it before, but it works so well, and the driver is good enough to work with it. So, which is why they're kind of my sleeper pick for Orbit for 2056. I've said before, because if you want to win the division, you probably take Bucks. If you wanna try to win the entire Einstein's thing, they would take 8044. But also, they're not expected to rank 1 anymore, so it doesn't really matter. So we'll see whoever they end up with. It'll be interesting to see. Looks like they have an issue with their turret though. Nope, back to working. 6328 on the other side, kind of trying to steal, but getting denied. Really nice stuff from 7451, or I believe. No, 8260. Yeah, no, 7450. No, 8267 in the corner here. Yeah, was doing really nice denial on 6328 and scoring at the same time. Able to kind of deny 6328 from making steals and taking from their pile, but also the scoring on the other side is just too strong to where they'll probably just end up winning the match anyways. But still a good move. Oh, yep. Foul on Denim Venom for collecting through the hub, I believe. Or collecting from under the hub. And the last dump will get them up to 370? 380, wow. So 380 in the first shift. So definitely possible for them to try to hit 700 this match if they want to go for it. But it will be dependent on that, on how, if the third robot's going to be able to herd fuel, or how the fuel's kind of be able to move, because there is a lot of big robots here with fuel in them that's not getting recycled onto the field, and gonna have to see that. 1706, yeah, I think either one of them are who I think would have the best chance. I like Denim Venom just because they're very heavy and they have a big hopper capacity as well. I don't know what the actual number is, but it looks like it's probably bigger than 1706, which is something I think might end up mattering if people end up playing a starvation game, the hopper capacity specifically. So I mean, either way, I think that you probably go with 1706 because they're more consistent, but Bucks Wrath is also might end up captaining one, so maybe it'll just end up being it'll just be Bucks in 2056, because you don't decline Bucks if you're 2056 ever. And yeah, if you hit the 500, Knock end up. Oh, they end up hitting 600. Nice. Knock and hit the 700. Looks like Denim's having some issue with their power on their turret right now, but really impressive stuff. I don't know how High Tide Denim Venom found High Tide's CAD, but I guess no. But it looks very similar. They might have just redesigned from just looking at the robot, but don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna go. Okay. Awesome. So this is Link in Orbit match about to start. The robots always look like that? Really? I swear they were... I'm going to think of someone else. I swear the robot looked different, but it could very much have always looked like that. Really nice follow auto here. Pulled out from 2813. And then Link goes all the way across, collects under the hub for a foul, but who cares? You just want to maximize points if you're this alliance. And able to do 3 passes to the middle of the field because of it, ending with 203 points in 203 points in auto alone, and then all 3 I assume come back and score in transition up to, how much is that in transition? 266 in transition, and Orbit's also stealing, so there's definitely a solid chance for a world record here. 266 off of transition alone, really nice. Gonna have to be off the back of fuel control though, and looks like 985 is gonna play spoiler to that. So, just collecting the fuel there. But if Link is doing short cycles and they're both doing short cycles, then I could definitely see it happening. They are kind of contesting that fuel, and Orbit is going back to the middle of the field to collect that up. But yeah, there's just 2 robots in there. So this is kind of what I was saying, where there's not going to be 1,000 just because there's people just end up playing too much defense. Like, this alliance could definitely have the exact the scoring to make 1,000, but if there's 2 robots on the other side actively playing defense on you, it's like you're never going to hit the 1,000. And also, these guys are just denying fuel the entire time, so you're never going to be able to have the fuel to hit 1,000 in the first place. Like, it's just 1,000 is just something that I don't think we'll end up hitting. 4 seconds, and everyone does get back over, to be fair, and there's no defense so far, and all that fuel gets dumped in, which is really nice. Link goes back out for the second, for collecting from the fuel that comes out of the hub to recycle that. Really nice from them. Yeah, nice. Nice collects. Nice. Okay. So they are 600 here, maybe world record breakable, but I don't know about 1,000. Gonna be very dependent on if they can get this fuel from the middle of the field out. And looks like Orbit's gonna go for it. And they are gonna hit 700 here. They're definitely gonna hit 800, not a question. Can they hit 9 and break the world record? Gonna be dependent on how much fuel Orbit's gonna hit here. Can Link get another cycle here? Maybe. No, looks like the defense is gonna stop it. Yeah. No world record just because of defense. And Orbit's missing a lot of fuel because of the defense. Yeah. I mean, again, what I'm saying, you're never gonna end up hitting 1,000. If there's no defense robot there, this alliance definitely hits 1,000. Like, unquestionably, they hit 1,000 if there's no defense. Because 6985 is there, no 1,000 points hit. Does it even hit 900? I think they end up at like 880 something. Wow. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, to be fair, it's not actually barely 900. It is clean 879 because of the 20 points of penalty. But still, I think they could have hit 1,000 if no defense on him. Just unlucky. Let's see. Where else do you want to jump to? Oh, Milstein with a bunch of good teams. Citrus playing as well. Yeah, 5736 is a very good pick. But they're also not a team that I would take over anyone else on Newton that's like the highest level. Oh, it looks like, did they break for lunch already? Oh, it is 12 p.m. Okay, Milstein, I guess. Yeah, Milstein playing. Oh my god, wait, what is this alliance? Okay. Okay, let's go back to the start here. So, incredible turret out of Peachtree, incredible dumper out of Indiana, and then Citrus Circuits, obviously. So definitely a very, very strong alliance. This alliance could maybe hit 1,000, but it looks like 7457 and 1771's auto barely miss collide, so they don't end up getting the extra fuel in auto specifically. But it does end up being 158 in auto. So still a very good auto. But yeah, and then we're the 28-11 again playing defense. So you're not going to see a high score here in terms of world high score, just because there's defense on him again. But still very, very good scoring. And I mean, the fact that they're able to somewhat keep consistently, I think shows you how good 4499 as well as the 4089 machines are. Yeah, you're not going to see a high score because these guys are playing the match too well. A 4089, nice steal in the corner there. Highlander's kind of just shooting whatever they can find. It looks like 1771 might be down here, which is very unlucky. Wait, this match might be really close if 1771's down. 4080, nope. Looks like they're back. Okay, looks like they're back. This match shouldn't be close anymore. 1771, with their scoring, should be able to clean up basically everything here and just knock this one out of the park. But Highlander's doing a nice job kind of eating through all of the fuel on that hub. Looks like 1771's going to play defense on them, though, not allow them to get back, which is a good decision. And now, yeah, Highlanders pulls over 4089 with their turret so they could stop them and score at the same time. Now, Highlanders kind of shooting everything, but whiffing a lot, kind of locking back in now. But 8 seconds left. If they're able to get this within at least even, maybe it's possible, but I think this is just going to be a blue win. On the other side, 2011 doing a decent job defending Citrus. There's just so many robots on this side. Like, literally everybody in the match is over here. I would like to see someone go to the neutral zone and start passing back. Maybe not Citrus because they have the dumper, but maybe 1771 at this point goes to the middle. Yeah. And then starts passing back. No, they end up deciding they were going to score because they want the 500, which, fair enough. Yeah, so the defense and kind of just a smart play from 4089 and Highlanders on the other side makes it so this match, match was never going to be a world high score. But I think these three robots together, playing against maybe people who aren't going to play active defense on you, could definitely hit the 1K. Right, I mean, even against hard defense, they still end up hitting 600. Hard defense and a kind of denial there, still end up hitting 600. Really nice match for them, but it's never going to be able to hit the high score there if you have very smart teams in strategy on the other side. Let's see. Okay, Galileo's up 22-31. The team that I predicted to be kind of with Orbit in that rank 1 because the robot looked very similar. Maybe it was exactly the same. I don't know, but looked very similar at least. Just kind of not able to put it together in terms of like being one of the best turrets in the world, but obviously still an incredible team, right? They're top 1% team for a reason, but kind of just having some issues for the past day. Let's see if they're trying to. When they're actually going, they're an incredible team. But the main issue is that they kind of just get defended a lot. So, and then in the neutral zone, they're not really as good as a driver as Orbit is. Which, to be fair, Orbit has one of the best drivers in the world. But still, something to consider when you're looking at the best teams in the world is like contrasting them with the other best teams in the world. Nice collect, 22-31. Yeah, the passing itself is really nice. Like just mechanically, this robot works so well. And it hit their partners over. This could be close. Kind of depends on what happens here with this fuel. Looks like 1403 is doing a pretty good job kind of eating through that fuel in the corner there. But 22-31 does a great job kind of pushing them out of it. And so now we see kind of the interesting part of this match of how is Red going to try to play this? Where if Red's going to be able to there's a lot of fuel on the Red side. If they all come back and start scoring together, yeah, it looks like what they're going to do. Maybe you can make this deficit back a bit. Looks like they might hit the 360, but I think if you leave 22-31 on a scoring island by themselves, they're just going to end up beating you in the match. But still end up getting the first pass. Yeah, 1403, I think I had them in my risers as a team I really liked because of that turret, and they played defense before as well pretty nicely. Another FMA defense team. Yeah, really nice. Nice job for 1403 there, but again, the scoring power just isn't there on the other side to match 22-31 and 43-22. So really unable to win there, but still good overall playing from that side. Let's see. 94-83 on Johnson right now. Let's go check him out. Actually, what's the final score here? Yeah, 457-369. And then they do end up getting the 1 RP. But I guess for any of these guys, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, let's go back. Look at everybody on Johnson. Back up a little bit. Okay. Yep. Just 90-43's auto. It just kind of does so much for you. And then they have their intake out to the middle as well. And they also use the bump to roll down to be able to contest this off of transition immediately, which is really nice for them. Again, the transition period being as effective as your hopper allows it to be. So having that giant hopper means that they can just keep scoring that entire time. And yeah, ending up with what, 170? Yeah, 170 in the off the transition period. Really nice. Oh no, belt on the ground. Now let's see. 90-43 probably just gonna play that cleanup game here. Yeah. And it looks like nobody's stealing yet. Nobody's going deep to steal against 90-43 until 35-36. So they go a little bit deeper. 90-43 flips around, but because they have that big hopper, able to continuously keep scoring while they're searching for fuel, even though it's not in the most optimal place. So 7 seconds now left. 5 seconds. 3. Probably go back to the middle now. Yeah, cut their losses. And now, yeah, playing this kind of hub cleanup robot is really, really effective for them. Their BPS itself is very good. And then, oh, is their collector not working anymore? Oh, their collector might be broken, and it's already very close. If 90-43 isn't score, oh nope, looks like they're good. Yeah, looks like they're good again. If 90-43 ended up being broken, then maybe could have been very, very risky. But we'll see. To be fair, this should be Red's best chance at getting back, but it doesn't look like they're kind of passing from the neutral zone back. The Red side is like filled a little bit, but not that crazy. Okay, no, never mind. They do have the fuel. This might be an upset because, especially because their turret at the end coming back with fuel ends up getting stuck on the trench. If red can kind of just sweep through this area, sweep through that back pile, actually put that in the hub, 94-83 and 34-14 maybe outscore them at the end. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna end up taking the win. But if they're 334 dumps the very end. And that double turret's not going to hit. Yeah, looks like it'll end up being the 94-83 win. Which is very important if they weren't going to get picked by Team Scream. Which probably will end up happening. But if they don't get picked by them, then would be very important to see that because they might have dropped to rank 3 after this one if they didn't end up winning this match. Yeah, blue ends up winning by 3 fuel. Yeah. Really close. If 334 doesn't end up getting caught in a fuel at the very end, maybe they end up getting enough fuel to pull that out, but very close. Valiant effort by the Red Alliance. And obviously, some of it does come off of the 36-30 getting hit their head on the trench, so unlucky there, but still, valiant effort. Oh, 94-83 is playing. Let's back up. Let's see. Haven't seen them yet today, but obviously they've been doing very well at Archimedes. Interesting, the 94-70 kind of starts their auto in this corner position so that they can get their bumper corner against there. Kind of crazy to me that their camera setup is so that they can be localized without being flat and seeing like this hub April tag. So they don't have to kind of sit here. They can actually angle themselves. And their robot's also small enough to where they can do that. So kind of crazy that they're just able to do that in the first place. Very impressive stuff. And then... yeah, just completely running through the fuel. I mean, nice herd from 167 at the bottom here as well. Getting all that fuel into this back corner. You can't really see it because the camera angle is weird, but very nice herd there. If they can get 341 who don't have a hopper and do full field passing. Yeah, for sure. 341 is another team that I very much like for that reason, because they don't have the hopper and you can just have them be a pure passer and just have them play defense. It's very nice if they can do that. If they can get that sort of robot. And then 94-70, yeah, just dumping into the hub. And no one's really contesting them for steals as well. Looks like they're much more prioritizing the neutral zone, which I guess is working, right? You can see that the fuel really, there's not really much fuel there, but you also allowed 94-70 to then get 3 hopper cycles out because you're not contesting them at all in the steals. So interesting to see the strategy there. Nice by who is that in the corner? 35-72, I believe. Like kind of playing some half defense on 94-70 while also scoring. Kind of slowing them down, but also 94-70. Look at how much fuel they have. They also were passing before. And now they're pre-firing and nobody's going for the steal. Looks like 35-70 who's going to go for it, but 94-70 just too aware and then collects all of that through the tower anyways. And will go back to the neutral zone. Love this decision from 94-70. Choosing to clear up the neutral zones again because they see that their hub, their alliance zone, has not that much fuel left in it. So they end up going for their neutral zone first, cleaning that out. And then after that, you can see, do you have anything left in the alliance zone? Well, we'll collect under the tower and see if there's anything left there. Get maybe a hopper-ish. And then we can go back to neutral zone probably for our last cycle. Collect it that way. Yeah, nice work from 94-70. Love it. Especially because there's so many teams that don't really prioritize the neutral zone in the end game. Seeing the teams that do is like a breath of fresh air. 29-10, another one that prioritizes the neutral zone in that end game period because they've realized how much fuel is just going to be coming out. Very nice. And they do end up getting the 500 to keep them in contention for that 1 seed with 11-14. Do you want to jump over to Daily now? High Tide playing again. Because they definitely won that match. So 1538 on the bottom side here, a pretty good team. Might also end up with High Tide. And again, we see High Tide running the not double auto, but instead we're going to collect all the way against the hub auto because they see that their third partner isn't going to go get the outpost. So then they're going to go out, kind of wait for the auto in the middle here. Yeah, nice. And now I presume, yeah, just collect all the way through that, get as much as you can, and then come back and just start firing. Really nice. And 1538 also able to actually get back, but not going to get nearly as much because they get back a little bit too late because they get bumped by the red robots in the middle. Now 6696 playing some defense on that side, playing some passing defense as well, kind of trying to get rid of the fuel stored on that side. But we'll see. High Tide just tries to run through them first. And now they're just like, okay, we're going to pass it out so we can actually go through the trench on the other side, also pull 1538. And now we're just going to start passing all of it out. And then High Tide decides to, they get blocked in the corner here. And so they go for the neutral zone again. Really deep collect here because they see that the fuel is kind of lining up against this red hub. So they go very deep there and allow their partners to kind of get this close fuel by being the neutral zone robot, another team that kind of understands the value of all that fuel in the neutral zone. And then go for steal in the corner again as well, so that the Red Alliance doesn't really have a sole claim on that and can keep that fuel to themselves the entire match and kind of starve you that way. So nice steal also from that side. And then getting back over with 7 seconds left because they kind of just don't see the point in staying in the middle, I assume, and want to get back to the defense faster. Want to get back because of the defense faster. And they just sit there and dump the entire hopper out. I mean, what are you going to do against that? It looks like some pretty good defense, though, from the side of red. 6696 pins up High Tide, slows them down a bit, but it doesn't look like it'll end up mattering that much because they just shoot so much fuel even when getting defended that you can only really stop them from getting in. If you're not doing that, you can't really slow them down at all. Yeah, so this is, so they, no, that's not, that's, so they should be a foul is the thing, but the refs are being inconsistent across fields. High Tide, okay, no, hold on, before we get into this, we're going back 5 seconds. Look at High Tide here. High Tide's in the corner here, gets pushed up into a corner, and their fuel still hits. It still hits. It's incredible. Yes, so this is the thing, I've talked about this before as well, but the refs, because I've been jumping around fields, I haven't been able to see like one specific field's refs. But that should be a foul. Yes, by rules, it is a foul. But some refs will just not call it for everybody, and some refs will be like very strict about it, and it's very field dependent on what head ref you end up with. I don't really care how it ends up being called. I think you probably should call it. As long as you're being consistent with the way that you're calling it and everybody knows how you're calling it, I don't really care how it's being called. But it does affect the way that it's kind of getting played because they're able to get away with more in terms of penalty points. But you can also see the penalty points literally would not have made a difference at all in this match. So take that for what you will. I hope in Einstein's that they actually do end up calling it correctly because I think a lot of teams are going to try to get away with it. Those matches are going to be very close, and they should be getting called on Einstein. But for now, I don't really care as much because it's qual matches, and these matches aren't getting decided by whether 5 points goes one way or another. Or specifically for these types of teams where High Tide blows people out of the water. Let's see. Let's go over to... Yeah, I think that, like, written-wise, intent is intent is probably fair. With net, it probably also helps your case for intent also. I'm gonna jump over to Galileo, I believe. Yeah, Galileo with 7769, the crew, playing up against Wild Sting. They kind of redesigned their robot to be smaller instead of the really tall dumper robot die rotor that they had, so it's been working out better for them, I believe. But looks like they had some issues with auto there. And the crew just putting up everything and not missing a single fuel. Except for the ones that end up hitting their partners and being hit and collide in the air, but that's not really relevant. To their accuracy, particularly. Yeah, really nice scoring. Yeah, 119 auto, not bad. And then, yeah, nice collect up there. And then get all the way back. 5 seconds left to dump that entire hopper. Do they get through it, though? Oh, they do end up getting through the entire hopper. Wow, really nice. That's kind of the only issue I see with 7769 is like, are they able to use that transition period? Because they're going to end up winning auto a lot of the time. Are you going to be able to use that transition period to its fullest effect? And because they have such a high BPS, even though they only are 2 stream, it normally ends up where that's not an issue. So they end up getting through that. Or they end up getting past that issue. Yeah, and they're also like almost perfect from anywhere on the field on their side. So really nice scoring. And they're also another team that kind of knows the value of going back to the middle. You could see that their entire wall is kind of lined up with fuel, but they're still going back to the middle to collect anyways, because they want to save that for later. I love it. I love that so much. Yeah, and 301 already. Looks like they 5577 is kind of dead there, trying to help him out, but not really gonna matter. So it's basically a 1v3 because it looks like 4907 also is just playing only defense, but it is the crew, and so I don't think you'll end up being able to beat them even in a 1v3 unless they do a bunch of fuel denial, which would require a lot of stealing to happen. Or no. It looks like 4607 is still working pretty well. But and came back to shoot a bit, but they're specifically playing defense on 111. Trying to slow that scoring down. 111 is not a bump only robot. They are I believe they are a trench robot now. They've adjusted themselves to be a trench robot. I think it looks smaller, at least. Maybe it is still a bump only robot, but the hopper itself looks a lot smaller than when I saw them before. Maybe you're right. Maybe they are a bump only robot, but I thought that they made themselves smaller to be a trench robot as well. But yeah, no, the crew ending up not going to be able to hit the 500 because of the fact their partners ended up dying a bit. Going to get really, really close though. But not going to be able to hit the 500. Does that end up actually mattering for their ranking? I don't think so. It shouldn't matter. They're rank 1 right now. They were expected to have 2 RPs in this one, but in terms of the Sabotic simulation, they're up by 3 RP on Neshoba. So this one, even though they'll end up dropping an RP here for what expected, it's not going to end up making a difference. Let's see. What's another match that's going on right now? Looks like 254 about to play. Then let's see. Okay. 254 about to play. Okay, let's see. CC Shambots. Okay, 1507. They're probably going to end up being the one alliance of this, so I think it's fair enough that we take a look at them. Or one captain of this field, so fair enough that we take a look at him. I'm kind of getting smacked around by the die rotor on the other side here. They've really lost all their fuel because they kind of took that hit. And now oh my lord. And all of that fuel falling out because they got hit. And that's 30 points of penalties that'll end up going to the red side. So even though they do end up winning, they end up taking down probably one of the top scorers of this Blue Alliance. Are they okay? It looks like they're still up and going, just needed some help to get off. And they also do lose the transition period because of that giant hit that they ended up taking. Yeah, stream quality is terrible. It's this one specifically. My eyes start to hurt when I watch it. I don't know why. No, it's on 1080p. Yeah, this is 1080p. I think Curie's camera, just something happened to it. But they're scoring a decent bit. And they're still working after taking that hit, which is incredibly impressive. But lost auto, or one auto, but lost the transition period, which is going to maybe be an issue depending on the scoring of the Red Alliance side, if they're able to match them there. Yeah, nice pushes from 27-24.
Nice hurting going on there, but not able to get to their side fast enough. And Spectrum's kind of eating, or 5907 rather, is eating through all of that fuel. And now they're finally ready to start scoring, but with 10 seconds left, at this point, Spectrum and 5907 have kind of just herded all that fuel over there. 3 robots are ready. 5907's fully filled. Like this, it looks like Spectrum might only be hurting. Might have an issue with their robot here. But again, you see kind of not getting called for the penalties, but as long as it's kind of consistent with across the field, then I don't really care how you're calling it, but just something to take a look at that teams, I'm sure, will be noting whether the refs are calling it or not. Yeah, so it looks like they'll end up hitting the 500 here as well, because nice pathing from CC Shambots too. Going around this way and coming back, getting a nice half full hopper before going all the way deep. That's a risky move. If they get defended on the way back here. Oh, whoa, that was a clean move. Did a quick rotation there. Ended up getting around the defense coming on them on the bump. Nice driving skill by 5907 there. But definitely a very solid robot. Just the question of, will 254 want to play with them or not? Spectrum's intake is gone. Might be from trying to get someone off. Yeah, could be. Could be from when they tried to get 571 off of the trench there. But I mean, 5907, not a bad team by any means, but there's mercenary on this division. There's a lot of really nice teams. Yeah, could have been a 700 match if Spectrum was alive. Yeah. Let's see. What other matches are going on? It's like 254s on qual 90. We'll come back to that. And seems like 6329 is about to play on Hopper, so we can jump over to that and then come back to Curie when 254 plays, because hopefully they fixed their intake issue. 6029 on the top here. Might end up being the first pick, maybe not. Depends on kind of which one of them ends up ranking over 1706. Whether them or 1706 end up ranking first. So 6329 very much in need of 1720. I don't think it'll be a large scorch by them, but there's definitely a chance 254 says no. We can go over that after this match. The penalty that's getting called inconsistently is when robots are sitting in front of the hub and fuel lands on them, and the direction of fuel then gets manipulated by that robot, which should be a penalty, but refs are kind of calling it inconsistently based on if they're looking or not. So it's kind of just dependent on field of whether it gets called or not. 240 out of auto though, or out of transition though, is really nice. And Bucks kind of, I guess 210 fuel, but Bucks kind of looking here to keep their 5 RP. 6329 needs this if they want to try to rake first, have a chance at picking 2056. Maybe we'll end up tied with 1706 in terms of RP, and then max score ends up mattering at that point. But just trying to look at hitting the 500 first in this match. It looks like by rate of scoring at this point, looks like they should be able to hit it. But we'll see. Yeah, 6329 does play the game very well. They blew bannered, I think, 2 events this year in New England, including their district championship. And then, but that one of those was with their old turret robot. And then I think I talked about them in the UVM match as well, where there was like the whole tie situation. They also played the match quite well there, but got kind of caught by a very good defense. But at this point, really nice driving, aware of how to get around the defense, kind of learned from New England how to deal with that. And you can see that they're kind of figured out their space on the tower where they don't get moved against that wall, and doing a really nice job kind of getting around the defense of 1259 there. Yeah, playing in New England makes you very much aware of how defense sort of gets played. Which is helpful for the teams coming over here, but also it makes it so you have to build your robot way more robust. And there are a lot of hits in New England that don't normally happen to the World Championship. They do end up hitting the 500 mark, which is all that really matters for them. I mean, at this point, match score is nice because it's the first tiebreaker, but It's not crazy. Right. Nice to hit 600 here, anyways. I mean, it's just over the fact it's 600. Good vibes. Yeah. This, I wonder what match is kind of going to just decide Hopper. I wonder if 1706 and 6329 are going to play with each other. And go for, or no, they don't really have a match. They don't have a match against each other at this point. And if we look at the Hopper division in terms of just RP, bring it up here. So 6329 currently 7th with 28 ranking points. But they're predicted to end up on Hopper as the second captain, or third here. And OP, even though they dropped a match, they're still not predicted to be lower, really? Interesting. So they dropped the match. I guess it doesn't end up mattering for their rank prediction. But actually, does it really not matter? How does it? They're at 31 right now, and 1706 is at 33. How are they not? How are they going to end up first? Even if they 5 RP the rest, does 1706 have a bad schedule for the rest of this? Okay, it's just StatBotics being weird. Yeah, StatBotics is predicting them to get 607 points with 1 singular RP. Like, what do you mean? And then again, predicting them to get 550 points with 1 singular RP. And this one, the loss is probably what kills them here, because 2056 is going to lose a match. But so this match, Qual 112, will probably decide who captains 1 at Hopper, whether it be 1706 or 2056. And then if it's 1706, you'll take 2056, see if you can take that double turret alliance all the way to Einstein's. Otherwise, 2056 has a lot of options to choose from. And the 238 ranking 1 right now expected, but seems like in terms of simulation, they're going to end up dropping to 5th. But I think whoever ends up with 238 out of these 6 robots is going to be the one that doesn't really have a great time, because I don't trust the 238 scoring itself is not high enough to warrant being a bump only robot at a 4th captain position or a 3rd captain position, in my opinion. And you could also see them jump up as well. I mean, every single one of these teams is within like 1 RP here. So any 1 RP goes wrong for them, could very easily see 238 drop, could very easily see 238 jump up past Bucks even. The division's too deep. It's very, very close. Very fun division to watch. Let's go over to 254. 8513 is also a bump, only large dumper. Wow, yeah. So that would be really annoying for the teams who would end up with them, because that really limits you, and you're also not scoring at the level of 1114, where it's kind of like warranted to have that kind of a level of a dumper, or that issue of being bump only. All right, 254's first match back after having those issues. Let's see what happened to him. Dude, they fixed themselves. Looks like it. Look, it probably was just a jam, very likely. And again, Curie Division's camera stream making me have my eyes hurt, but yeah, again, doing the same really long pathing because their partners are staggered with them and aren't going for a second pass. So able to get up to, what is that? 148 in auto, and then able to go for that big collect here and to come back with 3 seconds, and they get all of that out, able to dump it up to like all the way back here. Yeah, really nice. 254 2910 alliance could be better. A 2910 with on Newton, I think, will be probably the Einstein finalists. I think, unless 1690 and crew really lock in, I kind of have that Newton division going to Einstein finalists. But 250, and I think 254, whoever they end up with as their partner, just won't be good enough to make a really deep run on Einstein. But again, we've seen upsets happen before. Would not be surprised. 254's caliber of team is very much good enough to make a run on Einstein. It's just kind of, how good are their partners? Are they going to be able to match them in that skill? So 254 kind of passing basically everything. Um, and they ended up going back early because of the defense, which is interesting. Also because of the fact they've cleaned out the neutral zone and blue line zone so heavily that there's basically no reason to stay in the neutral zone. So kind of showing you the power of that passing, the passing that dumper can do when left undefended. But the defense from 5166 is kind of messing with 254 heavily. And also 11167 is there as well doing defense. But I think the main people doing the heavy lifting here is 5166, kind of adjusting them at the very end. And now having to leave because they want to try to do some scoring. Or actually, no, get around to play more defense on 254. And it's a good job. They kind of limit 254 to even less RP. Not going to hit the 500 here. Will end up hitting the 360 though. So nice if they end up hitting the 360, but the RP, again, kind of knocking them down more. In terms of ranking, I presume. Or it will end up knocking them down more. 1714. I have not seen 1714. Let's see. It's 254 first off. Yeah, 254 was expected to get 2 RP, so dropping even lower here. Honestly, if they drop lower than 5, I don't think they'll have a chance to decline. I don't think they'll be able to decline. Yeah, I don't think there's a good enough robot where it'd ever be worth it to decline 5907 here if they end up dropping lower than this, what they're expected to right now. But also, to be fair, if you look at the StatBotics expected, everybody is within 42 here. So they end up going down to 41. Maybe still could get 5th and have a chance of declining. But I think if you drop below 5th, there's no reason to ever decline. Especially because Valerie will probably get scores to buy 70-28. So that now gives you only, what? 1, 2, 3 real options. When there's going to be one of them's going to be here, 2 of them's going to be here, 3 of them's going to be here. Valerie's going to end up taking someone, and then you have a 4th option somewhere. Unless they end up taking Bronco Bots, which would be very nice for everybody below them. Uh, 1714. Where is let's look at 1714. Actually, let me switch the match to a match that's going on right now. Oh, team screen playing on Johnson. Let's take a look at them. Oh wow. Go back a bit. Yeah, 422 also another team that's pretty good. A 2848, I like the way they played the last time I saw them. But we'll see if they can try to make this one close. I doubt it. 6324 is the dumper. 4522, another good dumper. You can see the rate of scoring that both of them are putting out is kind of ridiculous. Getting what? 120? Yeah, 124. Like 124 from 2 dumpers alone. And again, not even like Scream is obviously incredible, but Scream's not going to put up 122 alone in auto. So really nice from the 6324 side. And collecting, yeah, neutral zone collecting. You have 6324 kind of playing the steal game on the corner here, and then 2 robots in the middle cleaning up the neutral zone, doing a pretty good job of it. And now probably going to come back here after collecting. Yeah, and ready to start scoring. Nice. And 4522 really set up. You can't really see, but most of the fuel they were passing was going into that corner there. Again, the camera angle being very annoying for this field. And looks like 4522 will be able to get... Yeah, they're able to get that last dump out. And they're going to be able to jump... 1706 didn't get the 4. Really? That is kind of... What? How did they not get that 4th RP? Oh my god, they ended at 356.
Wow. That's going to hurt them. Yeah, no, I think 70-20 is going to keep the 1 seed. I don't think there's not a doubt in my mind about that. They're going to end up yeah, so OP's probably going to end up 1. OP's going to end up deciding who they want to pick. They really needed that RP if they wanted to try to flip it, because they're basically a match behind OP, and they needed that RP to make it close in the first place. And if them not getting that RP makes it so even if they flip their last match, what they're predicted to lose, they're not going to be able to jump up over OP. So OP probably going to end up deciding who they want to go with. It might still be 1706. I think there's a very valid argument for going with them if you want to go double turret, but I think it could also be 60-29 if they want to go with that dumper. And it looks like they're going to end up getting the 500. Yeah, it looks like Scream and Co are going to end up getting the 500 points here with the supercharge. End up keeping Scream as rank 1 here. Scream probably end up ranking 1 at Johnson as well. So let's see. Let's pull up the. So I think Shambots are currently a predicted 2 RP over everybody else on their division, which is why I think they're kind of like 45 versus 43. That basically requires you to lose a match that you're not expected to lose. And if they're losing a match they're not expected to lose, where would it be? Basically nowhere. It'd have to be the next match, and I don't think there's any scoring potential that can outscore 5907 and 59 on this side. And they're very much going to win their last match as well. They have they're going to get 2 RP there as well. So they're not going to drop a match, and they're not going to drop 2 RP very likely as well, because they're going to get the 360 in both their matches. As long as they get the 500 somewhere there, they're going to end up getting they're going to end up getting the rank 1 on Curie. And for 1706's case, I mean, I hope Statbotics has put it in now, because I want to see how it's changed with 1706. Yeah, so claw match was at 80. No, it doesn't have claw match 90 in yet. Bucks lost a match? The Bucks have dropped down by RP by a significant amount. Wait, where is They lost to. Wow, they were expected to win with 2056 today. Oh my god, we missed an incredible match apparently. No, that's a. No, where did they lose a match they were expected to win? Okay, so Bucks was expected to be 3rd, on this division, and I don't know where, but they've apparently dropped down a significant amount. Even though they haven't lost a recent match. Although this Qual 106 of 2056 and 6029 versus 581 and 3467 is going to be so much fun to watch. That'll be a good one. And as well as 8044, 4143, 6029, 1787. 2 very fun matches. Is 34... Yes! 3467 is very much in contention of the pick, for sure, yeah. There's so much that can go on here. Would not be surprised at all if they end up being the pick there. But if we look... I know what happened. So, if you look at Statbotics right now, look at this. So, Bucks, I guess, were expected to win this one with 500. But because of the fact that they... Qual 81 did get the bonus RP, yeah, we saw that one as well. Pretty good defense that kind of just limited Bucks there, I believe. But because of the fact that I think Denim Venom and 4143's EPA has jumped up a significant amount, they're now expected to lose that match, which is kicking them from essentially, they lose 3 RP expected. So they go from 41 expected RP and being the definite 3rd pick, because there's no one else even close to them if they get 31, or 41 rather, to now dropping down to 38. So that match probably ends up deciding who gets picked there. The reason that I was saying 3467 isn't in contention for 2056's pick is because Bucks was here before. Bucks was in this position before, according to Statbotics. And so I would take one of these 2, because then what you end up doing is you end up giving... Okay, yes, the other one will end up having a good partner of Wyndham, 3467, probably.
But then you have 5,000 picking the rest of the very good teams here, and everybody else below them who are 2 tall bump only robots that would probably make the best teams on this division end up not having great alliances because of that. So that's why, from an alliance selection perspective, I was like, you take either one of them because you don't want to give them both alliances because that's scary. So now I think it might end up just being that 2056 takes 1706 because they're comparable in that sense. And then you have 5,000 now, and these 3 picking everybody else good. And 5,000 as the second captain is a good robot, but they're turret die rotor, and they're not comparable to 2056. And 1706 is also better than them. And even if you end up taking one dumper here of 6329, 3467, let's say you go Denim Venom here, 8044, all 3 of these alliances are just worse alliances than the top 2 here. So this, if Bucks is able to pull off an upset against that alliance at the end, I think this division will be a lot more interesting. So I'm rooting for Bucks to pull off that upset, because otherwise we'll end up with just one good alliance and then everybody else having one good robot and not really a good alliance. And that's just kind of not fun to watch. I want this division to be very fun because it's a very deep division. Yeah, Denim over Bucks for sure. I think that Denim Venom's robot is incredible. But Bucks' dumper and the way they play the game is also very nice, which is why I kind of had Bucks over them. But it's a really hard choice for 2056, whoever they choose, if Bucks ends up flipping that. 190's playing here. I did want to check out 190 because it looks like they're going to end up being the 3rd captain on Johnson, or maybe even 2nd captain. 581's also in the running. Like, again, Denim Venom there's too many good teams for Denim Venom for 2056 to pick. Like, yes, every single team in this top here, and maybe even Mechanical Advantage, honestly, but I wouldn't pick them because they're too inconsistent. I think every single team here is within picking range for 2056. Their EPAs are within 50, which is like, sure, but in terms of actual robot value, I think they're all relatively similar. It's just based on what 2056 is looking for. Okay, so 190 with their rebuild here coming out. They're also doing the kind of dropping the fuel thing so that they can collect more on the way back, because they do a double pass and they have a roller floor, so theoretically should be kind of like Orbit. But I think Ratchet's also good, but I think you could say the same thing about 6329 when they kind of got defended in the other match. But we'll see. So 190 ends up getting stuck here, and they win auto though, and they get stuck. So in the transition period, not going to be great for them. Not going to get as much value as they'd like. So only up by 70. So this one shouldn't really be close, because they should be going clean neutral zone pretty well. Yeah, doing it pretty nicely. Oh my god, is my stream bad? Okay. A decent amount of scoring going on here, but it's like, and they have the 94-84 kind of scoring at the corner there, so it's pretty good, but just not enough scoring on the blue side where it ends up really mattering. Let's see, 190 going for cleanups here. I like that they go for the close one first, but it does allow 1073 in the corner here to go for a steal through the tower, which is really nice. And now 190 is kind of starved here in this corner. And they're going to go back to neutral zone because of it. And nice defense here, not allowing 190 to get that last cycle off from 1073 as they come back the other way. And now these two kind of in a tango with each other, both on the opposite sides of the field, both stealing from each other's fuel as the turrets are trying to fire. Very nice, but it looks like they're kind of... Oh, this is very nice. 1073 kind of denying 190 from getting out in the first place because they see the value of 190 kind of like in scoring. So they spend their time kind of making sure 190 can't get back and do any sealing on the other way out. And it does end up getting them a little bit of value, but also you've now essentially tanked your scoring to stop 190, so we'll see. There is some good passing, but I love that 190 goes out to the neutral zone here to collect because they see that they're kind of getting starved by 1073 on the other side. So they go out to the neutral zone, get this collection off, and probably will cycle back to neutral zone here. Yep, good decision making from them. And And then, yeah, getting back, this should just end up being a match win for 190. Yeah, looks like it'll just end up being a match win for 190. And just, yeah, they end up getting the 360. Probably not going to end up getting the, not going to end up getting the 500, but hey, good for the other alliance. Ended up getting the 360 as well, even through a loss. Pretty good. Ratchet only got 3 RP in the last fetch. Yeah, we watched that one, I believe. We saw that one kind of happen. It was a good defense by the other alliance, really stopping them and locking them down. Yeah, I think so if you look at the EPA of like 100 feel better than Madtown, yes, their driver's better. Their driver's not 100 feel better. That's very much down to just match schedule luck. And Red wins, yeah, 190's rebuild, working pretty well for them. 408 to 3, it's pretty close. Yeah, props to them jumping up to 6th. Oh, but 1792 dropping down to 2 here because they didn't get the 5. And I mean, props to 1073 doing a pretty decent job of stealing from each other, and then 190 also doing a decent job. Those two are kind of intertwined the entire time, stealing from each other on the other side. Pretty good from them, both. Let's see, what other matches are going on right now live? 2056 is about to play. Let's go check it out. They kind of need the RP if they want to. Oh, did they just go to lunch, or is this? Yeah, they. Oh, when it comes back, it'll be the 2056 match. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Looks like. Let's see. On Curie Valor. Oh, Curie looks just like 2 good matches in a row. Mercenary playing up first, and then yeah. So Mercenary's about to play here, and then we have Strike Zone versus Valor on Curie as well. So. What time is it? Okay. I'm gonna leave Curie on because the next 2 matches are pretty good unless someone really wants another division on. But I'm gonna go grab lunch and then come back. If you guys have an opinion on what division you'd like that isn't Curie, then go for it. But this one doesn't look like they're going to lunch, and also Valor and Strike Zone are about to play, and Mercenaries playing. So. No, 254 is not going to be able to reject 5907, especially because they dropped an RP in their last match and not getting 5. So we'll see. I don't think they're going to be able to be in a position to reject. Like, I think they'd want to. I don't think they're going to be able to. Okay. I'm going to go get lunch, and then I will be back soon.
Okay, we're back. I think every single division is gone for lunch, so or except for like two, and I think Archimedes is about to go for lunch. So, just take a look at Newton. I believe 1540 is going to end up in like a captain or first pick position. So, going to be interesting to see if they can try to do something with it because this division is very deep. Just looking at everybody on this division, like I don't know, 88, a pretty decent turret robot. 3044 with that kind of another decent turret robot could definitely get a deeper turret on this division for like second picks. Yeah, 1540 doing a really nice job kind of circling the middle to try to clean up the neutral zone and then just passing all of it back is very nice. You can see they're kind of cleaning out in front of the other hub first before going to their close side because then you can't do a short cycle here quickly. It's good play. Yeah, they're kind of just dumping fuel at the hub now. Kind of requiring someone to go collect this fuel and pass it all back, but it seems like... Okay, so 88's going to end up doing it. 3044 is actually also going to end up doing it. But there's too much fuel here. They need to be able to collect all of that and pass it back. And it looks like Blue's going to be able to get a easy hopper off of that, but they get most of it back. So gonna try to make a comeback here, but I don't think there's enough fuel or there's enough firepower on the Red Alliance side with just two turrets. They can make back a 200-point gap, but they'll be able to hit the 360, it seems. And yeah, it looks like they hit the 360. And Blue hits the 500, so nice for 1540, who is, I wonder where they are in picking position. Yeah, 1540 currently ranked 10 on Newton. Expected to win the next 3 matches, including this one. So, and Ward wasn't expected to get 2 RP this one, so it could be really nice for them. Yeah, Satbox has them ranking 9th at the end of the game, but they was also without this RP, so they might be able to jump up to 8th. It seems like the gap there is kind of too big between them and 7th, so nice for them. We'll probably end up seeing them as like a rank 7, maybe captain 5, captain 6. Will be cool to see. Archimedes. Yeah, Code Orange on here. The main team to watch. And our Qual 98 could be huge. Is that the... So Qual... Which one is Qual 98? I know Qual 100 is the one that basically decides this division. Which I think they're breaking for lunch immediately after this match. So we'll come back and we'll watch Qual 100. But what is Qual 98? Oh, Rush and Strike Force and 70. Oh, wow. Yeah, that could be a high score match. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so AG Robotic, one of the best turrets on this division, 2767 Strike Force, another very good turret, tall turret there. And then Rush, obviously, the short dumper robot. So that could very much be a high score at this division, at least. Maybe they could push for Worlds, depending on if the other alliance is going to play defense, which they probably will, but we'll see. But for now, looking at Orange Chaos here, trying to make a push for themselves to get picked up higher. We'll see if they can end up doing it. They kind of rebuilt to 1678 with that kind of an extension on the dumper. It's a very nice robot. Just the only thing is, the difference between these robots is you kind of have to see how much they're missing. And I guess that kind of gets shown in EPA. But how much they miss does end up mattering a lot. And you can see they actually cut back their scoring in auto because they want to be able to contest this neutral zone in Telly immediately because they want to get this transition cycle off as fast as possible. And so you can see because they cut that auto off early, they're able to actually get through their entire hopper versus if they sat here and had to go through and collected, then don't know. they probably don't end up getting that full hopper off in transition if they don't position themselves in the middle of the field. A Code Orange, yeah. There is another team called Orange Chaos, I believe. But yeah, Code Orange is their name. Combine their name with 131, who I was just looking at, thinking they were going to play some defense. My bad. Code Orange, yes, very much. Very much so. It is Code Orange, not Orange Chaos. I mean, if you just look at the fuel, I think they kind of need to hit a steal on the other side here at this point. Like, there's a lot of fuel sitting on the other side, and this field kind of feels starved just because you have a 2881 with so much fuel. These guys just dumped a bunch off, and these guys are all bump-only robots. So you can kind of see the starvation of the field happening when you have 3 tall robots, and see how hard it is to try to kind of set yourself up because there's just barely any fuel to pass back in the first place. Looks like it won't end up mattering as soon as Code Orange ends up dumping this hopper in because of that. But they're okay, so they choose to go back to their own alliance zone, which might end up costing them a bit because now all this fuel is getting funneled into that corner. There's a lot of fuel here that they don't really want to work with because they're on their drive station's on this side of the field. So we'll see. Maybe they see this fuel and they're gonna end up going toward it. Okay, yeah, they end up getting some of that fuel, end up getting enough. Probably will end up with the 360 after collecting that, but not gonna be able to get enough for the 500. Which, considering the starvation on the field, I think that getting 360 here is pretty good in itself. But they don't get it off of that hopper, and they need to collect more and fire at the end here. Just need like 5 fuel. Looks like the human players honestly might be able to do it, but they get it. Okay, yeah. So they end up with the 360, but not going to be able to get the 500. Most likely just... maybe they could have pushed for it, but I think the starvation of 3 bump-only robots on the other side, just collecting all the fuel up, is a bit too much. 2910 will pick 1796. Yeah, I think that's a... If they rank 1, then sure, yeah. I don't know if they can rank 1 over 8con. I think that if Jack in the Bot picks 1796, that's probably the best possible chance to make an Einstein finalist run, or maybe even win Einsteins. But yeah, they do miss a lot of fuel. And that's kind of the difference, I think, between the best sort of citrus rebuilds and the ones that aren't pushing for like the top spots in their divisions. It's kind of just how much is your hopper missing, or how much is your shooter missing out of your hopper. Because even though you have a crazy amount of throughput, if you're missing all of it, you're not really getting any value with it anyways. Yeah. Hour and a half lunch break for these guys. Wow. Is it hour and a half for everybody? No, Newton's still playing. And oh, wow, 1796 is actually playing right now. Let's go check it. So 1796, potentially the pick of Jack in the Bot if they end up ranking first, but I don't know if they can. But either way, you're going to be picked very high in this division. Yeah, the single stream shooters are so nice. And they also have been doing this thing where they leave their shooting early on the first path so that they can go contest. But they end up losing auto here because the other alliances are dumpers and can score a lot. 9408 specifically, ended up getting a bunch there. But these guys don't end up maximizing that transition period, so not really getting that much value out of transition other than like some fuel. It seems like they end up allowing blue to kind of fill up their side because they were playing more of a herding style, passing stuff back to them. But the defense is pretty good here of 1807, yeah. Again, looked at 1807 the last time. I believe it was Jack in the Bot who they were defending. And it looked really nice. But we'll see. Yeah, 1807 kind of from FMA apparently, as I was told. But their defense is very nice, able to wrap a nice herding, actually, getting all of that fuel out of there, but might end up costing them a bit of time, might allow 1796 in if they try to focus on that a bit too much. But now they get through, 1796, trying to fire in, but pushing, wow, 1807's pushing is, the fact that they can actually push that 1796 road out is very impressive. 1807 probably going to end up as a very
as like a second or third alliance for second pick because they're so strong at this defense. Like definitely showing off that you could play it against one of the best robots on this division. And if 1796 kind of jarred up from that, they might end up losing this match because of it. Nice defense. And they actually end up pulling 1884, the really long bot, over to kind of play counter defense on 1807. Seeing how they react to this is going to be interesting because I think this is probably the hardest challenge for any defender robot is trying to get around a counter defense bot. I do want to see 1884 try to play counter defense on 1807, see what they do, but it seems like they're not going to. Seems like they're kind of just going to leave 1807 to do whatever they want, and I think that's going to end up costing this Blue Alliance. They score too much on the other side, and 1807's defense is completely locking down 1796. Not going to be able to collect nearly as much, although they should be up against the tower at this point. It's a free 15 points every single time, but they don't end up going for the tower, end up just staying in the open field, and that will be a loss for 1796. Wow. Yeah, no, really impressive stuff. Yeah, it's 321 gets picked again for playoffs for sure, but I do believe at some point their drive coach went to their sister team, so maybe it's still 321, right? The same strategy team, same very good defense team, but the driver's not there, and the drive coach apparently is also might be gone, so I wouldn't be surprised if they got picked, but we'll see. Not a sure lock. Yeah, Red ends up winning this one. Nice defense from 1807, kind of giving their alliance the win. And that's 1796 dropping down again. Wow. Honestly, if there's defenders who can take down 1796, I think Jack the Bot might just take Itcon and say, if defenders can take down the turret anyways, we might as well just pick the best dumper on the field, because if defenders can stop you, then there's no point in taking the turret in the first place if you're going to get pushed around. Because the whole point of the turret is the fact that you can avoid that defense easily, right, with the shoot on the move. Really nice stuff out of 1807. All right. Who's up next? Johnson live? Are these? No, they're at lunch. So who is left playing? Is it just Archimedes and Hopper? And Newton? Or I guess not even Archimedes anymore, just Newton. Wow. I do want to go back and look at some of the Curie matches actually that I missed, because there were some very good teams here on Curie that are probably going to end up having to play without like the strongest captains, so we're going to see how they can work by themselves. 1807 FMA defense, they were nowhere near qualifying for Worlds, but they took their alliance to finals. Yeah, no, very impressive. And they have a turret to pass as well. Yeah, that's perfect. That if their at passing is actually good, yeah, 100% could make an upset happen, especially in that division where there's like 5 or 6 very good robots there. Honestly, more than that. But this, if they end up as like the second alliance pick, could be very good. Milstein is playing. Okay, we'll check that out. But I do want to see the Curie matches here because Valor's playing directly up against Strike Zone, and both of them are very good dumpers. And I do want to see kind of what's going to happen for the rest of Curie, because Valor's going to end up being a captain, and they're going to have to make a pick that's not going to be able to be 254, and they're going to have to choose someone as like the third or fourth alliance captain to make a run with, because they're probably going to end up declining whoever's above them, unless BroncoBots ends up taking them, which case they'll say yes. 3015. I know they're good. What division do they end up on? I haven't seen them on like the high rankings. They're on Hopper? Did their EPA drop drastically? Why are they so low? Yeah, no, this Hopper division is so disgusting because it's so high. Probably between here, I mean, honestly, maybe even include 5,000 of that. You know what? Okay, let's watch this match. I'll talk about it after. Okay, Valor just straight up wins against against Strike Zone, but Strike Zone gets stuck on the bump. They did this before as well. Might be an issue for them because they're not looking great with the extension of the hopper. Maybe makes it so they can't really get over the bump that well when they're full. They're going to end up losing auto by like a very solid margin because of that. And what are they going to do? Okay, they are going to pass, so do like this decision of trying to clean out the neutral zone first. And nice defense by 11-3-18, kind of denying Valor of the transition zone. So basically save their alliance 50 points there. 11-3-18 did. Off of basically just stopping Valor from being able to go. And Strike Zone now also playing some half defense, half scoring there. Trying to just make this match somewhat even. But Valor gets around 11-3-18 and is shooting a bit early. Maybe missed a lot of the scoring potential there because they shot like a second or two early. Yeah. I don't know. This Strike Zone kind of, I think the auto kind of messed them up real bad. Like if the auto was close, this could be very, very close. But not having the auto be close at all, and also Strike Zone kind of firing all the fuel into this area where the Red Alliance just takes it up very easily, like makes it really hard for them to come back because all the fuel's basically gone for them in the first place. And now you can see it. They're playing Stealer in their shift because they're so. Oh no, they're browning out. They're having some issues, so I think they were just playing defense. Yeah, this match is basically over. Strike Zone has no scoring potential. That's probably going to kill their ranking, actually. What does that end up leading their ranking going to? 5460 predicted to be. Simulation says they're going to. Oh, they weren't even going to captain in the first place, but yeah. So the reason. So this is the interesting thing. They are probably going to just take 254. If you look at the matches here, it looks like 254 can't really jump 1728. But if they could, I would. If you look at EPA wise, there's 125 is a pick, Mercenaries a pick, Strike Zone's a pick, and after that, you really don't want to take anyone else. So there's 3 picks there, right? That aren't the captains that are above them. So there's 3 picks in total, and so now if they wanted to decline, even if they were in the 4th position, all 3 of those picks would end up going to the people above them, and now there's no reason to kind of take there's no reason to decline. So now 254 is basically locked into being with 5907 unless Bronco Bots or Valor can upset one of their matches as EPA, or maybe 5907 drops an EPA somewhere, which probably won't happen. And they jump them, but I think it's just a 5907 and 254 are going to end up together. And then this is going to be interesting to see because you could very easily make an argument for Bronco Bots taking Valor, even though their EPA isn't the highest. And then you now have 7028 kind of picking someone else very good and making a worse alliance. And then Robot Dolphins also picking someone else very good. And now you leave Mercenary and 125 with no incredible captain and kind of kill those alliances. And it's basically just a 2 alliance race at that point. So it definitely could be alliance picking shenanigans going on there. Yeah, predicting second picks right now is just guesswork. I mean, second picks are also so odd. You normally don't, like, sometimes they align with EPA, but a lot of the times they don't. It's just very hard to kind of guess them because teams look at so much random stuff. 3015, you said, though, where do they end up? What happened to their EPA? Because they're not even top 10 on their field, but they looked really good. Let's see. Oh, you said Milstein was back, actually, right? Let's go to Milstein. Okay, so yeah, 3015 ended up, where is their EPA? So obviously you have like the 6 ridiculous robots that are all up here. And that is of course, those are all very good teams, but then you have this second tier, mechanical advantage hammerheads of good but inconsistent, I think, is what I'd call these guys. Although Teleop EPA really good, they just kind of need an auto partner. So I would not be surprised to see 9785 getting taken somewhere later, and then getting a really good second bot that can have a good auto, and then make up this sort of differential with their second pick. So that could be interesting to see. And then after that, where's oh, they ended up in kind of this. Yeah, okay, so they ended up in this area. Okay. I don't know what happened to. I think they're gonna end up on like a 7th alliance or something, 6th alliance as like a first pick. But what was the simulation saying? They're ranking really low, so if they end up on like a 7th alliance, could definitely see them upsetting like the 5, 6 alliances, especially because this field is like just deep enough where if you look at EPA, as soon as you get to like the 6 alliances, there's like there's a steep drop off right here. So the 4, 3, 2, 1 picks aren't going to be nearly as good as your like 5 and 6 alliances, especially down here. Like if you look at this, the EPA of second picks goes from, and yes, EPA is kind of like weird, but it goes from 192-ish EPA for the, what would be the, what is that, 19th pick, so 5th alliance, 6th alliance, second picks have like 192 EPA, and then the first alliance's second picks end up dropping down to 160. So it is like a 30 EPA difference in robots, and if you're looking at passing and playing defense that way, could be a big difference. Maybe your 30-15 alliance where you end up with like, maybe it ends up being like 30-15 ends up getting picked by like I don't know, 85-13, and then they take a really good second pick of like I don't know, this is someone else who's very good here. Honestly, Mars Wars could be an option. Frog Force obviously there as well. Caltech's a very nice turret. There's a lot of picks that you can take on this Hopper division where the depth will kind of make me think that the 6th alliance can kind of take some jumps there. A lot of good teams here though. So 6238, the second pick, third robot of the NorCal District Champs winners of 254 in Madtown. And then 2481 Roboteers, of course, the Roboteers try to gun for a captaining in this event. And then 4362 Gems, another very good Michigan team. What division did they take it all? Yeah, I think High Tide and 1323 are the favorites right now for everybody. But we will see. There's a lot of interesting stuff that's going to happen on Einstein. I wouldn't like. They're currently my pick for winning it all, but I think that their depth of division is a lot lower, and you could see Hopper and Newton with pretty deep divisions make a run and maybe even jump them because of that second pick being really good. Unless they get someone like 972 where their passing is really good, but their EPA is lower. But they also have very good scouting, so I'm sure that they'll end up taking a good second pick. 77, 69, pick 60, 90. Yeah, also true. I think that Hopper, Daly, Newton, Galileo, I think, are looking to be my top 4, with maybe Archimedes as the one that could upset one of those divisions. 1323 hasn't needed to use their shot blocker. Like, it's definitely possible, but there's no reason for them to pull it out against people if they don't need to. Like, they've just been doing stealing, and no one's been good enough in quals where it's mattered for them. So I'm sure if they're against like another, there's also no really incredible dumper robot other than 316 on Daily, and they haven't played against 316, so there's no reason to have to pull it out against them. But yeah, my current divisions for top 4 is Daily, Galileo, Hopper, and Newton, and then Archimedes maybe could jump that just because I think 9470 is so good. If they end up winning that match, the Qual 100 will end up watching, which will decide who captains won there. So 2481 gets a big dump. They get a lot of fuel still, but it's not going to end up mattering. No, they end up winning auto by barely. Wow. Okay, so I think 2041 really needs the auto win here, and they get slowed, but no one's defending them. I think someone needed to play defense on 2481 here. You can't let them get that off for free. And now as soon as you see this goes from like a 10-point match to 80 points that you now have to make up as the Blue Alliance because you didn't actually defend Roboteers on the way back. Now, it's something that I think alliances will have to learn is that someone in quals matches, if you want to win, will have to tank playing defense on Roboteers in the in the transition period. Someone will have to do that. Yeah, 2481 also, the moment they got hard defended, they got completely... I think they dropped a match score that was expected to be like 500 something. It dropped to like 300. Or there was like 200 point swing there. Just because there was really good defense played on them. So I don't trust the tall robots nearly as much as a lot of other people seem to. Just because there's so much good defense in this game. But I mean, if you don't defend them going in the first place. So yes, they're playing defense technically, but they're not playing actually good defense. They're kind of just trying to rotate them, which sure, I guess, but as soon as they get in this position, you can't push them. They're too heavy. They have too much fuel. The good type of defense to play is you should be playing in front of here and trying to match them whenever they go left and right, and just not let them in the first place, because there's 2 choke points they can go in from, and you should be able to defend them. And because they're kind of letting them in the first place, you can see the matches kind of run away from them. Now here, I think they should be gunning this and never let Roboteers out of their zone in the first place. But it seems like they're kind of just sitting there waiting, or maybe they die. No, they're just sitting there waiting. Yeah. But yeah, no, it is just not, it's not great defense. I'm going to pull, actually, no, I'm pulling up the Roboteers match because everybody's kind of on break right now. 359 was the match, I believed, it was against them when they kind of shut them down. Yeah, here it is. I don't remember which defense robot it was, but we're going to pull it up here because they did it so well, and I think it's kind of the standard of how you should be looking to defend them. So Roboteers get stuck. To be fair, they get stuck in auto, yes. But they'll end up getting out. They'll end up collecting more. And I do believe they end up winning the auto shift anyways. Yeah, just because 359 is getting stuck here. So they end up winning auto anyways by a hefty margin. So they end up winning auto here. They collect. And then they get to the other side, and because they win auto and no one's defending them, no one's fast enough to get to them, they end up getting this free pile-up on that side. So, really nice for them. And then 8873, yes, that's who it was, does not let them play the game at all this game. So Roboteers has a fuel stuck on them, to be fair, for that first part. But now they're actually ready to go, just getting blocked off. Now, you can see 3075 not getting any value because they're trying to move around 8873 and it's not working very well. And even though they're collecting, they're not really doing much because they're kind of forced to help Roboteers. And you can see the important thing here is that Roboteers is trying to get in, and 8873 is kind of marking them, and 359, while marking them and playing defense, is also actively going to start passing back. So they're collecting the fuel in the neutral zone that Roboteers would want to take on a pass out, or anyone here, for that matter, would want to take on a pass out. They're collecting that, and they can be firing it back. They choose not to here. Don't know why. And they're defending, and because they defend from the outside and slow them down enough, it now allows 8873 to get around the counter defense that Roboteers calls for to get them inside. It gives them time to get around that, and now Roboteers is getting defended from both ways, and they're just being marked every single way. And they finally get over, and then 8873 eventually, they're just too light compared to Roboteers, right? They're just not as big of a robot. Roboteers has fuel inside of them, so they can push back. And now, at the very end of it, they ended up limiting Roboteers from 184 fuel to 206. So they scored 24 fuel, or 22 fuel in an entire shift because of that. And I think that's kind of like the exact theory of how you should play it. Have a cleanup robot in the middle that's probably a turret moving around. Maybe in like Elam's, this would be 359 or 694. Whoever's going to end up doing that role against Roboteers. You have a defense robot in here that's very obviously marking them. And then you have your third robot who is either going for steals in the corner here so that Roboteers can't easily, if they get past the defense, go in and eat through that. Or if there's too much stuff in the neutral zone, maybe they clear the close side of the neutral zone and then make that annoying for everyone else on the other alliance going back. If you do that, I think that's kind of like 359 kind of showed off exactly how you destroy Roboteers. because they can't get back to their side. Like, I don't, it just, and here you'll see it doesn't end up working well because 359 doesn't come over, and they recognize at like 8 seconds they need to come back over. And you can see that, look at how much lost value Roboteers has in the off shift as well. They kind of, at 13 seconds now, they're basically full at 10 seconds. And now they have to spend 10 seconds of the off shift where they could be passing, but they're scared to kind of score all of it back because they're scared to get back on the other side. They need the 10 seconds to get over, and they just try to push past. And because 8873 isn't heavy enough, they aren't actually able to stop them. But I think if 8873 collects all of that fuel here and plays Stealer and then goes to block them, that might be enough weight to stop them in the first place, or whoever your defense robot on them ends up being. And even still, they're playing good defense on them. They're kind of just marking them, not letting them line up with the hub. And then as they finally line up with the hub, and I mean, at this point, Roboteers will just dump everything in. You can't really stop them. They'll just put everything up in there. But you've now essentially limited Roboteers, who is, let's give an estimate, about 80, 90 fuel robot, right? 80, 90 fuel hopper. Now, in the endgame period, you have essentially taken 2 shifts of Roboteers and limited them to about, what, 110-ish fuel, which that's basically what any short trench dumper would do. And you can easily outscore that. That's not even like a very good trench dumper. It's like a good one, probably second pick, not like a first pick. 2910 up in Newton. All right, let's check that out. Taters and Rembrandts on, but let's see Jack in the Bot. Nope, awesome. Oh, again 604 too. Okay, this one, if 604 upsets this, really big chance for them to kind of jump in rankings here, and also probably just makes ItCon Jack in the Bot just a thing instead of Jack in the Bot having an option. An interesting follow auto here. Let's see if it works. A lot of teams have been trying to run follow autos today, and they don't end up working out. But they do get around. And they move to the depot after. So nice. Getting out of 2910's way so they could finally score everything. And then the follow out of here, I guess, doesn't end up working out on that side. But I think the biggest thing to look at here is they've already won the auto period and they're already out in the middle. And so Jack in the Bot can kind of just collect all of this, come back to their side, dump that out. And now in transition, you're essentially, you've pushed your advantage to like a 100 plus point lead. And there's also defense against 604, which is really nice by 868 here. Kind of aware of the fact 604 is a bump-only robot, and you just defend them the entire way, and a little bit too far off, I think. If they played closer, maybe you would have been able to stop 604, but now, doing the best they can. I like that they're eating through the fuel 604 would have gone through anyways. That's the best way to limit the big turret. Once they actually get inside, you get in front of where they want to be. But I think you should be playing closer here in the first place, not backing up off of 604. Like, try to take the hit there. Looks like Jack in the Bot's kind of stuck here, though, and nobody's helping them. Like, don't know why. Like, they're the best score on your alliance. And they'll end up hitting the 500 anyways, and it looks like it shouldn't matter, but... Okay, and Jack in the Bot is good to go. Okay, so they're good. They'll end up hitting the 500, but the thing is that if Jack in the Bot is going to rank 1, it will be in a tie in RP, and average match score will matter. So Jack in the Bot isn't just playing for RP here. They are playing for average match score, average going up. So just having like a 400 match compared to ItCon, it will be low and might actually end up tanking their positioning in picking because of that. I mean, but they're just running through it. It's so beautiful. And then the other thing with Jack in the Bot is that they're aware of the fact that they have to go contest the neutral zone. They can't just sit in endgame for 55 seconds in their own zone. So them going out early is one of the reasons why I like them so much. Very, very nice. I think that's kind of one of the reasons I have Jack in the Bot as my 3rd best robot in the world. Honestly, probably tied with Madtown for 2nd best robot. Just because they're aware of how to play the neutral zone so well. Them being aware of the fact that they need to contest the neutral zone and they can't just sit in their own zone for 55 seconds is something that you might think it's obvious. It's not obvious. I've seen so many very good teams that kind of just say, we're just not going to contest the neutral zone in the 5th shift, and then they end up where they're completely starved and everybody else has the fuel against a better alliance, and then it ends up not being there. No hub collection called. Yeah, I mean, it's just a ref thing, right? I guess Newton's one of the fields where they don't call it consistently. I don't really care as long as you're calling it consistently through the entire match. Like, sure, however you end up calling it, I don't care. No one's going to really abuse it all that much, because all these teams that are really good anyways have nets or covers on top of them to make sure they can either go under the trench or have the net for the expansion of the hopper. So it's fine. Whatever. Oh, let's see. Looks like 49-46. Okay, 6. Oh, is the hopper match about to start? Actually, let's see the final score here. 7-17 clean, but maybe ends up jumping up to like a 7-30 after this. Maybe even more. What is the RP right now? Yeah, red wins, of course. Yeah, 7-37. Nice. It looks like, yeah, 7-37 clean, really? Okay, so they just didn't count the fuel. Wow, nice. Good for them. And then ranking. In terms of ranking, that now puts Jack in the Bot at, if we look at what that means for RP. So this means that they're now at 36. And in order to kind of jump Itcon, they need Itcon to drop 2 RP somewhere. And they're kind of predicted to get 5 in the rest of their matches, including this one, right? So they only have 2 more matches today, but they're predicted to get 5 in the last 2. Very obviously predicted to win. Like, it's not even close. So the real question is, where is Itcon gonna drop an RP or 2? They need to drop 2 RP, not just 1. And I don't think it's gonna be possible, which is why I'm kind of thinking, yeah, it'll just end up being Itcon takes Jack in the Bot, and Peninsula, looking like they might end up ranked first, probably takes Robo Tigers as well. And I don't think Robo Tigers have a reason to decline, right? Yeah, Robo Tiger, Bare Metal, Kingsman, 57-36, and then 973. But after that, it's just Peninsula. So, unless Peninsula decides that they don't want to do double turret, I believe. I think 60-36 is a turret. Not completely sure, but would not be surprised to see these two team up. Alliance 2 ends up being Peninsula and maybe 1796, and then 973, and then probably Bare Metal end up together. And then I think that Alliance would probably end up making it to finals, especially with how deep this division is. Maybe they end up getting the better second pick, and that ends up being the difference maker. And if they take 1807, they've shown they can play pretty good defense against 1796 before. Could be really nice. Let's see. Where else are we looking? What other matches are going on right now? 650 plus predicted on Johnson right now, if they're back. Oh, yes, yeah, 700 point match almost. Okay, let's check it out. Obviously, Alpha Dogs, Itcon Girls, the 2 teams. Itcon Girls EPA kind of dropping on Johnson, but I feel like that's been the case for both them and Alpha Dogs. And Ligerbots, actually. These guys all expected to be top 10 EPA just before this match starts. And then this drops off. Like, very unlucky. 2056 is playing. All right, yeah, we'll take a look at them. Are they about to start? Two versus 3 anyways. So the 700 is a lot easier to get when you have no defense robots on the other side. Oh, 2056 is actually actively playing. Okay, let's watch him. Okay. Okay. So 238 is a big dumper robot, probably going to end up captaining here, which I think will probably be how this division ends up going into chaos for every single middle alliance. Them and 8513, I believe, is their number, or something of that affair, will end up sending this entire middle part of this division into chaos. But yeah, 2056, nice short cycle here. Utilizing that transition period very well after winning auto, ending up with what, two 230 out of, yeah, wow, 230 out of transition. Really nice. And good defense by 2486, to be fair. 2056 actually losing a match earlier because of the fact, and kind of losing the very obvious 1 seed and making it a contention now, because of the fact that they lost a match earlier to very nice defense. So I guess 2486 trying to replicate that here, show off themselves. And they're doing a good job. If you have to look at the bottom camera because the camera angle is bad, but they're getting in front of exactly where 2056 wants to go, forcing them to go to the middle of the field to the neutral zone for that collect, and getting in their way of where they, yeah, kind of forcing 2056 to not be able to hit through the tower, but then gets forced out by nice drive, actually rotation specifically. 2056 kind of flips their bumpers with the swerve rotate and then rotates 2486 out of a position where they'd want to be. And 2056, I mean, you look at the passing, it's very nice. So this is where they actually ended up getting caught last time, but it seems like there's something happened to 2486 with connection issues to the field. So very unlucky there. But this match is somewhat close. 330, 340 probably going to end up happening here. But it's not, I don't think it'll end up being close after this. Like, you have 238 kind of being undefended because they have 2056 tanking that defense for them. So a big dumper just going off for free. 2056 obviously doing a lot. And then 3506 as well with a small dumper putting in work as well. Like, this is very good alliance over here. And then here, like, this is what I'm talking about, where teams aren't going to the neutral zone in the 5th shift because they want to be scoring during that time. And then they end up where all of the fuel is on the blue side of the field, and they're now completely starved. And obviously now it's fine because the blue alliance scored all that back in, and now it's all getting refreshed. But that's kind of the thing that I love that Jack in the Bot does so much. And I think High Tide as well does it as also, where they're going back to the middle of the field in the 5th shift when they see that the other alliance is sort of stockpiling that, before they see that the alliance is stockpiling that, so that they can make sure that that all gets collected in. Very nice stuff. Ended up being 679. Nice. Let's see. 776 clean by 2046 was playing directly after that Jack and Bot match. Oh, 781. Wow. Okay, let's check it out. But against 2 pretty good teams too as well. Toolcats and 195, both very solid picks. And 930 as well. But okay, let's see. What did they do? So bump only dumper here on 695. Oh, 2046 has intake issues. That would explain it. But I also think they're not going to pair up with them because Icon's there and they're going to end up ranking 1 anyway. So yeah, lovely collect from 2046. Depending on where they end up getting picked, could very much see them being the finalist with 973. I think kind of whoever ends up with 973 will end up being the finalist. Just because I like the scoring of I don't like the scoring of Peninsula compared to 973 nearly as much, even though they are a turret and it's just. Yeah, 2910. No, my dog is barking. I muted my mic. 2046. Yeah, no, they're very well played. I mean, the Red Alliance, to be fair, I've been watching this, and it's like they do a very nice job of stealing from the middle. Like 195, I think if they end up dropping really low, could be a ridiculously good second pick. But I don't know if they'll make it that far down, where they end up kind of being on a very good alliance. Could be the case, but I don't know if they'll be able to make it there. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's still somewhat even. How did they just kind of run away with this one? Nice defense by 2194 on 195, not laying them back, and you can see 9 seconds left. This is kind of the issue with the dumpers that are too light, right? Jack in the Bot specifically, I think, works well around this because they're so heavy at the bottom. or I don't know if it's heavy at the bottom, just heavy in general, where they can just sit in the trench and not get moved. But when you have teams like 195 who are a little bit lighter, because they like the speed, if you push them while they're in the middle of their shot, because they fire so fast, they end up losing all of that fuel. And all of it just kind of ends up getting missed, and you can kind of get rid of all of that with the defense very easily. And you can see they're getting defended now. Nice defense. Yeah, I know. It's just good bump-only defense, not letting them in. And then they have to use them to get out. And you can see they're kind of whiffing all of their... all of that fuel just gets whiffed at the top there because of the fact they're so light, they just get moved by robots pushing on them. And even though they have a crazy good BPS, it is just not enough compared to the other alliance on the other side. Which, to be fair, the other alliance is incredible, right? They're putting up 560, 570, and still losing just because it's bare metal, 695 as well, 2194 also putting in work. Like, it's a very good alliance on the other side, but you can kind of see what the difference is between the dumpers, even though Johnson, is that the one with yep, okay, that's the one with 498 and 6, okay, yeah, let's go. So this one might be it's definitely going to be division high. Whether it's going to compete for being that Galileo alliance, we'll see. Yeah, so oh my god, the auto messes up, and 9483 barely gets anything with 67, so not going to end up being... Are they even going to win auto? I mean, 6766 is a good alliance, and they're getting a bunch of penalty points. Oh, they're going to easily end up winning auto, but it's still going to be close. Good scoring in auto. I think, yeah, you kind of see why transition's so valuable for tall robots with 9483. Kind of seeing, because they have the tall hopper, they're able to kind of collect all that fuel and dump it all out very quickly. Same thing with like Roboteers and Alpha Dogs as well. Every single tall robot wants to win auto because when you have that, in that 10 seconds, they're able to maximize it versus every other alliance that only has like 40 fuel. And I mean, it's very nice from them, but you need someone to collect the middle. Nice. Okay, they are aware of the fact they need to keep this fuel getting recycled if they want to have a high score here. And they are doing it pretty well. It's very nice, but 9483 kind of getting bullied around here. No fuel there for them after they scored a lot of it because they have two really good partners on the other side. So 3 seconds, to be fair, really nice. Ended up at like 430. Definitely could try to world record this, or like at least hit 800. 800 is definitely doable, but it does require them to send... Yeah, okay, so I think it's 67 aware of the stealing, definitely trying to put all that back. Both of them aware of the stealing. Now the question is, can you get back in time? And they worked. Nice move for 67, baiting 26, 638 out, and then putting that all back in. And now it's kind of just up to 498's not dumping though. So maybe not going to be able to hit the high score they're looking for. 498's not working. Yeah, it looks like 498's not working. Or doesn't have fuel. No, maybe they did score, but they just don't have fuel. And 570. Okay, 600 at least right now. Maybe if you're able to do some more hurting, passing back into your zone, you can make it. But they'll hit 700. The question is, can they break 8? I don't know if they will. Yeah, I don't think they can. 9483 does get a lot of fuel in that corner. If 498 can make one more pass to the middle and score all of that, 67 also gets the rest out. Maybe it's possible. They need to... Oh, they got stuck with the net on the back. Yeah. So, nice match. Probably going to be division high, but not going to be over that 800. Let's see. Low CG is really a priority. Yeah, I don't doubt it at all. And the weight is also very nice. Because in this game, you don't really need to have the top speed that, like, everybody's needed in like 2023, for example. You don't need that top speed anymore, or acceleration rather. Acceleration is nice in this game, but there's no reason to be like ultra light to get around the field because it's not really an open field game. And then 95 pounds before adding bumper battery. Yeah. So in that type of game, right, 2023, you really want the acceleration because you're going to be going from slow to fast to slow to fast, and you want that top speed. So light is good. But in this type of game, there's no real reason to need the top speed to be that high, or acceleration to be that high, rather. So it's like, yeah. I think being on the limit is fine because most teams end up on the limit, and especially in this game, you really want to be heavy so you don't get moved around. I think if you're a light turret, that's okay as long as your turret's able to lock that in. But if you're a dumper, you'd most likely want to be heavy so you don't get moved around by defense on you. Let's see. Anything else on Johnson here? It doesn't look like it. Oh, looks like Archimedes is about to. Are they back? Please tell me they're back. No, there's a really nice match about to happen next match on Archimedes, but looks like they are not back. Oh, let's watch Stiples. I have not seen enough of them, and they're probably going to end up being contesting for that citrus pick. Yeah, 694 kind of going over here. Nice. Yeah, Stiple's rank 1 apparently right now. Okay. I mean, if they hold on to it, if they just get 5 RP in the next ones, yeah, for sure could make a... Just pick 1678, that'd be nice for them. And 2200 obviously on the other side, really nice as well. Yeah, the passing is so nice. 200 out of transition 2 is lovely. You can see someone's going to have to go make a steal here on this back corner, though. Or Blue's just going to score it, I guess, yeah. Because otherwise... Okay, yeah, you can see 3419 kind of trying to go for that steal. But Blue ends up collecting all of it anyways and trying to score it, so it doesn't really matter. And then yeah, BCR and 694 just playing that dumping style of BCR, and then 694 obviously with the turret being able to shoot on the move, collect what 2200 isn't able to. Very nice from them on that side. 2200 probably gonna end up as like the 4th, 5th alliance, I would assume. Yeah, no, this is nice. And then let's see. Yeah, nice steal from 694, realizing that all the fuel's kind of just littered over there and it's not being refreshed into the field. So they end up going for a steal, and they can just push their way past. Wow, nice from them. And then on the other side, 2200 gets the fuel that is actually in the neutral zone, so they can actually, they don't have to go for a steal because that's really risky with that bump-only robot. Only thing with 2200 is their BPS itself isn't like crazy compared to like a Roboteers or something, and they are tall only robots, so something to keep a lookout for. I don't know, maybe that's just this match that I'm looking at. It's not crazy, but could be something to watch out for. The 694 getting defense played on them, but I think at this point they're kind of just going for the 500 to confirm their rank 1. And oh, they need to get around the defense in open field now. Yeah, they definitely, if they get back, they'll be able to actually start passing back because they want to make sure that someone can do the scoring for the 500. But oh, we know that a lot of his penalties, they're never going to be able to hit the 500. Wow. Yeah, so 694 not to be able to hit the 500 fuel RP. And so that's going to maybe be an issue for their ranking. For looking at that, yeah, I don't know. Let's pull up the, actually, I'm gonna pull up the Milstein predictor, because if that was expected to be a 4 RP, then for sure could just maybe 694 ends up being the, yeah. So this one was 694 actually not expected to get a single 5 RP match for the rest of the event by the predictor. And this one was probably their closest. And they ended up getting 434 in it. And the other one just seems like not going to happen. So unless 1678 drops unless they drop an RP somewhere, because they are currently one single RP behind them. So unless 1678 drops an RP somewhere, they're not going to be able to be captains and picking Citrus. So Citrus looks like they'll end up being able to have their pick of who they want to have their first pick, which I would think would be either 359 or Stipulse, and I think they'd go with Stipulse. Because the main reason is, if we look at EPA, tall robot that has their EPA completely nerfed already in a match as soon as you play defense on them, and has been shown to be worse when you play defense on them. Another tall robot that is good but has their EPA nerfed because when you play defense on them. Another tall robot that has defense completely kill some of their stuff. Although they are a die rotor turret, so it's not as bad as the other two, because they can kind of shoot on the move even inside the zone if they can get past, but still really hard for them to work for it. So 3 robots I think aren't really in first pick contention, and if you just look at the rest of them, I don't think you take Team Taters as a dumper unless you really like the idea of a dumper, because the turret gives you much more value of, we can now block off people trying to defend you specifically because they can shoot on the move and block off defenders that way. And I think it just comes down to, do you want 359? Do you want Stipulse? Either one I think is a good choice. EPA says go Stipulse. I like 359 strategy a little bit more, just because I saw them take down Roboteers and I saw their driver play passing and defense at the same time in the neutral zone. So maybe I go with 359 for that reason, but either way, I think it's a toss-up. And they end up getting 509, but a lot of that is penalties, yeah, so not going to end up getting that RP. It's sitting at 1 right now, but I think Citrus is going to end up jumping them because they don't really have a 5 RP match left. Yeah, 359 is better. Yeah, a perfectly valid opinion to have. I haven't looked at enough of 1694 and 359 to make an opinion on them yet, other than seeing 359 make a really good play in taking down 2481 in one of their matches. And even then, 2481 is going to end up rank 3, is what it seems like. So what you could do is, Citrus is just take 694 for the fact that now you put Roboteers with 359, and that's an alliance that you think you can take down really easily, and you don't give Stipulse a chance to pick a good dumper and make a second alliance that you might have to be scared of, right? Because if these two go together, then now Roboteers is the one picking, and after Roboteers, like, yes, 1771 is a good team, but they're not at the same level of the other EPAs here of like on the field of like Taters or Rembrandts, for example, Zubotics. Like, all these guys are able to do the like, you kind of make worse alliances if you do end up taking 694. And 6078 could 7457 is redoing their match they lost? Really? Okay. Interesting, yeah. Okay, so maybe if they rank 1, that kind of throws this entire division into a loop. Although, yeah, that kind of throws the entire division into a loop, actually. Wait, what? Look at rank 7 on... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, there's still a chance that they end up getting dropped a little bit, because that's 35.3, so maybe they end up going above them. But yeah, in that case, I think in picking is going to be the strat here. In that case, because then you get Roboteers with the Battle Alliance. Maybe Super Duper will end up getting the 1, but either way, I think that Super Duper will end up with a good robot, maybe Taters or something. But either way, we'll see. Oh, Super Duper right here. Okay, let's take a look at him. Let's see how good they are. They're on the top side there. Oh, nice follow auto. Actually, follow auto actually worked with them. Oh my god. Yeah, barely ending up making that auto work, kind of maximizing everything. Double pass from 74.57 and going out. 40.89 also double passing, not colliding in the middle, and then 39.28 able to kind of do that pass through the middle. Really nice stuff. And can they maximize their transition period? It looks like yes. Nice. Yeah, I mean, 74.57 isn't a bad team. It's just that their EPA is a little bit lower, but I think if you're Citrus, you're going to have data, and obviously EPA is kind of just like whatever compared to if you actually have data, right? And obviously these guys are watching every single match that everybody's playing and going to make a list in their heads about that, which is kind of how I think most teams, or a lot of very good teams, ended up kind of picking based on just looking at, yeah, we're going to use EPA as like a standard of seeing what teams we want to look at, and then we're just going to actually look at the teams themselves and see who we want to pick. Which is a perfectly valid thing in this game, because numbers, like getting actual scouting data that's reliable is very hard in this game. Denim playing in 2 matches. Yeah, we'll go look at that. Is Hopper back actually? Because there was a Hopper match I think I wanted to watch. Or no, that was Archimedes that I wanted to watch. So whenever Archimedes matches, we'll take a look at that one. Because that's Qual 98, which could be a world record match, potentially. And then also they have Qual 100, which will decide Archimedes Division's captains. So, yeah, 74.57 looks good. Like, no slight on them. It's just their EPA is a little bit lower, but would not be surprised if they get a good, if the sort of the division falls the right way, then they're going to end up in a nice position. Where they could get a really nice second pick and then maybe make an upset run against some of the 2 and 3 alliances specifically. Specifically against like the Roboteers Alliance is what I'm talking about, because you can definitely play that correctly and beat them. Yeah, but it looks like 500 plus. They end up getting the second RP, so really nice for them. If they end up getting that replay, going to be nice. I'm going to jump over to watching Orbit first, and then we'll go check Denim out. Or it looks like Orbit's going to play next match. See, is Denim on or no? Oh, they are on right now. Okay, yeah. Let's watch Denim first, then we'll jump to Orbit. So, Den and Venom coming after lunch break, so time to fix anything that they wanted to fix, maybe improve on some stuff. But the robot itself looks so nice. It's just kind of a question of how consistent can you be with that sort of robot. And I think they have all of the tools to get picked first, but it's just, will they? Oh, wait, actually, this is a really nice alliance on this side. Barker with the rebuild, 3175 with that tall robot, and then obviously Den and Venom. What are the best robots on this field? Yeah, so that's kind of the one thing with Den and Venom, where if you end up going with a double turret alliance, you want to lose auto. Archimedes delayed until 2:15. Oh, okay. If you go with a double turret alliance, you really want to lose auto because you don't want to have to deal with having to maximize transition. But then you also have to figure out a way to try to limit the other alliance during auto. Because they're probably going to be a double dumper, especially on this field where you have so many good dumpers. So that'll be an interesting sort of dance to see how these guys end up deciding to play this game. We're seeing how they want to play, if you're going double turret, if they're going single turret hopper. Because transition, you want to maximize if you win auto, and you can't really do that as well as a dumper does if you're just a turret. And you kind of saw that from 8044 here, where they only were able to put up a little bit, even though a dumper could have put up like double that in that amount of time. It's actually relatively close, which I'm surprised by. Okay, no, it's not going to be close, because look at the fuel that's being moved around. 503 doing a pretty good job trying to clean up where Den and Venom's trying to go, but look at the fuel in the pile here, right? As soon as, oh no, 503 goes for another steal. Wow. Nice from them. Kind of eats through, completely through where 8044 wanted to shoot through. So really nice by them. That actually might end up denying 8044 the 500 RP. Just that one move alone. We'll end up seeing if that matters, because you could definitely still score 110 here. Especially if Night Vision gets back. Yeah, Night Vision back with like a 75% full hopper. Den and Venom back. Bark is going to come back with a bunch of fuel as well. Probably will end up being that 500 scored here, it looks like. If Barker actually hits all of this, and then Dead of Venom comes back with one more, and then yeah, looks like they'll end up getting the 500. So nice for them. Will end up hitting the 500. Really nice. Yeah, nice match from all of them, really. I love that 503. Probably going to end up being like a second pick on this division, but really aware of how to play that stealing game, seeing that the opportunistic steal over there and capitalizing on it. Really nice from them. Let's see. Who is on right now? Link about to play. Oh, we can kind of just sit on Galileo for a bit. Because Link's about to play. Yeah, Link's about to play, and maybe some defense. I think 6201 played some really good defense, slipped a 90% match for the other lines onto theirs from defense alone. So maybe a team to watch out for if you want to look at defense, but also 1023, another very good team historically from Michigan. We'll see though. This one seems like it kind of should be going the Blue Alliance way, and not particularly close because of the strength of the other two blue robots other than Link, but maybe some defense will end up flipping it. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. What is the Galileo? I think kind of. I don't think there's any flips that can happen in Galileo anymore. With like only 2 or 3 matches left from everybody. Kind of looks like it's just going to be Crew 1, Neshoba 2, and then 7415 kind of gonna end up making one of these 5 get these. So 4 of these guys are gonna end up together, and one of them is going to end up with what is it? What's 7415? And I think that alliance is probably going to, if there is an upset, that's going to be the alliance that gets upset by an Alliance 6 on this division. It'll be that one. But the thing is that I would not be that shocked if Crew took Neshoba, and then now you say, well, what? So the reason that I wouldn't be shocked if Crew took Neshoba is that you can basically make your banner really easy on this division, because you say, okay, 7415 is going to take someone, and if you make Orbit and Link decline, then that puts 2231 on them, and then you now take the next best robot that's not Orbit or Link, because both of them have declined. You take the next best robot that's not Orbit or Link, because both of them have declined. And now Orbit gets like the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th best robot on the division. Lynx gets the 11th best robot on the division. Like, I think if these two end up together, it'll be really hard for any other alliance to kind of make up their scoring because of the way that alliance selection might end up playing out. But also, all of these are so close where maybe the Orbit will end up flipping to like a 4. We'll see. Yeah, decreases Einstein run potential, but I don't think. I mean, this alliance has Einstein run potential, but I don't like. I feel like if you're looking at Einstein run potential right now for your alliance, that's a little bit, especially on this division, that would scare me. Like, if I knew that you were thinking about Einstein run potential, because you got to think about the match right now. But yes, of course, it would decrease the Einstein run potential. I think Orbit is one of the best robots for Einstein run potential once they get better, because they've been getting better and better every single match. Now, if you look at Link, right, hitting everything, kind of the mark of a really good dumper is they don't whiff. Like, and it sounds easier said than done, but a lot of the differences in dumpers in EPAs between like the best ones and like the 16th best robot on your division is just how much you miss. And Link will barely miss, like, they'll miss like 2 or 3 fuel total out of their 50 versus other robots that'll end up missing like 10-ish on their cycles. A nice passing from them, cleaning up the neutral zone very nicely. I feel like this year, actually, a lot of the divisions have a lot of chances to make scorches happen, depending on what the captain wants to do. Like, if the captain wants to pick based on seeding to try to get make the alliance selection easier for them, then we'll see a lot of scorches on like at least 2 or 3 fields. But otherwise, it'll be really easy for people to just not. It'll be very, very boring. It'll be very boring of a selection where nobody's really declining. Yeah, Link, I really wants the 5 RP here because they have a chance to jump orbit, in ranking specifically, and maybe also jump 59-13 on this division, in rank, expected rank. So definitely are looking for the 500, but I don't know with the defense of 6201. Oh yeah, no, getting locked down a bit here by 6201. We talked about it. Maybe that defense will end up mattering, but 6487 ending up being pulled to slow down the defense over there, pulling back like a screen for themselves. And now you can see, oh, nice from them. Until the very end here, where if you keep the dumpers that shoot sort of this way on their side, and you just keep them flat against the wall that way and don't let them rotate, you could kind of completely kill their value. And I think the same thing applies to 1114 on the Archimedes division. We saw it happen where they were kind of turned where their collector's this way and their shooter goes this way, and someone just kept them pinned in the corner this way, and they couldn't do anything about it. So it's something to consider when you're looking at like the routes at which, like, how the ball is pathing through your robot. Is it is it like a straight line, or is it going in an arc? And that kind of determines how you want to play defense on them. So interesting thing to look at. And they barely did, maybe they hit 500 actually. This will be really big for Link if they do get the 500 here, because if they don't get this 500, I think it might end up dropping them in expected by 2 rank positions, at which point they can't decline 74-15 and make their own alliance. So blue wins. 503, yeah. Oh no, they don't get it. So that, yeah, 2 fuel off. Oh no. So yeah, that'll be the difference. We'll see that RP mattering a lot more. 2 fuel off of getting that RP. And I think if we look at that match in terms of Statbotics, what it was expecting, yeah, they only expected 1 RP. So if they ended up getting that 1, it would be huge for them, because you basically turn what Statbotics thinks you're going to rank up as 7th. You basically add an extra 1. You could honestly probably even jump to 4th there, as a rank, and maybe even make your own alliance if you have to decline 74-15. So very unlucky that sort of ends up happening, missing out by 2 fuel. And now they're basically kind of locked into 7th unless they can flip a much harder match to end up being that 5 RP match over just 4. Let's see. So Orbit gonna play 97. Let's see what divisions are back. Milstein back, but doesn't look like anything interesting happening. Johnson, I guess Team Scream's playing right now. Maybe are they back? Okay, Team Scream about to play. Super Nerds as well. 1306, another team I've seen being pretty good on this division. Just generally being with a lot of good teams. But someone else was talking about 3015, actually. They are actively playing with 6328 right now, so let's check them out. Actually, really, very stacked match here, actually. 5406, Celtex, nice turret, and then 3015 and 6328 on this side. All teams that kind of were... I mean, this division's so deep where you can't really say that they're not good, but if you put these guys on any other division, they'd be top 4 alliances, top 5 alliances pretty easily. But on this division, they'll probably end up dropping to like 7 or 8, maybe, just because of how deep it is. Okay, this is kind of slowed right now. Let's go back to Team Scream. Team Scream, looking like they're going to end up as the captain 1 of Johnson division, and I mean, I'd be interested to see what happens, because if they're going to pick 9483, they have to have a plan for what they're going to do, and I'm sure they do. They're very good. They won Worlds 2 years ago for a reason. They have very good strategy. They're with Orbit in that 321 Orbit alliance, where 321 played that crazy defense, upset Madtown in 254 on Einstein's, but they're going to need something to get 9483 value in elims, because if you're picking them, yeah, they have a high EPA, but it could be like Roboteers, where it's really hard to still get value with them, even though they score a lot when they're actually in there because of the defense. Let's see, after this, Okay, so yeah, Qual 100. Archimedes we're going to be taking a look at as soon as that is kind of Celtex. Okay, keep that in mind. Yeah, so apparently on Johnson, let's see. And if we look at rankings, 1792 and Scream are both tied at 33 right now in 7 matches. 1792. Who's 1792? I've heard of their number. Oh, wait. How is the Statbotics wrong? Oh no, this is the simulation. Okay. So yeah, right now Scree is kind of lower, but in terms of what's expected to happen, 1792 with a 138 EPA up there is expected to drop from 2 down to here, down to 5. I don't know when they're just replaying the Milstein match. I did not see. I will be checking that one out though, because that decides Milstein seeding. If they jump up and pick Citrus, it'll be interesting to see if Citrus declines or not. I'd be inclined to think if it's 74, 57, 1, Citrus 2, then they'd decline because you can get either 359 or 694 as your second pick. Either one will be there, and whoever ends up getting picked by a 74, 57 will just not have a great time compared to whoever ends up with Citrus. But if we look at... Oh, let's just get right into the match, yeah. So... Middle auto for 1306, so 3255 not having to be concerned with dealing with optimizing that outpost, or sorry, not outpost, depot. But don't really get much of a collect on the way back, and they do get called. So Johnson, one of the fields that actually does call the collections from the hub. Nice to see that the refs are being very intentional there with their decision making. But it looks like Scream not going to get basically anything in their hopper during transition because they kind of came too short. Would have liked to see them maybe even run a hairpin turn here, and that gets them way more fuel that way in that transition period. But still, up by a very significant margin, and they have a lot of passing, so it's not like they're going to lose the match here just because of that mistake. But just something that I'd like to see them optimize as they get deeper and deeper into elims. Yeah, so they come back. Law, you can see how much fuel there is, man. No one is really playing defense there, and it's really bumping up how much these guys can score. And I like this from 1306, going to the other side, playing a steal, because you don't want to have more than 2 robots here at once that are trying to eat through all the fuel you've left, and they're passing back for Scream now. Yeah, I love this. Great, and now Scream's able to be optimized, and then you also get Super Nerds on the other side doing the exact same thing. A great strategy. And movement around the field. Super Nerds again with very lovely steal. 1306 again with a steal and passing back to themselves. Really nice. I love this. You have 2 robots kind of playing, sometimes playing stealer. Super Nerds just taking a bite and then coming back to the middle, clearing the neutral zone. And you can see that their strategy of making sure the neutral zone's clear and then making sure they can't stash fuel is really working out well for them. And you can see it in like how much fuel there is. Would like to see, honestly, 1306 go back to the middle after this dump and probably go collect there because Scream's going to be contesting with you here anyways. And you need to contest that neutral zone. Okay, nice. Yeah, so see, 1306 goes back to the middle. 3255, Super Nerds. Also, maybe we collect that corner. 1306 goes for it instead. Okay, nice. And you can see that they're kind of valuing the neutral zone, maybe a little bit less than some of the other teams we were looking at, but still valuing the neutral zone and how much... you need to be able to recycle your fuel in order to actually keep a high score. And at this point, just trying to go for high score, just going for fun, bump that EPA number for elims. Why not? They're doing a really nice job. Yeah, 6. What is that going to be? Like 650 maybe. Yeah, nice match overall. Love the strategy from them. Team Scream definitely knowing what they're doing in terms of moving robots around the field, and the rest of the alliance as well, doing a great job hitting the steals. Now let's go to orbit. Oh, about to play. Okay, next match. We'll take a look at them after. Hopper. Oh, just played. Okay, we'll take a look at this match here, and then we will jump over to Galileo to take a look at orbit. Okay, so 3015 not moving? Or are they not on the field? They were standing over their robot, but it might not be on the field itself. Maybe you had to pull it because of issues. That'd be really unfortunate for them. And yeah, again, we saw Citrus do this, but this shouldn't be called a foul because you did it after the they went over the line after the auto period ended, so it's not a foul because of that. So really nice. Citrus kind of taking inspiration from, 6328 taking inspiration from Citrus in that sort of way, and actually having to play the scorer role because they lost auto because it looks like they're playing a 2v3 on this side. I guess 3015 had too many issues, couldn't be on the field here. But hopefully they end up fixing that. If they end up dropping as a pick, could very much see them turning the tides if they end up dropping like a third, second pick because of their inconsistency. Could that, honestly, if they dropped like a second pick, I could see that upsetting the number one alliance. If they fall to a second pick of a good alliance, I could see them upsetting number one on this division just because of how deep this is. And if you get 3015 to actually work as a good second pick, like, man, that could be crazy. Yeah, looks like 6328's kind of just barreling through the fuel here. A lot easier when there's no partners. But Celtex hits a nice, Celtex hits a nice steal here. But the thing is, they have a partner stuck inside the opposing trench, so they really only have one pathing to get out, have to go through the bump. 6328 can drop 400 solo, kind of showing their value. Like, really just showing what you can do with a dumper when you leave it basically undefended. I know 6028 with a lower EPA, but this is kind of why you can't trust EPA. EPA is so dependent on match schedule, and historical everything. So this really showing kind of the power of a dumper robot alone. I mean, this is incredibly impressive. And even against some decent defense, right? I won't call it incredible, but it's good defense. 3297 is doing a good job. Still able to get through it and put up, are they going to 1v3? I guess 1v2, to be fair, right? Like, there's a robot dead here. And 4191 is doing a pretty decent job hurting and playing some defense, but they're going to drop 400 points, literally only scoring themselves. Wow, yeah, no, that's incredible. Kind of showing you what the value of a dumper is. 6328, not to be disrespected, but really, really, really nice from them. And I believe Orbit's match is up after this one, so hopefully that one comes up soon. And then maybe Archimedes will start up soon. Maybe in like 15 minutes. But I think that match kind of shows you the depth of Hopper. Like, even if you look at EPA, like, you can't really look at EPA as a number itself. You kind of have to look at it as like a tier list, in my opinion. And that dropping 400 solo, and they are currently the, let's see, what is their EPA? Okay, they ended up jumping up because of that match in EPA, but they were like right here in EPA. Denim Venom dropping in EPA after that last match? Really? Why? They ended up putting up 547. That's so... I think Statbotics doesn't know its own EPA, actually. Yeah, Statbotics is getting its own EPA wrong. That's so cute. Oh yeah, High Tide is definitely putting up more than... actually... Yes, no, that's what I'm saying. The EPAs are so inaccurate. Like, if you actually look at balls scored, EPA is not similar at all, because EPA is so dependent on your partners that it's very weird. Okay, so if Orbit wins this one, actually, let's see. Is Orbit predicted to win this one? Because if Orbit wins this one, it does drop 7915. Oh, are they not? Oh, they're showing Galileo. Okay. So if Orbit Orbit's predicted to win this one, and 7415 is still predicted to land higher than them, but it is a 61%. So if Orbit can win this one and get the 360, and honestly, it would have to be denying them that value, then could definitely end up jumping or dropping 7415, which then makes it very easy for Orbit to be the pick, right? The only reason you'd ever want to not pick Orbit, I think, as your one, is if you want to play the alliance selection game where you think someone's going to get burned. So if they win this match and kind of drop 7415, it'd be really nice for their chances to get up there. Looks like Blue is going to run a double pass in the bottom here. Sea Otters, the team that 1678 and 9470 picked at the NorCal District Championship, them and 6238 both being really good at making autos on the fly. So we'll see if this ends up working correctly. I'm interested to see where their follow is going to go. But this match, honestly, I think that I'd rather lose auto in this match because you don't really have anyone with big hoppers here where you can maximize that transition period. Obviously, Orbit's good, but I think you'd rather lose auto to maximize the endgame shift instead. All right, it looks like they're having some issue on the field. Okay. Website recommendation is Pico Robo. Best way to lose auto. Well, you don't want to lose auto by too much because then you kind of just you kind of lose it a bit too like you lose it a bit too much, then maybe the points differential itself is really bad, but you want to lose auto to get the end game shift. So we'll see. The double pass auto, actually not really a double pass auto. Sea Otters kind of just ends up here so they can go play defense, I guess, and deny them from coming out in the first place. Yeah. Okay, so Sea Otters, a team that played some pretty good defense already, shown it against 1323 and 254. But yeah, I mean, now the thing is that Orbit scores so much where I don't think it matters whether they win auto or not. The question is really just, can they hit 500? I think that if they wanted to hit 500, losing auto and getting that extra endgame time is probably better, but I don't know for sure. It looks like this match will probably just see all the tellies being scored by Orbit. No, it looks like 10991 is coming over. No, just playing playing a screen for Orbit specifically. Trying to move around, but a little bit too slow, it looks like. And Orbit's going to end up not touching this fuel, instead going back out to the middle for an extra collect. Can they get back in time to score it? It looks like no, because of the fact that there's two red robots here. But maybe end up putting a little bit of that and back to passing immediately. Nice collect from Orbit. Getting all the way across through here and then passing all of that back. Lovely. You can see kind of how much fuel there is in that corner. If I was red, I think with like 7 seconds left here, I'd probably go hit a steal just because you want to deny Orbit that fuel, but it looks like they are not aware of that or just don't want to. And you can see, yeah, they come a little bit too late now, and Orbit's kind of able to defend their stash of fuel here and just go wherever they like. Interesting thing is Orbit doesn't want to go over the depot itself. So it might just be because they don't want to risk hitting the robot, or because they think, yeah, like it's just annoying to deal with. So interesting to see that their prioritization there. And they're also going for a steal because they realize that there's too much fuel on the other side, and also they were cleaning up the entire way. But it is pretty decent. Let's see. Orbit, yeah, again, passing, but there's no real fuel on this side, so they're going to have to go to that depot like almost instantly or go out back to the neutral zone instantly. Can they score 100 in 8 seconds? You know what? They might be able to. 30 seconds. No, they're not going to be able to. They're going to get... It's impressively close, though. Interesting thing to see that they don't want to go into the depot. Like, they actively avoided that the entire match. And Orbit seemed to have soloed probably like 300 plus of this. Let's see what the final score is. But in auto as well, their partners did score a bit, but it's probably at least like 350 plus, just them. I mean, yeah, it's Orbit. That's one of the reasons you don't want to pick against them, but if they end up ranking lower, then maybe it is possible. And also, 74-15 gets 0 RP from this match, so might end up dropping their score by a really significant amount, and then making the Galileo division kind of way more even in that way. Orbit 60-28 score the same amount. Yeah, well, so the thing is that I mean, yeah, so they do score the same amount solo, but the turret is a lot the turret's a lot better at doing it solo. I think at 6328's value kind of comes from when they're able to do shorter cycles and they don't have to do the cleanup against the wall and they have a turret with them instead doing that, because you could see a lot of the time they were kind of being inefficient because they were getting the back wall, and when they have a partner that's doing that, they're able to actually up their contribution to the match because they can go back to the middle and go score it that way. Yeah, so 430, 420 solo to be fair, but still jumping up to 4, knocking 74-15 down to 8 is really nice. One second. So the dumper is going to do better in isolation, but the value of the turret is when you put it with some better other people. And also 60-28 was getting no defense on them, or it was getting hard defended that entire match. But the value of the turret is that you allow your dumper to go. The value of the dumper is that you allow your turret to go. And so you like, yeah, solo Archimedes is back. Okay, yeah, let's go. That match is gonna be so much fun to watch. Yeah, awesome. So coming into the event, fourth highest EPA in the world, highest EPA in this division, highest turret EPA in this division, a third in the division, I believe, in EPA coming into this division, and then I think 8th or something in terms of EPA on this division. So if we see EPAs now, whoa, what? Archimedes predicting that Bread is going to end up ranking first. What? Bread ranking first. What, did Control Alt Defeat drop, or did Bread just win a bunch of matches? Bread just 5 RP, 5 RP, 5 RP, 5 RP, 5 RP, 5 RP. Wow. Only dropped 1 RP. And predicted to get 1 less RP here, so wow, maybe Bread will end up being the one captain. And at that point, that division becomes really interesting, because if it's not Russian Control Alt Defeat, I don't think that they're going to be able to contest anybody at the Einstein division. Even though Bread is very good, right? I'm not saying Bread's not good, but Bread is not Rush. Or Bread is not Control Alt Defeat. Like these two teams in terms of driver capability, very much there's a difference. And you can see it. 9470 is so good with the steals and moving around. This driver overall, and like Bread's a good robot, but when you look at Einstein's, if the number 1 makes it out of Archimedes, it's going to be a Bread is underestimated on EPA, yeah, but I'm talking about just looking at the drivers themselves, because I think EPA, like robot wise, they both score similar amount. Like I don't really care about the robot itself; they're both the same, and EPA is kind of like whatever, I don't care. But when I look at the driver is kind of what makes Control Alt Defeat that good. I mean, I guess we could look at OPR for looking at so they don't pull the historical accuracy of Bread pulling it down, because obviously Bread came into this with a rebuild, right? So let's see. So they're rank 2 right now, and I guess so yeah, they do have less practice on the rebuild, but yeah, that's true. So if we look at OPR, yeah, so you can kind of see it here. So if you just look at OPR itself, Bread is really good. Bread is not bad by any means of the world. They are 5th on this division. They're basically tied with 7166. I'd incline to say that Bread is probably better than them. They're probably the fourth best robot on this field. But if you look at the gap in OPR, like, there's a reason they are 312. They are really good. And I think this division will still come down to this one match here in match 100. It doesn't really change anything because they're expecting 9470 to they're expecting 9470 to lose this match against 1114. If 9470 flips this one by some way and 44-3 or 25-83 play some crazy defense on this alliance, then and they flip it, then 9470 ranks first. I think this Archimedes alliance on Einstein of Rush and Control Defeat can make a hard run on Einstein's. I think they could upset a lot of teams that you think are really good. But right now, I want to see if they could hit world record, because there are 2 turrets here and probably one of the best dumpers in the world on this division in this match. So we'll see. I would like to see Rush. Actually, I'd like to see 2767 play a cleanup game in the neutral zone, probably. And then play on the other side of the field, passing back everything that they steal. And then probably 6459 and Rush playing together. Maybe 6459 takes the back wall, and then Rush does short cycles in and out so they can contest the neutral zone as well. And then maybe that's like the most efficient way to cycle the field if you're trying to hit high score. So 2767 a little bit staggered, but they do get their auto off, and they do get to go the entire way through. They actually do end up collecting, and they wait a little bit for 27. Wow, lovely coordination from the auto teams here on both of these robots. 2767 waiting just enough for the other robots, and now I think you could kind of see it in the auto score itself. What is it? 183 out of auto. Let's see if they can kind of maximize the transition. Can they? Does Rush get this one off? Looks like they do. What is that? Okay, 222. Not bad at all for transition. If they're trying to hit 800, maybe a little bit low, but I think they can definitely still do it depending on how they play the game. The main issue here is look at how much fuel there is in this corner and along this entire back wall. There's so much fuel there. Okay, 2767, doing what I was talking about. Eating through that back wall and passing all of it back, even during the on shift. But yeah, okay, so they're able to do that. And to be fair, 2 robots here have died, so it's now basically the entire game is just based on the entire game is just, can you clean up the neutral zone fast enough, because no one's stealing. Like, it's just 131. Can you clear the neutral zone fast enough? 2767. Why are you playing defense? Go collect. Come on, try to hit a world record. Looks like 6459 trying to pass. Yeah, nice cleaning of the neutral zone. 2767 also trying to. Looks like they're playing defense. I don't like this. I'd rather them clean up this back wall and try to put more fuel into the side, trying to kind of neutral zone. Yeah, but the thing is, 131 steals are pretty good as well. This is going to be a world record. There's just not enough fuel being put back in. And it looks like 2767 also ended up dying here. That's probably why. They probably had issues and realized they couldn't pass back, because otherwise they would for sure be picking up all that fuel in the corner. So that's probably what ended up happening. So 2767 ended up having issues. Not going to be a world record. Maybe they can still record this record for the division. Not sure. We'll see. They are. I love that 6459 is kind of aware they have to clean up the neutral zone so they can try to maximize that scoring. Like that a lot. Rush actually the one doing the cleaning in the back because 6459 is getting value out of cleaning in the neutral zone, which is pretty interesting to see. That Rush is good enough at that sort of tower pathing that they're willing to have, that they're able to put 6459 in the middle there, and 6459 feels comfortable enough to clean up the middle. When 27 is cleaning that back wall. And yeah, 2767 is dead. So they didn't end up world recording. Maybe they could, if 2767 was passing that entire match, I think they could have hit at least 800 plus. Whether world records, I don't know. But they could have hit an 800 plus. Yeah, so the final score ends up probably being like, what, 650-ish? 660? Yeah, 661. So not a world record, but pretty good nonetheless. Archimedes is going to end up getting decided in 2 matches. We're going to jump back for that one. Or Archimedes rankings are going to end up being decided in 2 matches at the top level. Obviously, the rest of the rankings are all variable, right? But the 1 and 2 captain are going to end up getting decided there. Let's see. 13-23. Let's just watch this match and then we can jump back to Archimedes and see what happens there. Okay, so interesting. So the reason I say this is interesting. So Madtown actually went to the depot here, and so what High Tide normally does in auto is that they wrap around here when they want to go to the outpost, right? And they don't have a partner doing the outpost. They wrap around to the front. They just spend a lot of time here, and they go up against the hub wall, and then go into the depot as well. But Madtown's actually fast enough where they can just take 2 passes through the middle and still get to the outpost. Or depot, sorry, right, wrong one. But that's interesting to see. I don't know if that's a feature of just Madtown's autos being more capable, or if that's just Madtown's auto or just tele-up firing being a faster rate that they're able to get away with going twice for fuel. But that's interesting to see, because that's something that I've seen High Tide do all day. Is when they have a partner do the outpost, they go 2 passes through. But when they don't have a partner doing it, they'll only do 1 pass through and make sure they get like completely full from the middle. This is, yeah. I think it could be hard defense, but it looks like I think if these guys want to get picked for defense, then could very much be the case. But 1676 looks like they're kind of just stuck up on some fuel. So Okay, yeah, nice defense from 1676. No, so you couldn't really see it. The bottom view of the camera's terrible, but you could see 1676 tried to go in front, but Madtown, because they're so big, just moved a little bit forward and then just could cut them off completely. Really nice move from Madtown to just make sure that they didn't get blocked off. Ought to be close. They want to contest middle better instead. Yeah, no, that's fair. Definitely worthwhile decision to make there. 1678 is playing a couple of matches. Yeah, so we'll go to Archimedes next because that's going to decide the number 1 captain this next match at Qual 100, and then we'll go watch 1678 as well. It looks like, yeah, Madtown's hit the 500 mark. Not really a question there. Let's go watch. Okay, they're still on 99. Is 1678 playing right now? Yeah, they're playing right now. Okay, so we'll watch this one, then go over to Archimedes. Oh, and Taters is on their alliance as well. This could be a really high scoring match. Hopefully 700 plus. All right, let's see it. 60, 78, 22, 21, 22. Okay, so they're running a... Oh, and Zoobotics as well. Wait, this is a really high scoring match. So 6002 gonna go for a second pass here, but they don't really end up getting much because Taters kind of eats all of it. And oh wow, nice. Even with the collision, Taters ends up getting back in time. And they run a follow auto that doesn't really get much value, but still ending up with about what 159 fuel at the end of it. Pretty nice. We'll see. Let's see. There are triple dumpers, so if you want to look at high scores, if these guys don't play some defense, then maybe this could be a 800 plus match, but it looks like 10950 is going to decide to play defense here. So maybe not going to be the highest scoring match in the world because of that. Nice that Taters is going for a steal in the corner there. Love that a lot. But kind of getting stuck because Blue's getting... Oh, nice. Okay, so Citrus, with that little hopper adjustment there, they're able to take that corner. Zoobotics able to sit on Citrus, actually, so they don't get moved. Really nice there from them. And then 1678, yeah, okay. Nice scoring going on here, but when you look at wanting to hit high scores, normally at the end of shift 1, after winning auto, you want to be at like a 400 plus ish mark, and it seems that they're only at like 360. And I say only with air quotes, like obviously it's 360 points out of first shift, but too much defense in finals. Yeah, so I think in elims, maybe you'll see High Tide and Madtown end up hitting 1,000 if they don't play defense on them, but I think even 8th seed will end up playing defense on them, so probably not going to end up happening this season. Like, there's a lot of matches where it could very easily have happened, but there's so much defense on them that there's no way it's going to happen because everybody's just trying to deny and show themselves off at Worlds. Because, again, at Worlds, ranking doesn't matter, so all that matters is showing yourself off. So people don't really care about winning matches as much as they're showing off their robot, which means that if you're showing off defense, you don't really care about winning in the first place, so you might as well just play defense, which is just like, yeah, we won't end up seeing 1,000 because of that. especially because everybody who could hit 1,000 is the prime target for defense, right? So it's still a very nice match. Gonna end up being what, 700-ish? 750 if Zubak gets back. Can they hit this stump? Yeah, they hit the dumps. Yeah, 750 plus. And clean as well, because that is 735 in the top. Really nice. Nice match from them. I don't know if Citrus is going for climb or just got stuck, but it's pretty funny that they end up on the thing. Yeah, that's cool. Nice match from them. All right, I'm going to jump back to RBs now. There's probably 750 clean, if we're being real. All right, this is the match that decides the entire division. Right now, Control Alt Defeat at rank 1, 11-14 at rank 4. If Control Alt Defeat is currently expected to be has like a 30-ish% chance to win this match. If they flip this match, and it would have to be through 4403, I think, because 2583 is like a pretty good score. Yeah, but if they flip this match, then it'll have to be through some pretty good defense on 11-14, which people have shown before that you could play defense on 11-14. You just have to do it. And on the other side, Symbiotic's kind of looking to keep their rank 3rd solid. If they don't win this one, they might end up dropping even lower, and they're probably not going to end up being able to captain and will get picked by someone else, which they really don't want. So winning this one, really important for them. Will probably keep them at the 3rd captain, and honestly would mean that they'll probably end up with Control Alt Defeat as like the 2nd pick. But obviously, Control Alt Defeat will... I don't know. I think these guys will prioritize having Rush over 11-14, but we will see. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. If we look at the EPA breakdown, and yes, it's EPA, yes, it's not completely accurate, but it is generally close enough. If you look at the EPA breakdown for this match, and you look at the totals, it is literally just Symbiotics versus 9470, of course, on each side. And then these guys are just have 10 better EPAs than the other ones. I'd like to see... So they're probably going to lose auto, right? Of 9470. If I'm strategizing this match, what I would like to see is probably whoever the worst scorer is on the other side. I don't really care which one of you it is, but someone on this Red Alliance side that is not 9470 has to have an auto that lands in the middle of the field at the end of auto, and you go to the other side and do not let 11-14 use that transition period to win. Losing auto is fine because you can make it up in endgame. That's okay. But if you let 11-14 drop 60 fuel in that transition and also win in auto, you've now allowed them to basically win this match. Because they're not going to... If you give them that, they're going to take it away and run with it unless you play crazy shift defense. So I'd be looking at one of these two, hopefully ending up in the middle in auto. Then they go play defense on 11-14 coming back. As soon as the field opens, I'll draw it on where I'd like them to be. So let's see. Once they show the full field. Okay, so I would like to see, not 4403 then. I want to see 2583 end in the middle of the field right here. Really, bro? Come on. Okay, when they swap the field back. Okay, I want to see them here. I want to see them gun immediately across this bump and just sit in this corner here and wait for Symbiotics. And do not let them get that first cycle off. And if they don't... Okay, Symbiotics gets like a little bit less fuel than expected. Will they win the auto battle here? 9 seconds. They're going to lose the auto battle here, but nobody's going to be out in the middle to defend Symbiotics. Or will they? No, okay, so close enough. I need to see you run immediately there to defend Symbiotics here. Wait, they win auto. Wait, this is huge for them. This is absolutely huge for them. Okay, so now because you've won auto, Symbiotics is going to have a very hard time. They have to go to the neutral zone. 4403 has to lock down Symbiotics here. Do not let them in. Yup, 9470 also knows it. Wow. Okay. Not letting them in. 9470. Why is 4403 moving there? Still 11-14 rotated, missing a lot of that fuel in the corner. And at the end of the shift, they're not going to be able to score more. Only a 90-point shift, and considering Symbiotics, that's really, really good. And you could see the dumpers on the other side are working real hard right now. So it's going to come down to if they can get through the fuel reserves. Can 9470 get this one off? It seems like they can. Maybe have to go back to a neutral zone. 4403 doing the stealing, aware of the fact that there is fuel in that corner. So really nice from them that they're getting that fuel out. But now 1114 is already in their zone. That might be the death of this match. Yeah, 1114 is already there. You've already given up a full hopper to 1114 in a shift. And they're going to have 17 seconds to get around you in defense. I think this one's wrapped up unless 4403 pulls something out here. Just, 7 seconds. You have to rotate them and not able to. Yeah, this match is over. And they're going to have a disadvantage here because you're going to let blue line set up in auto as well in this period. Unless the blue lion somehow hits them in the tower while having the double seal, which, to be fair, this is something I really like from blue. Aware of the fact that they need to starve Symbiotics, they send double steal here so that 9470 has to go back to the neutral zone. And because of the fact Symbiotics is such a big hopper, they're stealing all of that fuel away from 9470. Now, you cannot let Symbiotics back here. 4403 plays there, nice. 9470, you have to get back to your side now. Even though you're stalling them, it's not going to be enough. Symbiotics cannot get this last hopper off if they want a chance to win. And it's working right now. Rotated them a little bit. Rotation still working if you look at the bottom here. Moving them around, but Symbiotics can control alt defeat, get this last one. No. Too many points scored from the blue line side. And it's not going to be enough. Can they still get the RP off? Maybe that will end up being the difference maker for them. But Symbiotics ends up winning this one. Way too heavy, just barreling their way through 4403. Really, really nice match from them. Obviously, I was looking at this from the perspective of control defeat, but if you look at Symbiotics' perspective, a really nice strategy. So what they basically did was, Symbiotics in the middle, we are going to clean the neutral zone. You do not have to deal with that, partners. We're going to have you guys go steal and force 9470 back to the middle every single cycle, which is really nice, because what you basically do is now say, 9470 has to go back to the middle and get refreshed every single time, which if they're doing that, then they're now losing a lot of time in their zone. And if you let Symbiotics get even 2 or 3 hoppers off, you're basically outscored 9470 as a completely starved robot. And also you have 121 playing some really nice screens there, pulling 4403 off. Very nice stuff. Great match overall. Very, very high level driving strategy. Loved it. And then let's jump to, you said 7457 is replaying on Milstein. Let's go check that out, because that might flip the entire match. Okay. 71. Oh, so that's 71. Yeah. So this is the replay. And I guess 7457 is going to get 4 RP, but not 5 out of this. What is the implication there? I would say, honestly, if 1114 plays like they did just now and can get through, the defense robot is like at a similar caliber of 4403 there, and they're able to get around it there, I might have more faith in 1114 and 9470. I really love the strategy of 1114 there of we starve the other alliance so that you have to pull rush to the middle. And when you pull rush in this hypothetical world, if I am 1114, doing that same sort of strategy against Rush and Bread, if we make the alliances of Bread and Rush, and then 1114, 9470, it'd be really nice because you have 9470 who already loves to steal, playing in that corner. And then you have probably your third robot here also playing a stealer potentially as well. And 1114 sitting in the middle. And so once you starve out 27 in Bread, because you're probably going to win auto just off the fact that you have 1114, it's probably an auto win. So you already get to force that transition period forward, which is nice. And once you starve them in the stealing department, they have to come back to the neutral zone, where 1114 will be waiting and eating all of that fuel and passing all of that back for themselves. So now you're going from starving the alliance zone that they're in to making them move to the neutral zone, and then you're starving the neutral zone and then putting it into your own alliance zone. So if they're able to kind of run that sort of system, and the defense is at a similar level and it's not stronger than that, and they're able to get around it, then for sure think that they can win that one. If the defense is better, then no, I think Rush and Bread take it for sure. But it's kind of just, it's very much just up to the defense when you're looking at these dumper bots if you can beat them or not. Yeah, and 7457 ends up with the first seed. What is this? This is Milstein Division. If we look at rankings right now, so they end up where they're now at 32? No. 7457. How did you... oh, is it because Blue Alliance is showing your match 71 has a... Yeah, so add 3 to their total count of... Yeah, right? Because, yeah. So add 3 to their total count on Milstein, which adding 3 to their total count right now would give them 31. And I guess because it's still 7, they have still 3 more matches to play with 31. And so if they don't, let's see. Oh, 7457. So if they don't, what are they predicted to do? It's a win-win-win, but they're expected to not get more RP here. So what they basically need to do is drop the 500 RP in every single one of these matches. And then maybe Citrus can jump them still, I think. Right? After Qual Match 99. Because if you add 3 to them here, then that basically puts them at 42. So then if they're expected to be 42, which would mean that they'd have to drop at least 1 more RP at some point if they're not going to end up rank 1. If they do end up rank 1, then I think they will pick Citrus. Citrus will decline. They'll pick either 694 or Hawaiian Kids, and then they'll have to accept, and then Citrus will take the other one of those 2 short turret bots. And then Roboteers will end up with whoever. Maybe Gwyneth, but I think Gwyneth decline. Maybe Gwyneth doesn't decline them. And then you get Andromeda 1 to burn the rest of the field. That might end up being the way that it works, is 7457 ends up 1. Whoever is the better one, or that they like more out of 359 and 694 gets picked. That's your 1. Citrus and whoever else, maybe 694, maybe 359 ends up 2. Roboteers, maybe you take 1771 at this point because they're a good turret team to help you out. They can play the shoot on the move defense for you to get you back into your own alliance zone. And then Andromeda 1 with the 91 EPA will burn the entire rest of the field, so that's not going to be a threat. Maybe if everything goes to how it's expected, that might end up just being how it ends up working out. See though. I 2481 I don't think will ever get picked before they're captaining. They've been shut down way too easily. And 694 is playing here, so we can look at them and see how they're doing. Because if you go back and watch the Roboteers match against 359, and there was a very, very good defense bot there with 359. I just remember it because 359 played a half defense there for them as well. They kind of just showed you the formula of how you shut Roboteers down. They kept Roboteers to 20 fuel plus 1 hopper for the entirety of their 2 shifts. Which if you do that to a robot, that's not... There is the shorter robots will do that better every single time. And they'll actually be able to put up way more fuel than that. Nice passing from 694. I think that's one of the best traits. It's something I haven't seen from 359 as much, I guess. But obviously, both of them do it at a similar level. But 694 passing is something to be looked at, with where it is very nice because they do it a lot and their pathing through the middle is pretty good as well. Yeah, just putting up all that fuel. 694 kind of needs 5 RP in this if they don't end up getting picked in that first 2 or 3 alliances, so that they can be the third captain. So really going for 500 here. Yeah, no, this is really nice. The passing here is, I think, from 694 is something incredible, especially when you pair that up with a nice dumper that'll be hitting steals very likely. And you have a third robot in there maybe as well. The neutral zone cleanup from 694 is something to be looked at of how nice it is. If they end up getting picked first, it will probably be because of that cleanup role. And I think they should play in elims that cleanup role of the neutral zone and have their partners be doing something else because they do it so well. They don't get the 500 though, which might end up hurting them a bit. Not being able to hit 500, maybe, I don't know if they're expected to get 500 in this one, but it could have been the difference maker for them in maybe jumping Citrus in the rankings. Let's see what other matches are going right now. Looks like 254 is going to play soon. Ratchet Rocker's probably going to end up being either Hopper first pick or Hopper's first captain are playing right now. Oh, first pick or second captain, rather. On the red side at the bottom here, that double turret and nice net with the Hopper. And the cleanup from them is so lovely. It works so well. Wow, yeah, no, it's just beautiful. Their cleanup game is just so well done. And the same thing I think applies for them as 694, where they play the neutral zone so well with the turret, where you're able to just get so much fuel out from the neutral zone back to your side with the passing. They should probably be playing that role, unless 2056 is there, in which case, yeah, sure, you can go for steals. But if they are with 2056, I think that's not really going to be a concern. Really nice scoring. Would like to see someone go to the neutral zone. There's a lot of fuel here. I don't know who it is. Maybe 30-35 or 17-6. Either one. Yeah, 17-6 decides to go. Nice. Okay, I love that short cycle, actually. Get around the defense by just doing something they don't expect at all. Get a quick short cycle there. Coming back around the bump. And then, yeah, go on the other side of the defense. Yeah, it looks great. And they do get the supercharge as well to keep their ranking up in Hopper. I don't know if average match score will end up mattering for them, so match score kind of just being done for fun at this point, just show off, and obviously to show that you look good as a robot, but not really going to matter in terms of the overall ranking scheme. I mean, going to end up hitting 700. Yeah, really nice match from these guys over. Just generally 1-3-1, getting around the defense pretty good. Might be due to the fact that looks like tank, which would probably explain why they get around the defense pretty easily. But yeah, 715, 710 clean, probably gonna end up jumping like 720. Really nice match from these guys. And close match on Johnson up here. Actually, I guess I'll wait for the final score here, see what ends up happening. I just realized I paused this. That's my bad. Okay, so 740 clean. Sorry, 735 clean. Ratchet Rockers end up jumping to 1, but I think they're going to end up dropping to 2056 at some point. But let's take a look at Johnson. 9483 playing, as well as Idcon Girls on the other side here. Both these guys. This one's expected to be close, though, within 90 points. So might end up being a closer match than you might think, just looking at the teams here. Just kind of just going to be dependent on if 33 is working. If they're working well, then could be close because you have two tall robots that can have a high output. But 33 is not working well. I think this match is kind of done. Okay, nice. Yeah, 10-340. Icon Girls, really nice grab and auto. And 9043, making sure they're completely full. Not going to go back out because they have the outpost, depot auto that they're going to collect from there anyways. And they're just going to sit here and just fire for the entire time. And Icon Girls with a crazy speed auto there. Wow. Going to end up getting, yeah, almost 140 in auto. And in transition, both of them do really well in transition with the fact that they have these big hoppers and they can just sit there the entire time. But looks like Idcon Girls having some issues with getting back over and deciding they're just going to go play the passing instead because they got their head hit on the trench there trying to get back under with the extendable hopper, it looks like. So looks like 9483 getting defended. 7257 doing a pretty good job at it. And just, Icon Girls looks dead here as well. Might be an issue. A 9483 proving that you could play defense on them. No pin getting called here either because they're stuck on the bump, not on the trench itself. They're not getting pinned into a wall. They're getting pinned. They're getting moved because of the bump. And deciding they're just going to go into passing. But who are they passing for? Icon Girls is dead right now. Trying to solve that issue you can see in the corner. Their light is flashing up there. But if they're not able to get back to their zone and no one can contest this fuel, then this match might be an upset here. 9043 might have to just say yes to whoever they get picked by. And you can kind of see what's the issue. So I think they're going to end up pulling 6940 to pick a screen for them. But if Red Alliance is smart here, they will get 33 to help them out. Yep, 33 looks like they're just trying to funnel away all the fuel and no pin again because they're stuck on the bump, not on the trench wall itself. And it's looking like they might get 0 RP, even though 6940 trying to push them over. And no, 7257 just sitting there, not letting them through. Really nice defense. Not getting baited by 9483 either way. And just completely shutting them down. I think showing you this match kind of showing you the solution to how to shut down 9043 and finally deciding to run a pick on them. And 9043 gets back. They could actually make this match really close. The scoring on the other side is only at 310, but 7457 denying the turret again. The turret's missing now because of the defense. 7257, really good defense. Wow. Showing off how to kind of beat 9483. That's very impressive and will kill 9483's ranking as well. 0 RP from that match because they never got back to their side. Wow. 7457 will remain rank 1. Yes, probably their schedule looks a little bit too easy. But also, as you saw here, schedule can mean nothing if you have a really good defense bot on the other side to try to blow you up. Yeah, really nice defense. I love the fact that they're heavy too. They were not getting shoved around by 9483 at all that match. Really impressive stuff. Like, if you're able to hold your ground against 9483 with a full load of fuel, like, that is impressive stuff for your drive base. They're probably, I think that match will get them picked by a top alliance. someone is going to pick them. That is incredibly good defense. All right, Curie currently live with 254. We'll jump over there. I think we all know 94-83 kind of lost that match. With Aluminum Narwhals, though, 31-28. Another team, a team that is built for tall. You can see they're kind of on that the bump on the other side, but kind of blind because of the way the hub and camera angle works. See how the auto works here. So 254 likes to go really deep on the second pass. Let's see if 31-28 kind of misses with that, because they have missed with the auto here, but 254's auto doesn't care, and they still get back over. No problems. Wow, very impressive. Even through another auto issue on the other side, they still end up making it, getting through the entire way. Really impressive. Now, let's see. So 171 from 254, and yeah, the passing here is going to be the important part. You can see how much fuel is kind of being layered. The red side completely barren except for this back corner, which is also getting fuel stolen from. And you can see all the fuel is basically either on the blue line side or against the blue line's hub wall. It's like crazy. 1678 doesn't get to pick 694. Well, the thing is that I don't think anyone's gonna burn 7457 after I don't think maybe they burn 694 first, so 694 declines, but I think that they would just accept 7457. I think either one of them or 359 will just say yes to them, and the other one will end up with 1678. Unless they're all deciding they want to make their own alliance, which would be very interesting. If Stipulse and 1678 end up in the same situation as last year on the, I think, daily division it was, where they ended up where they got completely burned by, was it 44-15, I think, of last year. That would be funny to see if that happened to both of those teams again, as looking to try to make an Einstein run on that field. Yeah, 254 doing a great job. I mean, the passing, I think, is the best thing here. Looking at how they manage the fuel, and just generally this alliance overall is really nice. Everybody kind of able to hold their own in passing, able to kind of get the fuel to the other side of the field. Wait, already 641. Hold on. If they're able to go back to the middle, no defense, maybe 800 point match coming up here. 31-28 collecting more, and they're getting all that neutral zone fuel. 254 again getting that neutral zone fuel. 13 seconds left. Maybe one more cycle will get them that 800 point. It looks like 254, if they shoot, will get 800. Looks like 800 points. 850 maybe. Wow, what a match. 850 points, maybe. I don't know what the exact number is, but looks like at the end, maybe put in 25-ish. Really impressive stuff. I wonder what they're counting in the ref booth, because this seems pretty cut and dry to me. Okay, after they release the final scores, we will go to High Tide. Yeah, nice. Of course, 861. Wow, is that clean? 861 clean. Wow. Maybe a little bit more optimization, they could break 870. That is very impressive stuff. Congrats to them. Yeah, every single one of these teams is really, really good. All right, we're going to jump over to Daily because High Tide's playing the next match. Yeah, High Tide rank 1, of course. In terms of rankings, I don't think anyone's gonna beat. I think, is it even possible for anyone to take down High Tide in ranking? I think they're too high up. If you look at their RP, no, it is possible if they drop a match, but they're not gonna drop a match. But if they do drop a match, they are sitting at 39. Them and 1323 dead even. Dropped exactly 1 RP throughout the entire competition. In terms of obviously not climb RP because no one's climbing RP. But yeah, their auto for 3128 didn't work either. Yeah, it still ended up putting that much. I think kind of showing you how I think that's kind of the perfect example of a match where if you don't play defense, people can definitely put up 800, 900 points. With like, and there've been better levels of teams. Like obviously 254, all of those guys are very good. But there have been better teams overall on alliances that have not gotten as high of a score because people just play defense on them. And nobody wanted to play defense on that match, so we got to see that beauty of a match and how everybody's kind of just layering all the fuel in every single time. But the defense at Worlds makes it so it's impossible to see like 1K almost, unless everybody on the other alliance just gives up on playing defense. 137, yeah, nice. And already back to the middle, and because they win auto every single time, High Tide ready to fire everything back in. Tech foul for something on the blue side. I don't know what that would be for. But yeah, already hitting 218. Incredible from that side. And then I presume they're going to start to pass. And yeah, you can kind of see it here, where the High Tide score is going to be lower than expected because they just have defense on them all the time. And so their actual EPA of what they can score in a match is much lower than, well, I guess maybe not much lower than, but it is lower than what they could score if they were being undefended. But it will never happen in a Worlds match because everybody is trying to prove their worth by defending High Tide. Yeah, no, nice. And then they come back with a quick shift, turn around for the back. Yeah, nice. Collect against the wall. And they keep shooting the entire way through. And yeah, nice. High Tide just being efficient with their movement. I think kind of the root of why they're so good is their driver is so efficient with collecting. And they also, a really quick move here, they denied 3646 from being able to collect all of that stuff on their bump that they wanted to go get on the back. Do you think 69 is repeating 2024? No, probably not. I mean, that division is deep enough where it's possible, but I don't. And there's some pretty good defense there, but I think it would be Newton if they were going to upset 30-23 in High Tide. It would be the Newton division or the Hopper division that would do it. And I don't really think the Galileo's deep enough to upset both these guys. Although maybe Daily is the bottom end of Daily for getting selections is weak enough where maybe they can. And honestly, any defense robots you can't really see in depth, right? Everyone's just kind of scouting them by eye in the first place, so. Could be the case. We'll see. 6-0, 6-14 here. High Tide probably has like 100-ish in their hopper right now. We'll probably hit 700 at this match, especially with the back wall cleanup that they're going to end up doing. Or it looks like they're going to go back to the middle of the field for this. Okay, end up hitting 700. Maybe 750 hit. How much will they end up hitting? Yeah, maybe they'll end up hitting 700. Let's see. Bread expected to win the next match. What is the high? I will wait for the High Tide final score before moving on to another one. I do want to see 22-31 in some of their last matches because they seem like a team that's been rising after starting off a little bit slow because of the fact they didn't actually play any real events. So maybe they can kind of work it up. Yes, 769. Really nice. How much is that? Okay, so 750-ish clean. Really, really good from them. But let's see. Are they playing right now or this next match? Okay, so they're about to play. But 22-31 seems like a team that has been rising through the whole day because they haven't played a match, whole event, because they haven't played a match before this event. So it seems like they're working it out, but I don't know if that's warrants having them picked over like a like any of the other dumpers, like 1768, Link. Who's the third dumper on this? No, well, Crew is obviously going to be pick 1, and we'll probably take Orbit. But I don't think that they're going to get picked over either of those dumpers. But maybe if they make a name for themselves at the very end here and go like absolutely crazy, it'll be possible. This is their second to last match, though. No, it's not. Let's see. So Gallo division. If you look at just EPA, yeah. So they're jumping up in EPA. If you actually look at their EPA graph, obviously, right, it's been coasting a little bit, but it's been sitting at about 240. But they were rising at the start. Then they had some troubles, and now they've been back to rising again. We'll see how they end up doing in this one. Might end up, if they can do really good in this one, maybe it ends up being the difference between them getting picked and them kind of falling, getting picked in like the top 3 and them falling to someone much lower. Also looks like I think Crew is just going to end up taking Orbit here because they're the 4th captain, and there's no reason to not take them, because otherwise what you would end up doing is if you don't pick them and you take Neshoba instead, then you'd basically allow Orbit to get Onyxtronics, and they put up 900 plus together on their home field. So I would be hard pressed to not pick Orbit here. The only reason I was saying Crew might not pick Orbit is because of the fact that Orbit might have ranked like 6th, but after winning their last matches, it seems like, and 74-15 losing specifically, it seems like Orbit's in a position where they're going to end up getting picked 1, and then Neshoba has to decide who they want to get picked 2. Whether that be 2231 if they want to go with a turret, Link if they want to go with that dumper. Either way, it's kind of just up to them who they want to get as the rank 2. And then the 3rd captain of 5913 is probably just going to end up getting accepted by whoever doesn't get picked. All right, let's take a look at 2231 though. Their auto doesn't work. Their collector actually never comes out during auto, so not a great start for them. But maybe they can win auto anyways if they're able. Yeah, their collector works this time. Able to shoot everything out. And no, they end up losing auto still. So gonna have to play on the back foot here, but they do know how to play the game well as the turret, right? I love that they're actually shooting everything out, choosing to pass first, and making sure that the Blue Alliance doesn't get an easy collection for every single fuel to their side, only some of it. And love that 39-31 is actually going to the middle of the field here instead of eating through the back wall, because you have your turret that can do that, and then come back to the middle here. Yeah, I mean it's a good amount of score, but if they're gonna win this match, it'll end up being through the end game specifically. So we'll see. Okay, this is the field where apparently the hub drops get counted pretty well. Nice that the refs are being strict about it. But yeah, they are down, but you can kind of see that they're about to make their entire score difference back by just running through the back wall unless someone steals. It looks like 39-31 trying to do a decent job of fending off the stealing, and 22-31 is able to collect all of that and kind of put it in. Not really missing, right? A little bit inaccurate, but doing a pretty good job now making up that score differential here and putting basically everything back up. Now this is kind of where they're going to make the points back, is cleaning up the middle here, stealing here. It looks like 22-31 pathing through the middle, but I think you can kind of see the difference in the drivers here of 22-31 and Orbit, because they have a very similar robot, it looks like, at least, but the driver skill of Orbit and being able to get around the middle of the field and being able to try to pass through the neutral zone to collect is like one of the biggest differences of these two drivers. Orbit's specifically being incredible at it. It would be nice if they can hit 500 here, though. Maybe able to, if they can kind of collect at the end here. And going back to the middle of the field at the very end, I think that hitting that trench bar is going to be the difference. Yeah, not going to be able to hit 500. But I don't. Yeah, they weren't even in a position to pick anyways. But still, it'd be nice to hit the 500 just for vibes. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Red Wings ended up winning by 484. Yeah, not the 500, but still pretty good. 80-44 up next on Hopper, a team that I think maybe they get picked by 2056, but they're going to be they're a very high scoring team already, but they're going to be picked high somewhere. Wherever it is on Hopper, I don't think you can guess right now, but whatever it is, they're going to get picked high. Let's see, 604 on right now on the Newton division. 604 in a position to pick, actually. .604 rank 7 right now. Expected to rank 6, so they did drop. So if you're looking at the Newton division, seeing what might happen, I think if you look at what Statbox is expecting at this point, it's just going to be these two picking each other, because obviously if Jack in the Bot ranks first, maybe they pick someone else, but I think they'll take Itcon anyways, just because of then you get 5549 to burn the rest of the field. And I think that there's no reason for Itcon to not take Jack in the Bot. They're just too good. So these two probably will end up together. They will maybe burn Robo Tigers at 7th. Maybe they burn 973 as well. But I think after that point, they're gonna pick. They probably just take Bare Metal, and Bare Metal has to accept. Because Bare Metal is really good, but someone is gonna end up not having a fun time on both of these alliances compared to if they end up on 973 or Robo Tigers alliance. Maybe if you look at this though, so 57-36, another really good team. Bare Metal, but so the two that will have to accept are these two both. Honestly, Bean probably will have to accept if someone asks them as well. I don't think you take that risk of getting left out of the match, left out of alliance selection. So probably will end up being something like these two select each other. You take maybe 2046. You take 57-36. And then maybe we get a 973 Bean collaboration, because this assumes that 1796 declines. Yeah. 1796 seems like they're going to get the short end of the stick here, because I just think that both these guys are going to pick each other, and they're going to just end up declining whoever the first two are, and going to have to make like a 5th alliance with someone. Although this division is deep enough where if they end up on a 5th alliance, right? Who's that pick? 1, 2. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, a 5th alliance. If you take like Spam or something, you go double turret. Maybe you take Miss Daisy on the way back around. You go triple turret. Have them play cleanup. Definitely possible for them to try to make a run, but I think 2046 is going to end up getting screwed by Alliance 3, and then 57-36 won't be as bad, but still not going to have a great time with 636 compared to if they dropped to 973. And now Denim Venom here, trying to punch a reason for themselves to get picked over 1706, the two real turrets on the Hopper division. Or two best turrets, I guess. Not real turrets. Obviously, everyone is a turret. That is a turret. But the two best turrets, one of them double length, and the other one's not. Rank 7 right now, so if they do end up declining, definitely the 5th or 6th here, definitely possible for them to make a good alliance, but still would like to get picked earlier instead. So nice. You can see kind of similarly to High Tide in 1323, that same sort of shoot on the move while rotating so we can get our collector back the other way. And it's kind of just like Madtown, except they like to do it not on the outpost side. I guess just because they don't want to go into the outpost. So yes, they go out to the middle, and they did win auto. So nice hairpin turn from them here. Going back through the trench, no defense on them either. So they're able to shoot until the end of transition, completely maximize themselves, and yeah, immediately into passing. Looks really nice. I think Denim Venom probably my. I don't know if they'll end up getting picked over the dumpers, New England dumpers, just because the New England dumpers are so good at firing off, and 581 also as well counts in that category. But I think probably the most underrated team on this division, if you can call them that, right? Obviously, it's Den and Venom. They went on Einstein last year, but still, probably the most underrated team because that robot is so clean when they work, and when they do work, it looks like mini High Tide. In terms of scoring, it's just being able to keep that consistency maybe will hurt them in terms of getting picked high. This match is close, though, to be fair, but I don't know if it'll end up mattering as soon as, yeah. So 80-44 takes a steal in the corner here, which is nice, and I think kind of just ends this match because if you look at their corner, if they actually go through path into there and no one steals, yeah, looks like no one's going to steal. They're just going to end up shooting through all of that for free, and that is just too much BPS. You can't really stop that. And they go around the tower specifically, which is nice, so they don't end up getting caught up in there. And then just take that before anyone starts to steal. I love this a lot. Going in their fifth shift back to the neutral zone, realizing there's nothing left here. We kind of collect everything left at the end there. So really nice. And yeah, going at the end. Would be nice for them to get the 500 here. I don't know if they're expected to get 500, but would be cool because that might end up putting them as the 4 captain if they can get an RP where they're not expected to. So this 500 point mark might be really big for this division rankings if they're able to hit it. It's really close. Only need 30 more fuel. I think they have the 30 there. Should come back maybe. 16 fuel. Are they going to be able to put it in? It looks like yes. Wow. Ended up. Wow. Yeah. Won the whole 5 RP. And if that is an RP they weren't expected to win, yeah. So really impressive by them. That's an RP they weren't expected to win. They were expected to win the match, but not by 2 RP. And if we actually see the rankings itself, by what they're expected to happen, they were sitting at 38-ish about of what's expected. Make that 39. That now puts them as 4th. And if they're at 4th, this division could be very interesting because now 2056 picks best available because there's 2 alliances that will get made no matter what that are very scary that you'll have to play against. So in terms of wanting Hopper to be fun, you're going to want Denovan to be 3rd. Sorry, 4th rather. And jump all 3 of those other robots. Yeah, 1768 has been a drum for a pretty decent amount of time. Yeah. The 1796 also, I saw someone talking about defense against them. Yeah, we saw someone play some decent defense against them, and that's why I've kind of been a little bit away from picking them, because if you're a turret and you can't get around the defense, that's like one of the biggest advantages of the turret in the first place is you can avoid the defense. But if you're getting locked down by defense in the first place as a turret, then you'd rather just go with a dumper because there's so many good ones on that division. Oh, let's see what's the next match here. So did they release the final score? I don't think, yeah, they did. I don't think they released the final score. We'll wait for it, see where Denim Venom ends up jumping up to. Because their turret in the lower end could be. I think they were just a little bit too light too. They were kind of getting shoved around by defense. Was the main thing there. Did they show the scores and I just didn't see them? I did. I'm blind. Okay, my bad. So yeah, the fifth, jumping up to fifth here. What is the actual ranking right now? Who is above them? Okay, let's go to daily for now. LM56 just played. Oh, Link playing on Galileo. Yeah, we can check those guys out. Oh, Link versus Petty as well. So this one should be pretty close. But for the Hopper division, kind of looks like. Let's see, 80-44. Yeah, so they're fifth. World's rankings are always weird. World's rankings, there's so many different things that can go wrong with World's rankings. If you look at this match, 94-96, doing pretty good passing, but kind of just looks like a Petty versus Link match. And 25-56 doing a pretty good job as well, but not really putting up the BPS that either Petty or Link would get. Petty being 58-95, sorry, in case that wasn't clear, and Link being 94-96. This is still very close. It could very much be a comeback by Blue. Kind of just depends on if they can get all of this fuel into their side. If this gets if 25-56 can get out of this and funnel all of that away and into their zone and allow 58-95 to score all of that, then it's definitely possible. But looks like 94-96 just gonna try to pick all of that up. Yeah, they're going to get all of that fuel instead. And now denying that, I think will probably end up making this match over because they have a full Hopper to dump in. Even though it is pretty close, if they can get a last cycle out, then maybe it's doable. But no. Yeah, no. If they were able to contest that pile of fuel that ended up over there, it might have been close, but defense robot kind of stopping 25-56 from coming back directly this way ended up meaning so they couldn't really herd that fuel back in, so not really possible. Now, if we look at the Hopper division rankings right now, let's just see the final score here. Yeah, Red ends up winning. In terms of ranking, it's nice for Link, but getting the 4, not really getting 5, so they don't jump up from what they're expected to do. Getting 4 is like good, of course, but not really anything crazy. If we look at the Hopper division, in terms of RP right now, 37, 33, 33. So they've already played their 9th match. 2056 is basically locked one because they're 36 right now, and all they have to do is get 2 more 5 RP matches, and they'll jump them. Even if Ratchet ends up winning their last match with 5 RP, the first tiebreaker is average match score. So unless Ratchet ends up making that match like literally the world record, which they already set once, unless they end up making that the world record or 2056 falls down off a bit, 2056 probably ends up 1, 72-6 ends up 2, 63-29 with their schedule probably going to end up 3. It's really just down to if 97-85 will end up dropping in RP somewhere. Because if you look at their schedule, they are expected to lose a match here at the very end against 34-67 and 46-13. But they're expected to get 2 RP there. And if you look at 80-44's schedule at the end here, they're expected to lose this one in a very close fashion, 263-29. So both of them expected to lose, but so that would basically make them even in terms of RP, right? But if 97-85 is going to drop a match, and I think this is where match overalls will be a really big thing because they're probably going to end up tied if Den and Venom can get an extra RP and jump to matches directly. Oh, this is the Blue Alliance. So if you go to Game Day by Blue Alliance, right, this is just a Blue Alliance. There's a tab in the Blue Alliance to go to Game Day, and then you can just click through the matches in the bottom right. You have all the different streams to go click through. Let's see. 2813's OG bot. So that both 97-85 and 80-44's last matches are going to be very, very key to seeing who's going to end up winning, because the average match score might actually be the tiebreaker there. which would be crazy to see because right now both of them have it at 523.75 and 532. So average match score will actually matter if it ends up being tied in that way. Then let's take a look. What matches are going on right now? Orbit about to play on Galileo, apparently. We'll go jump to them and see what they're doing. But, Archimedes has a pretty close match. Looks like 504 on red. Nice. Barker pushing themselves up. Celtics also doing pretty good. Archimedes having a really close match here. Okay, let's go back and watch this one. So, where are they? Okay, so one side you have the best turret robot on this division, and then Code Orange, who's a very good rebuild of kind of rebuilt the robot to be like Citrus with the extendable hopper up and down. So we'll see. Looks like they're not facing off against each other in auto. The 6459 being at the top, Code Orange being at the bottom here, and then my kind of my riser here, because I thought they were double turret, but ended up not being double turret. 1731, a really nice team. But they ended up switching from the double turret, and going just to straight up dumper. So doing pretty well for themselves, but not that double turret that I expected. Yeah, so okay. 6459's auto is kind of weird to me because they only go out once here. And they don't really end up getting that much fuel compared to everyone who goes through the bump. And it's because they are very much against using the bump, it seems, in auto specifically, which is fair. You've seen a lot of collisions on the bump, but it does end up meaning that they get less fuel. They do win auto by 1 point here, which I think is worse for them because they don't have as much fuel capacity as the other alliance, so they can kind of match them in transition. And now going back, 94-27 plays a pretty good defense, forcing Code Orange to wrap around. And now you can see that the difference in scores themselves are not that high, but playing double defense on Code Orange is kind of completely keeping them down. And now at the very end of the shift here, they're going to put up some fuel. Are they going to be able to get this out in time? Doesn't look like it. Wow. Nice defense. Nice defense from 94-27, really shutting down Code Orange here. And you can see that what should have been probably a favorable advantage for Blue because they lost auto and were still able to keep up in transition and also contest the middle of the field ended up being worse because of the fact that the defense didn't allow Code Orange to kind of sit in the neutral zone or do a steal at all, and they punished them and didn't allow the best scorer on this alliance to get any fuel out. Really nice stuff. Even still, you can see that the match score isn't all that far off. Blue kind of taking a lead here, but Reds will still have another shift after this as well. Really going to come down to if Code Orange is going to be able to score for free in endgame here and how the fuel will kind of land here. So you can see a 60-point buffer here, and it's going to come down to if 1731 is going to be able to steal or if they're just going to play defense. If they're able to completely clear out this neutral zone and just pass everything back and just collect all the stuff that Red would want to use to score again, then I think they've set themselves up for a win. But otherwise, I don't know if it'll end up mattering, right? Because there's so much fuel in the neutral zone here where the Code Orange is just going to be able to run through the back wall here and not have to go to the neutral zone. And these guys, you can see clearly aren't able to score because there's no fuel on their side. They have to go back to neutral zone to be collecting that fuel. Code Orange able to put more in though, and you can see kind of what losing auto does to you when you are able to match them in transition. Just not able to ever get enough fuel in endgame to make it even in the first place. Really nice stuff from the Blue Alliance, kind of knowing how to play auto from behind, doing the passing, and maximizing the endgame period to their advantage. Man, they ended up winning it. 527 clean. Really nice stuff. It's yeah. Oh, let's see. What other divisions are there? what's going on in Johnson, for example. Average. Oh, no. Let's see. Is there anyone else playing right now that I would want to watch? I feel bad about Johnson. Feel like I haven't seen them enough. In case you didn't know about them, Average Joe's pretty good team. Ended up being a part of the alliance that upset 9483, I believe. Or one that put up a really high score with them. I cannot remember for the life of me. But really nice robot that they've built this year. Who else is on right now? 1690 about to play. Let's see. Oh, next match. Okay. New one on Newton. No. Milstein. Waffle's playing. Oh, okay, Waffles and 4907 both playing, actually. Yeah. Omni. Yeah, so I've been, in case you didn't know, I've been using Omni FRC this entire time. I just had a list of teams that I favorited, that I've been looking through the entire time to find matches that might be interesting to watch and just point out certain teams. Waffles in particular, one that kind of, they actually ended up being with 1678 when they lost, and were the only ones scoring an endgame, and in that 1 point loss that 1678 ended up basically tanking their ranking down to whatever it is now instead of 1. I think it only dropped by 2, but still. But their tall robot probably will end up as like a 6th alliance pick, but kind of like the perfect robot for any alliance that wants any top level alliance, like a 1 or 2 alliance that wants a good second pick, because they're able to deny fuel with that giant hopper, and they also have a turret so that they can do shoot on the move passing. And so if you want them to steal from the other side and play defense at the same time, yeah, they got shoot on the move. They can shoot and defend at the same time. They can also play denial with the fuel. Just generally a good robot, but I think they score a bit too much to where they'll be able to fall down to play that role in the first place. Let's see, Milstein. Oh, Hopper has a very stacked lineup in Qual 106. We'll check that one out when it comes up. And then same with Archimedes as well. 1114 and 9470 playing together, which will probably end up being your second alliance on that division. So, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, just generally playing. Galileo. What's going on here? Looks like, what match is Orbit playing in on Galileo? Qual 107. Okay, so we'll just wait here for I guess we can go back to another division that's actually playing. Sure. Seven 5-5-1 playing defense there. So, what division do you think is going to win? Okay, if I'm not going to say daily, because I think that's an unfair statement to say anything. If you say daily, it's like, okay, yeah, of course it's them. Who else would it be? But if I'm not going to say them, it would probably be Newton. Just because I think Itcon and Jack in the Bot together, with a really nice deep pick, can try to upset people. I think Jack in the Bot is my one team that I think is better than 2056. That's not Madtown or Mad Tide. Because their BPS is just so insane. Yeah. In general, I think there's kind of 4 divisions to me right now that are very obviously the best. And then Archimedes that's going to try to make a run for it as well. But I think that without the 9470-27 combo, Archimedes is just going to falter. Because I don't think Bread can put up the same level as 9470 can at the highest level. Because Bread's going to end up ranking 1 and probably pick 27, and 27 can't decline them. And then 1114 and 9470 will probably end up together, and we'll see how that ends up happening. Good for them. 488. Let's go back to Galileo now. Yeah, Orbit playing. Scream Jr. as well playing on the other side. Really nice. Jack in the Bot is the best dumper. Yes, I also think that. You know what? I'll go through my tier list, my rankings again, because I think that they have changed a bit. since yesterday. So I had High Tide as my number 1. I had 1323 as my number 2, just because I think that they're too similar, and I love their robot archetype enough to where, and they both drive so well, where I think that they'll end up being my 1 and 2. Then I have 2910 as my number 3. And then I probably have 2056 as my number 4 because I think the driver's so good. And then I really want to put 1690, but I think 254 is just better than them. So I'd have 254 here. And then probably 106 and Hopper. Yeah, we're gonna go over to that one. As soon as that one's live. Oh, is that live right now? Okay, yeah. We'll go watch that one first then. Are they prepping? Okay, they're getting on the field now. Sure. Then who would be after them? You know what? I'll use StatBotics teams to try to decide this. Let's see. Yeah, High Tide, Madtown. I have a Jack in the Bot over Cheese Boost. I have OP over 254 because I think that the turret is better, and also 2056 doesn't jam. 254's jams are like not great. Then it's probably 27. This is my next one, and then Hot Take 6329. Yeah, their EPA is not that high, but if you watch them play, they're incredible, and they also set the world record with 1706. Then after that, I think 7769 has done a lot. 1678 obviously should be in that conversation. Wait, I didn't put Orbit yet. Okay, never mind. No. I think I'd put Orbit like here. Actually, yeah, I'd put Orbit right here. And then after that, I think it's kind of just whatever you want to go with. It's whatever ranking you're interested in, go for it. I'm just very, very, I think the turrets are the best, especially with the High Tide style of turret. So that's why I'm putting both them and Madtown up there. But you can honestly go with anything. And yeah, and 125 falling is crazy, but they've been a bit inconsistent, and their BPS isn't as good as High Tide or Madtown. So I'm kind of just like, about them. And also, you're not going to be able to see their full potential because the way that Curie's stacked up right now, the rankings aren't going to be great. 118 would be an insane second or third pick. Yeah, no. Is their EPA that low that they're going to end up being a second or third pick? I think they're just going to end up being a first pick, no? If we just go off EPA alone. Oh my god, that one match of Overcharge getting hard defended dropped their EPA from 300 plus to 283. Wow, okay. Let's see. 118's 19th in EPA. Really good second pick for anybody trying to look for him, like in a fourth alliance. They have their double turret. They can play stealing. They're a very smart team. They played defense before. Roboteers, I am of the opinion that as soon as they play a defense robot that knows how to play the game, they're going to get shut down. Watch 359's match against them for the exact example of how I think everyone is going to play against them and shut them down completely the entire match. I love their BPS. They're a great robot. They also got completely shut down the moment the 359 sent a really good strategy up against them. And I think that every single team on Milstein is very smart and will run something similar on that and be able to stop them. What do you think of design? I think this game is the best one I've ever seen, except for the climb. But also the thing is, the climb is so useless where it's kind of become a nothing. It's just not become part of the game. So honestly, it's probably one of the best games I've ever seen because the RP is entirely decided by what you score. The rankings are relatively good. Obviously, Worlds rankings are not as good because it's Worlds, the schedules or whatever. But I think the game itself, there's so much strategy that you can use, and it's a shooting game. There's every single archetype is good. There's a reason that I'm putting 2910 as the third best robot, and it's very, very hard for me to rank every single robot. It's because all of them are different archetypes, and they all do different things very well. Better than 2024 for sure. 2024 was like, if you watch that game, it feels very boring to watch. Like I watched it back, the Einstein matches that I reviewed, and I was like, this game is so slow. I don't like open field as much. I like having the small interactions here, inside of here, and going for the steals and going for all that sort of stuff. I enjoy the minute stuff a lot more than the open field kind of go one side of the field to the other, because then it's also very dependent on you being lighter, and then you have to tune L3s. Another reason why I didn't like the 2023 game as much, because of the fact that it just kind of came down to who has the better drive base, because everybody kind of had the same, everybody's end effector kind of scored a similar amount. It just kind of came down to who has the better drive base, and that kind of just feels like a money thing, not a we designed our robot in an interesting way and can play the game differently than other people and advance in that way. Let's see it. Most fun game ever as a student. Yeah. Not into this game because the first one you haven't been able to play. Yeah. Orbit, maybe they're up now. We're going to go back and watch the Orbit match anyways. It's just that there is 6329 and 2056 in this one against 581 and 3467. Actually, are they? They're still standing on the field. Let's go back and watch the Orbit match. Oh, perfect. Perfect timing. Okay. Yeah, 44 also scoring pretty well. And then you have the preload scoring from 56-53. 47-66 Team Scream Jr. on the other side, playing the middle bot role. Looks like they sent 2041 or 2491 and 364 on the sides instead. 158. Yeah, nice. Oh, let's see. Nice scoring. 202 out of a transition is gonna be really good. Yeah, Orbit's kind of just looking for the 5 RP here. They're not gonna really be able to rank up. Just trying to prove to the crew that they are the pick, I think, is kind of the point here, because there's no chance that they're going to end up ranking 3rd, I think. So this is basically just the crew needs to be happy with the fact that they're picking Orbit over 1768. And I think they will be, if Orbit's kind of just scoring the way that they expected to be scoring this match. It looks like they are. Yeah, nice wrapping around, catching everything's in the hub, even on their double defense, getting around the defense, going back the other way. Very clean move here. Something that most teams kind of mess up. This wrapping in front of the hub is really, really nice. And then, yeah, the passing. So this is what I said Orbit is the best in the world at, in my opinion, is this sort of cleaning in the middle of the field, and the passing back and doing the kind of loops around through the fuel path. That's when I think Orbit is the best. And inside the zone, there's like better teams. Like I think High Tide is better against defense. I think Madtown's better against defense. And there's better turret teams there. But at the middle of the field, they're incredibly fast and quick and are able to collect and go through those fuel piles at one of the best rates in the world. I think only kind of matched by 2056. But they are whiffing now. No, sorry, that is 44. So yeah, 60-90 kind of just making their way through. They'll end up hitting the 500, I believe. Yeah, they'll end up hitting the 500. Not really a question there. And yeah, a nice match from them, kind of showing that even on their defense, they're still performing. At this point, it's some of the last matches. Rankings are basically finalized. They know that they're just trying to get picked by the crew. 600-point match? Maybe even more? Maybe 650? Nah, probably not. Maybe 650. We'll see. Okay, they won this match. I'm going to jump over to the Hopper match so we don't miss that one, because that is going to be an incredibly close match. Okay, I mean, you can see it from the score already. Okay, so auto path-wise, 3467 kind of takes their bumpers like this so that they don't get smashed by 6329 and mess up their auto. Kind of going for that instead. And then, 581 messes up their auto, so they're going to be down in auto by a really really high amount, and you have 2056 and 6329 both ready to get instantly through the transition periods back over the bump. Yeah, get full hoppers loaded back into the hub. Yeah, no, this is so nice. I look at that. 300 off of transition. 304 clean off transition. That is, yeah, no, there's, I think 6329 making a case to get picked for by 2056 here. And it's either 1706 or 6329 or it's 8044. I mean, honestly, there's too many good teams on Hopper. I don't know. But yeah, the fuel collection on that side, not as good to be fair, and 3467 kind of eating through it. And you could see 6329 is going to have to kind of protect their fuel collection that 3467 kind of steals from them. 2056 kind of forced to go back to the middle of the field because there's no fuel in this corner, because all of it's getting passed away by 581 and 3467. But it looks like it's not going to end up mattering because of how much they score. Like, the scoring on this side is just too powerful. 2056 also going for a steal up here. Would like to see 401 kind of try to punish that, maybe come back instead of doing stealing and deny them, but instead going to try to pick up fuel inside of their own zone and try to defend 2056. It looks like, yeah, nice. Well, it looks like they try to play defense against 6329, just end up getting up against the tower. Nice move by 6329. And 2056 going back to the middle. Love this. In their first cycle, going back to the middle. Maybe because of the fact that they see no fuel there, but also because all the fuel is going to be in the neutral zone in the first place. So, really nice. 2056, kind of, yeah, nice spin move around 3467. 6329 staying in the middle, getting around the defense of 401. And you can kind of see this kind of feels like, to me, the fourth alliance versus the first alliance of this division. You could very much see this exact matchup happening. Maybe even with better third robots. But you can kind of see how the fuel paths, how everybody's kind of forced to go back in the neutral zone because everybody is so adept at stealing that you're kind of all just forced to go back into the neutral zone anyways. And I think you can kind of exactly see that they lost the match the moment that the 401, I think, didn't get and go and stop either of the robots here in transition and allowed them to get to 303. And also the fact that nobody ended in the middle of the field except for, I believe, 3467. Obviously, 581 ended there, but they didn't really make the most advantage there with that. So 769 scored, yeah, very nice. 759 clean, very much. I think it's just going to be a 6329 2056 alliance if they see this match and are like, yeah, we think we can do better with a second pick, because I've 100%, it's definitely possible. But also, if 2056 wants to go for someone even stronger, I wouldn't doubt that at all. Let's see, what matches are up right now? 885 by 114 and 9470. Really? Okay, let's go check it. I saw that they're playing together, but that is going to be the second alliance of that division. If they don't get defended, for sure could put up some crazy scores. All right, let's see. 885 here. All right. Yeah, the defense by 401 was pretty good. Nice steal by 9470, going way deep for that. Nice job kind of aligning their autos to do these curls at the staggered time so that neither of them hit each other. And then, yeah, both of them you can see kind of ending in the middle. 9470 also overcorrects a little bit with the ending in the middle, but still you can see how both of them really like staying in the middle to maximize this transition period, get all of that fuel out very easily. And yeah, immediately you can see, what is that, 240 out of transition. Really nice. And triple passing done by 548, 9470, and then 1114, you can see kind of eating that neutral zone stealer where they're kind of just getting completely full before passing everything. Really nice. And you can see where is the fuel? All of it is gone. It's either in 548's hopper, or 1114 has stolen all of it. Now, I would like to see in 548 probably play passing here and then pass all this back to 9470 or 1114 if they wanted to really maximize it, because they're not really getting much value when you have 3 robots in there, because everybody kind of just eats the fuel too much. But it's really nice. And 1114 also not getting defended, to be fair, right? Or like getting defended to go in the first place. So that's one of the biggest reasons why they're ending up at like 500 after their first shift. Like when you allow 1114 to go undefended, they're gonna put up crazy numbers on you. 1114 maybe going back a bit early. Would have liked to see. I guess there's no fuel in the neutral zone anyways. Who cares? Fair enough. And now, yeah, okay, so 548 doing the triple score here. Would like to see, okay, yeah, someone needs to go back to the neutral zone. It decides to be 1114, like that a lot, but now they're stuck on fuel. We'll need someone to help them to get off. Okay, nice. So even though they got stuck on fuel, they ended up, even though they get stuck on fuel, they still end up putting up 885 in this match, which is insane. I think comes from 1114 being aware of that neutral zone. Love this a lot from them. I'm collecting all the fuel they just scored, going back to the other side, and just dumping all of that in. Also, obviously, comes to the fact there's no defense on them. But I think it could have been optimized a bit more. Like 1114 not getting stuck going. Maybe you have 548 being the one that's going to the neutral zone every time instead, and passing it back for 1114, because you have 1114 having some issues getting over. But yeah, really impressive stuff. Very, very nice. Hard for 2056 to not pick Bucks. They have the overall world record and auto world record now. Yeah, no, that's completely fair. I also think that Bucks is the right. I think either one. If you're going with Ratchet or Bucks, either one is good. I would personally take Bucks just because you just played a match with them. You just showed that your auto world records. Not really a reason not to take them. And they give you Dumper, and they're very good at driving. They're a very good team. And yeah, 885 clean. Really nice. And honestly, this could be 900 plus if 1114 is not the one that goes to neutral zone and 548 decides to go instead. Because then they don't get stuck. But, that's a little bit nitpicky, I think. But still, really nice match. Let's see, on Archimedes, nothing here. Citrus playing their last match of the day. Obviously not last match of the event. They're gonna end up playing a little bit more. Put 600. Let's see how they do it. I world record. Yeah, I easily would have been world record if 1114 doesn't go to the neutral zone and the other robot goes there. Yeah, for sure. But I also think it would have been world record if they did more passing from the neutral zone instead of just having 1114 go and collect from it instead. Wow, they put up 600 after getting completely stopped in auto. Yeah, wow. Scored 62 in auto, lost, and still ended up putting up 600. If it was optimized, I think it's 1K, yeah. Because I think that was the last match that you'll see, other than maybe Alliance 1 against Alliance 8, that can be 1K. And they didn't end up optimizing it perfectly, so hey, the 1K dream is probably dead. This is, yeah, nice collects. Picking up fuel. So 1678 kind of playing to collect fully, and then they start passing, which is very nice. Okay, nice scoring going on here. Yeah, 1678 shooting early, really nice. Okay, nice collects. So the one concern I have with 6078, I said this before, but I'll say it again because it is their last match. They have one more match? Okay, nice. But either way, I'll talk about it anyways. 1678, when they lose auto, and they've done it twice now, I think, out of their entire quals matches, they seem to collect from the middle and go get a cycle off to match the transition scoring. And that's kind of their way of playing it. They'll just go collect, and then they go score and match the transition scoring on the other side. But then, by doing that, they leave the other alliance to collect the middle of the field. Collect the middle of the field for free. And they basically have a 50-50 contest with the other alliance on their scoring shift because they have to go back to neutral zone. And so instead of just passing back to the middle after losing auto, they've prioritized scoring and matching the transition scoring instead, which I personally think will end up biting them if they make it to Einstein's or play against maybe an 11-14 or something, because 11-14, 11-14, what am I talking about? No, I'm talking about Roboteers, 2481, because they're probably going to end up winning auto against you because of the fact that they have that giant hopper. And so if you're trying to match them in scoring in transition, and you let them then go out and get a free cycle, and then let them also match you when you're not, when it's your shift, and they're going to be able to pass everything away, I think that might end up hurting them a lot. Heavy stagnation world record since the first 820 by Poofs. We hit the 900 by Bucks, and then I think it kind of just ended up being everyone plays too much defense to do it, because everybody at the start of the event was like, okay, we can try to score, and then near the end of the event, all of the things that could have been world records have just been slaughtered by defense existing, so it ended up just knocking all of them down. 1323 up next. All right, yeah, let's go. Up after this one. Okay, so we'll go check that one after. And then 2910 also on Newton, it seems. Is that up after this one as well? Okay, so Qual 112. Them and 5736 both playing after. So we'll check those ones later. Let's take a look at, who is this, Milstein? We were just there, but Gwyneth versus BCR in 6002. And actually, every single robot here is pretty good. Let's take a look at this. 1771, the one I was focusing on. What happened to 118? They're decent, but they kind of just don't have hopper space. Like, they're kind of just Ratchet 1706, but without hopper space. And then they also have they're kind of weird. I don't know. I think the robot they designed was interesting, but 1706 kind of just did the design better, because they had a hopper space, and without the hopper space, 118's double turret doesn't really work out that well, because they just get kind of all the fuel that they want to have kind of just gets defended away from them. It looks like this will just end up being a 2200 and co. We'll end up just winning this one out. Because 1771 seems to have broken something. I mean, without 1771 scoring, I think you're just going to end up losing this match. And I guess you could just see, we'll just watch this defense, because 1771 is a very good drive team. See how they're trying to defend against 2200. Never mind. 4028's pretty good. I haven't watched a lot of them either today. I haven't really seen, but second pick. No, okay. So they're never. If bare metal falls to second pick, I will eat a shoe on stream. A second pick being like past the first pick of Eighth Alliance, right? I will eat a shoe on stream. There's no way in the world they will get taken second pick. That's not happening. They're too good. They're probably going to end up getting taken at 498 on Johnson, but they've had problems with their intake all weekend. Yeah, it kind of happens with an entire style. Let's look at Johnson. I haven't taken a look at the Johnson division in general. What are they kind of saying? Oh, that's going to be fun. Okay, so Scream has an interesting choice. With defense, Overcharge is putting up this much. Without defense, I think their EPA ends up going to 300, but if Scream doesn't want to take Overcharge, they take Alt F4. Then that will now put them and Alt F4 together, right? And you get rid of them. That's your one, and that's 7558. 1792 probably picks 9483. They decline for sure. Then they will. Who do they take after that? Maybe they take. Is it just 498? It might just end up. It's either 498 or 4946. Either one of them will end up getting picked there. And 4946 will end up getting picked here, very likely one of the two. And then Overcharge will take the other one, I would presume. Right? I would assume that because they score more, but could honestly also see a lot of these teams getting taken above them. And then if that's the case, then you have everyone else kind of doesn't really matter. It's because no one really scores at the same rate as this alliance or this alliance. And I think it kind of just ends up being a 1-3 alliance race. 190 is good, but I haven't seen a lot of their. You know what? Let's look at 190's last match. Actually, I did end up getting to watch it. We can see it together and see what happens. Because they were expected to rank 4 as well. I wonder how they end up dropping off. I ended up only putting 330 in this one. And blue ends up winning. Yeah, 1678 ends up winning. Nope. Wait. Okay, yeah. So no 5 RP there, but still pretty good. Let's take a look at it. So 190 is at the bottom, right? Their auto is really nice. They kind of just seem to me like 2231, but a little bit worse. And 2231 is kind of like Orbit, but a little bit worse, where they don't really have practice on this robot. And so they don't drive as well as they probably could have if they had brought this out at the district championship. But we'll see. All right, 190. Oh, they get beached here. Okay. And get defense on them. Nice defense by 4967. But what do they do? Okay, so they decide to get around. Yeah, nice pathing to get around. Okay, and they go back to the middle, but they're not really scoring that much. Like they've just been getting hard defended the entire time. Yeah, just firing everything back. What? Oh no, did their turret break? Is that what happened to them in this match? How did they lose this one? Yeah, they're not even cleaning up the back wall anymore. I think did they break their turret? No, their turret's working fine. Oh, they're just missing all of their shots. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's still very close from the scoring of the other partners there, but they've decided to go with I guess their camera work kind of just got destroyed there, or something happened because they can't aim at the hub because that's the only reason you'd be passing. Maybe their hood's kind of detaching from there. I don't know what's going on. But it looks like they've just kind of decided to go play defense. And I guess they end up losing this match because their partners can't put up the right amount of score without them. But yeah, no, it's... Do they end up... Yeah, okay. So they literally just stopped being able to shoot. And still close at the end from their partners. Wow, just not able to have throughput. Yeah, even with that 190, still almost won that match. That's... Yeah, so I guess that also probably would explain why their EPA is a little bit lower. Because of the fact that they had some issues of braking when the hood hit the trench. Okay, so it was the hood, yeah. So that's really tragic from them. Let's see. The hood isn't where you... Yeah, okay, that makes sense then. because it looked like their passing was fine, but I guess that was just coming from the fact that you don't really need to have a crazy hood angle for the pass to work. Looks like 6328 is playing right now. I'm gonna go check them out because they have been rising. They did that solo 400-point match we looked at. Let's see if they can actually keep that consistency going, because that might end up getting them picked higher than the expected on their division. But Johnson, I think in general, is like is probably the weakest division. And so if you're gonna see a lower division run and it kind of upset that Team Scream Alt F4 or Team Scream Overcharge combo, it'll probably be from that division where maybe like 3 can win or 5 can win or something, right? Yeah, 6328 looks like they got their robot working well. Yeah, really nice scoring. Not able to get back to the middle, though, because they end up landing on a fuel, I guess, and that kind of messes up their odometry. Nice collection, though. Yeah, and they actually able to get past the defense, so they can score they can maximize their transition period. So getting hard defended, still able to kind of get around that. But I guess the hard man defense isn't really good. You more want to play zone, like play inside. Okay, so 2607 realizes it. That's nice. And if you just look at where the fuel is, kind of perfectly set up for 16328 gets back to their side. If they can reach there, they'll be perfect. But field fault. Oh, looks like a field fault. Okay, well, that's unlucky. I guess they'll end up replaying that one at some point, but it didn't really look particularly close. Probably won't jump the rankings in any way. 1323 live right now. Let's go see. Oh, perfect. Yeah, 2607 was one that was pretty decent defense. I think there have been 2 really good defenders on a High Tide today. I cannot remember their numbers, but you will see it from the match scores. Let's see. Yeah, 1323 deciding to do their outpost auto, double pass outpost auto, and they're hitting like all of that. Wow, that's nice. Just collecting everything, and with the net able to be completely full and just score the entire way from that corner. Be completely, wow, just shooting all of it. Don't even care if the time runs out. We're going to get maximum scores. Yeah, fair enough. And yeah, immediately into passing. Lovely, lovely. And they use the little herd there as well from their robot as well. Don't bother collecting if you want to pass anyways. If you want to get the fuel anyways, might as well just herd it. There's no reason to get into your robot. But 6391, nice move there. It kind of picks up the herding there, but doesn't really matter. And then 6391 kind of moves off of Madtown to try to move them around, but playing double defense on Madtown, it is slowing them down significantly. But as soon as they get through this tower, I think they are kind of free. No, they're playing the defense is kind of working well. I mean, I don't think it'll end up mattering for the match score because they're playing 2 defenders and 1 neutral zones cleaner, and nobody's really scoring on the red side because they're so focused on defending 1323. But it is good defense. But to be fair, it is also requiring 2 defense robots to stop 1 robot, so you're not really getting much value in terms of like robot to robot. It's an interesting decision. I guess the idea is that they just want to show themselves off to potential captains. Try to show off what it looks like when they defend one of the best robots in the world. Which is fair. Very fair. And I think the main reason why I have 1323 and High Tide as my 1 and 2 is because of what they did there, where they just kind of sit here and you can't push them. And they just shoot in your face and you can't push them. And they're just undefendable in that way if they just decide to sit down somewhere. The only reason they kind of end up being defendable is because they don't sit down in places because they want to stay efficient. And they try to look for the shoot on the move. But when they do just sit somewhere, you cannot move them. They're a crazy object. And also with that turret, you have 2 robots on them, still able to play, still a little double score through that trench while under there. And they do end up getting the 500, but it does look like it'll probably end up being High Tide with the rank 1 there. All right. What do you think alliances will look like on daily? High Tide and Madtown, and everybody after that. I don't think it really matters. It's probably gonna be 316 picking someone. See. Oh, sorry, no. It'll be 1325 picking 316 very likely. I think the 316 is just getting a lot of defense. If you can kind of work around that defense, then they'll be a very high score. But I can see arguments for Robo Jackets as well. Tall sort of dumper. Cybercats as well, another tall dumper. But I think the ability of Lunatex of being able to go through the trench kind of gives them the edge over Cavs at least, even though the EPA might seem higher. And then Robo Jackets kind of a where I would pick Under Control first because they're also another team that is a bump only team. So even though your EPAs are similar, if you're able to go through trench and your EPAs are still similar, I take the other one over you, which is why I think Lunatex and 1156 in my mind are higher than the other two here of Cavs and Robo Jackets, even though they're higher in EPA. What do you think of the blocker mechanism? I think it's cool. Maybe they'll pull it all out on Einstein. If they're going to pull it out on someone, it'll be 2910 on Einstein. Other than that, I mean, it's interesting, but their stealing is kind of much better. Like, they get a lot more value from stealing itself than just blocking. And we'll see. It's a nice gimmick. We'll see if it ends up actually being able to be used. Maybe against certain teams like 316 on their division, if they decide to, they can pull it out. But it's more there as kind of a, yeah, we can do this, so be scared of it. Be wary of that than actually just them doing it. Now, you know what? Speaking of 316, let's look at this. 316 and Robo Jackets, two of the teams we just mentioned on daily, that are probably going to be contending for top selections here. I think 316 can probably put up a fight with whoever they get picked by. I think Inverse Paradox, whoever they pick, will put up a fight, but it's not going to be particularly close, just because this division's so good. The top alliance of this division is so good. Let's see. Who else is playing? Oh, Jack in the Bot is playing right now, actually. We're gonna watch that. And they're also playing against a... Whoa, what are these alliances? These are some crazy alliances. Okay. Let's back up some. So, 60-36, 29-10 on over here. Two of the captains, two of the highest ranked teams here are on the same alliance. And then 57-36 also here. Another very high scorer, but not ranked high at all. So, trying to just show off their robot at this point more than rank high itself. Whereas Jack in the Bot and 636 are both trying to get the 5 RP out of this. Yeah, so again, winning transition, winning auto means you win transition. So everybody kind of taking those quick passes through the middle, getting back to their side to dump off an entire load of fuel. Really nice. Jack in the Mod, again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think they're the third best robot in the world outside of High Tide and Madtown. You could very easily make an argument if you like dumpers more than turrets that they're the best. I think they are the best dumper in the world, in my opinion. But 57-36, trying to play some pretty good defense, but not going to be able to get out the last of that hopper because they spent that time on playing defense. And 57-36, not a slouch at all, right? One of the best robots on this division, but this division is just so deep where they kind of just, even though their ranking's low, their actually scoring is really good. 2910 kind of stuck up on some fuel, got hit into the trench now, and back down now, and they're out. Did get really slowed down though by that other alliance, by 57-36 playing that kind of counter defense. But even still, you can see kind of why 2910 is so good. The passing throughput is the best in the world on this robot, and you'll see exactly why because of just how fast it fires. Like, the passing is incredible. If you let it set up, it will just get rid of all of the fuel in the neutral zone. So if someone wants to figure out how to beat them, you're going to have to figure out how to stop Jack in the Bot's passing in the first place. Every year, this unbeatable alliance at Einstein, they get upset for one reason or another. Well, so 2023, there were two of them, 254 and 2056. Ended up having electrical issues or something, mechanical issues where they broke. And then that same year, they ended up winning the whole thing. And then 1323 and Jack in the Bot were also another team that ended up together and then were considered unbeatable and then did win the whole thing until High Tide and Orbit kind of went up against them and showed them one win. But still, they were considered unbeatable in that way. And then the only real year that an unbeatable alliance lost is 2024, in like recent memory at least. Like 254 and 1619 ended up winning that year. I guess you could make an argument that 2022 Carver could have won, but that also was broken up, never even made to Einstein's, the Orbit in 1323. So I think 2024 is kind of the only year in recent memory where the unbeatable alliance really lost. But I could definitely see it happening here. This game is very wild. Dumpers can 100% make upsets if they play the game correctly. And of course, they ended up putting up 728 because they're very good at the game. And both of these alliances ended up getting the 728 to 728 for the 500 RP ranking. Ended up getting more than enough. I guess we'll see how the rankings adjust here. Is this their last match? Could be the last match of some of these teams, but I guess I'll check to find out. Okay, so no, not last match of Jack in the Bot. Not the last match of 636 either. But a 1678 loss in 2019 with their Hab 3. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. But 2019 was also a year where defense went kind of crazy. So it seems just like the years that defense can be incredibly good is the years that upset happens. Because 2019 with defense, 2024 with defense, 2022 had defense as your third, but it wasn't like crazy powerful. You kind of just push people around and hope that they missed. So maybe I definitely is possible that they lose. But I think that if they play the game with a fuel denial mindset, then I don't know if they'll be able to lose. We'll see. 50. Yeah. Okay. So 90. If we look at the rankings right now, they'll end up getting 5 from this. So then Jack in the Bot will end up being 41. Itcon will basically have to lose the next match in order for Jack in the Bot to take it over them. And Itcon, I don't think, can lose the next match. They're playing with 636 as well. Another very strong team, and they're not playing against like the strongest robots on this division. So should probably just end up being Itcon, Jack in the Bot as what your 1-2 alliance on this division. Or number 1 alliance, and then 636 ends up jumping to 3. And honestly, 636 might just end up as the third alliance captain on this one as well. Newton. Yeah, so Newton division right now, obviously they moved to 2 and 3, so both these guys jump 55-49. But it looks like 55-49 is going to end up jumping 60-36 with their next match. And even though 636 probably gets 5 at their last match. So we'll see. Either way, these two probably end up together, and these guys might end up burning 973 and Robo Tigers, and then probably pick 2046 and end up making their chances at going on an Einstein run a lot lower. Do you think Double Turret has a chance against? I think Double Turret's better than some of the best dumpers. I think that the only dumpers that can beat Double Turret are 91-28 and Jack in the Bot combined. Otherwise, I don't think that 2 dumper is going to win. Buck's Wrath, I think. Buck's Wrath and 2056, if they're together, could definitely try to pull upsets against these alliances, but I think Double Turret is better than Double Dumper, except for 2910, because 2910 is an anomaly, because they're incredibly good. Let's see, 2046 about to play. Who else is playing right now? Yeah, it looks like just like 2046 that I'd want to watch right now. We'll have to see 254, 2910. 254 and 2910 are not in the same division, sadly. 254 is on Curie, 2910 is on Newton. Alas. It will be Itcon in 2910, very likely, on that division. And then 254 will get... Actually, what did end up happening with Curie? I do want to see, because that division seems kind of fried. Oh, interesting! Somehow, Valor is now in position to take it over 5907. I mean, we looked at their schedule, and 5907 kind of seemed unbeatable for that 1 seed, but Valor and 5907 basically head-to-head at this point, looking for that 1 seed, and dead even in terms of what StatBox expects, so honestly could just be average match score that decides that, which would be very cool to see. So we'll take a look at both Valor and 5907's last matches. That'll end up deciding Curie. And that's coming from, that's the only reason that happened is because they actually, 5907 on that Curie division ended up only scoring 359 points exactly to miss out on an RP. And now that lets Valor potentially sweep in and steal the 1st seed, which would make Curie very competitive, I think. Like, I was kind of under the assumption that 254's alliance would be 5907, 254. But that kind of makes Curie could make everybody have a run for their money. Really going to be interesting to see how that works. Oh, yeah, you want that? Of course, yeah. I think everybody wants to see that matchup. The 254, 2910 versus those two would be very fun to watch. The 2046 at this point, ranking doesn't matter for them, but they're kind of just showing off at this point. I mean, their ranking's cooked anyways, just trying to show what they can do. I mean, you can kind of see why I think they're going to end up being the first pick of Alliance 2 from this match itself. Just, you going crazy. Like, the scoring is just incredible on that robot. Oh, 1787. I did not see 1787. Very sorry. I mean, I know I've watched them, but I do not remember them. We have seen so many robots. I do remember positive things. Like, I genuinely remember watching matches with 1787, but I do not remember what you guys did. But no negative thoughts, which is perhaps you can take that as a positive sign. Yeah, Bear Battle puts up 630. Probably end up being 650-ish. 94, what happened to them? Oh, you know what? There's probably more people here now. Let's go over that 94-83 match. Because their EPA got fully tanked. By this match. So you can see they scored 187. So they scored 187. Out of transition, they had out of transition they had 179. So what basically ended up happening was, obviously it's not fun when your partners die. So Icon Girls basically ends up going down here. But also, 94-83 gets completely rocked by 72-57. This defense is so well played. So 72-57, I don't know what they put in their robot, but they are very heavy. They're able to kind of play the they kind of not get moved by 90-43 when normally 90-43, if they run at you, you get pushed back. So they just don't let 90-43 come forward at all. And then also the entire time 28-77 is getting free passes here because it comes down and they're sending another robot here to go play defense or play passing and stealing. And we're going to watch 9043's last match because I want to see how they come back from this as well. But you can see it's kind of just 72-57 when they have opportunities and 9043's not trying to come into the zone is passing back. And then when they are, 9043 is getting completely shut down. It's very, very nice from 72-57. Lovely defense on that side. And look at that, man. Did you see that hit? Nobody hits 9043 like this. 9043 bounced off of 72-57. They bounced off of them. Like, this is incredible defense. And the fact that they're heavy enough where it literally doesn't matter what they do, they shove 9043, that is incredibly impressive. That robot must weigh, like, literally dead on the weight limit, and somehow they're just forcing 9043 back. Very, very impressive stuff. And you can see they kind of call over their partner at this point to try to push them over, and they don't move. This is, in 72-57, I think, this match specifically shown everybody why you should pick them as a defense bot. Doing a really nice job. And they also showed off their passing as well. Like, if 72-57 is not getting picked in this alliance selection, I think it is a crime. And I think they will get picked by probably Alliance 1, Alliance 2, Alliance 3, Alliance 4. Any one of them who wants to try to take down 9043's alliance, you're going to end up taking them. They're just very, very good. Yeah, really nice stuff. 694 locked in on rank 3. Okay, yeah, so then 1678, rank 2. I assume 74-57 gets that rank 1 as well. Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. Well, it'll be interesting to see how far that field burns of 74-57. Let's see. Let's see. Qual 1156, H459. What about Johnson? What's on Johnson right now? One. It's just on Newton. Oops. Oh, did 694 just play? Sid 457 doesn't have rank 1 locked yet? Really? Oh. Okay. What do they have to do to lose rank 1? I like rank 1. I think if they just get 5, they'll end up with rank 1, right? Okay, so they have a 90% win chance of 74-57, probably going to win this one with 359. Seems like they're definitely going to win this one with the other partners there. Looks like simulation wise, looks like because their EPA has gone down, Statbotics thinks they're not going to get the 500, so they're only going to end up with 42 RP instead of 43, so that gives Citrus rank 1. And then Citrus kind of gets to choose whoever they want. And I think the answer of whoever Citrus is going to choose is just going to be between 694 and 359, whichever one they end up deciding to go with. But also, very much could still be 74-57 if they pull out an extra RP in either of these matches, then they'll jump them and end up being rank 1. So it's kind of just up to those two matches to see whether they'll end up there. And this is what, Milstein. So yeah, we'll watch one of those, the first match. I think the first match is the highest chance for them to end up with an extra RP there, because they have 359 with them as well. Oh, Galileo. No one on right now. 1156, yeah. The other turret on this division of daily that you'd want to go with. So 1156, the smaller turret on this division, I believe, that you'd want to go with over Robo Jackets, because of the fact they can go through the trench, and they have a very high BPS as well. So they also lost auto and are not going to the neutral zone. You can kind of see that they end up deciding they have to at this point. If the other alliance was a bit better, maybe they would be able to kind of drain that neutral zone more, but again, the same difference of going to the neutral zone after you lose auto seems to kind of be the best play. Yeah, 1156's passing is also very good. They're kind of like I kind of think of them like 359 and 694, where they're both very good at kind of the ability to pass at the neutral zone, and then their cleanup is quite nice as well. But it kind of just comes down to how skilled is your driver and that. And also in this division, you're really just playing for silver. I don't think it's possible to beat High Tide and Madtown unless you have some crazy defender robot that you end up picking up somewhere. They do have good stealing, right? You can see they're kind of eating on the other side of the field in the bottom left camera. They're stealing all of that and then getting back over. They're passing them. That kind of the 8393 double turret is pretty cool, but it looks like they're having issues with kind of collecting, which is why you can't see it right now. It seems like that's kind of the main issue with double turret. It seems like everybody's kind of just has issues whenever you're running it. Of like mechanically, I think 1706, the only one I've seen that's run it that has not broken at all. And it's shown they haven't lost a single match. Now, yeah, 1156 playing for a captain position, but they have an issue with their turret, so this might end up affecting the rankings really heavily for them because they might get 0 RP out of this match. Yeah, it looks like they'll end up getting 0 RP at the end of their as their last match. So, or the second to last match, I believe. Either way, the 0 RP probably drops them in ranking a lot, makes it so they're just going to get picked instead of being able to be in that captain position. And yeah, this is their last match. This was one that they were expected to win by a significant margin, but Alliance 2 stepped it up, and then they also ended up having some issues there at the end. So very unlucky that they weren't able to pull it out, but now kind of just leaving them to rank 52. Just gonna get picked. Best turret as a pick. I think they're the second. Obviously, I'm not counting High Tide or Madtown, but I think they're the best turret, or at least second best turret, other than those two. The assumption there was that I was leaving out High Tide and Madtown because they're so good that I don't really care to mention them. But yeah, I think that they're quite good. 1156 would not be surprised to see them get picked as like the third alliance first pick or fourth alliance first pick. Kind of just depends on how you view them. Apparently, they also got carded at some point, which was on the screen here. You can see from the yellow. So, also something to consider for whoever's deciding to look at them. Let's see, 1706 about to play their last match. Probably gonna lock up the that second alliance position and then leave it to 2056 to see who they're going to end up picking, whether it be them, Bucks, maybe 3467, maybe they pull out 6320 if they like how they're rising. Also Denim Venom, very possible. I have not seen 3419, so I don't have any opinions on them, or I don't remember them rather. I think that honestly, if you've shown value to another someone you've played with in like strategy or literally anything, that yes, 1706 is currently undefeated, but they are expected to lose this one, which is why they're expected to rank second and not first in this one. If they win this one, then they're going to end up how to defend 316. We play them in 10 minutes. Please help. All right. It's just kind of how do you defend dumpers? You have to play, if you're going to play defense on dumpers, you sit here. When they're trying to come in, you block them off. If they try to wrap around this way, you have to get around to block them off the same way. It's the same as the way you play any dumper. Once they're inside, I would kind of just, once they're inside the zone, I would go outside and just not let them out in the first place. Because even if you go here, probably someone else on your alliance is going to steal anyways. There's no point doing that. You'd probably just want to sit here and not let them out in the first place. So just keeping them from going whichever way they want to go. So whether that be through the bump, through the trench, either way, inside when they want to score, or go outside because they need to collect, kind of just being on the other side of that and making sure you do that. Playing open field defense or trying to hit them isn't really all that effective. Unless you literally have no other option and they're going to score a hopper, might as well, sure, I guess. In terms of this match, 1706 already coming out with a crazy lead, and they're expected to lose this one. If they win this one, they will take the rank 1 of Hopper, and probably take 2056 for that matter. And then if 2056 ends up liking their odds with them, they'll take them. Otherwise, they're rank 2. If they think that there's 2 other robots that they'd rather be with, then they might just decline 1706 as well. But I think it's a fine alliance to end up making. Again, 1706 is one of their best features, I think, is that pass. But the net, again, you have to have a way to get around that. But it seems that 2834 doesn't really notice that they're getting stuck from the trench only. Doesn't defend 1706 coming over from the bump. And now letting 1706 kind of run rampant in their own zone. And you can kind of see how much the value they get when they're able to let run free. And especially because 2056 would probably be on that alliance. You'll end up where they kind of tank the defense. And if you let 1706 go for free, it'll be really effective. Yeah, 1706 already kind of this match is supposed to be a loss in terms of Statbotics, and 1706 and 3506 specifically. Honestly, all 3 robots on this alliance have been playing very well. 1287 kind of playing the neutral zone correctly. 3506 dumping everything for 1706, kind of taking the defense sometimes. And 1287 passing through the neutral zone, making sure that 1706 can get the fuel, and 3506 can get the fuel they need to put up all of the scores and hit that 360 mark. Yeah, if they hit 500, I think it's confirmed that they end up as rank 1 on this field. So I think it's already rank 1 for them, but kind of just playing here to confirm that captain position. If they can end up putting 95 more fuel in, we'll see. It's very close. Definitely is possible. 450 now, 460, 470. One more pass at the middle of the field, and they'll be able to get rank 1. And it looks like they have it. Have it? Yeah, they have it. They have it. Yup. 1706 is your rank 1. They're rank 1, yeah. 1706 is the rank 1 of Hopper. It looks like that loss turning into a win probably ends up jumping OP. I mean, I guess I can look in TBA and confirm this, but rankings. So 1706 will end up getting 5 from this. And then, so 1706 ends up getting 5 from this. And 2056, oh no, if 2056 is tied with them in RP, okay. So if 2056 gets 5 RP in their very last match, which is against 6328 too, so very much a possibility they even lose that one. But if they get 5 RP in their last match and their average match score doesn't drop down all that much, so they would need to, for 1706 has basically done enough to be 1 right now. 2056's next match, I guess, is going to determine it fully. 2056 would have to drop their average match score by, if they get 5 RP, they'd have to drop their average match score by 30 points in order to win off tiebreak. So I think 1706 is kind of at this point just praying the 6328 goes crazy. Yeah, if 2056 ranks 1, I don't know if they pick 1706. I think they're a very good pick either way, but they also did put up the auto world record with Buck's Wrath not a match ago with them. So there's just so many good picks on Hopper that I don't think any pick 2056 makes is incorrect. It's just kind of based on which one do they like to work with more. And I think that that's a perfectly fair, like whoever they end up picking is a perfectly fair team to go with. Let's see who's left this. Okay, looks like Johnson's about to play 9483's last match, trying to bounce back from that really nice defense that got played on them. Yeah, I think, yeah, so this is what I'm saying. I think 1706 Denim Venom is a very heavy upset alliance. Like, that feels to me like an alliance that can absolutely rank 1. But then Bucks is also an incredible team that can that if you pick them, then well, you're probably going to end up winning auto every single time in every match in the first place. And so if you like winning from auto, then yeah, for sure, pick Bucks. If you want to try to play down from auto, and you want to try to come back from there, then I would probably go with, I would probably go with the turret bot. Alliance selections are tomorrow. We're going to be streaming them as well. Also, all of Elam's and then also Einstein's. But so they're going to play all the qual matches out for today. And then everybody's going to basically have a night. So this night is going to be everybody looks at data. All of the captains are going to see who they want to look at, who they want to pick, and then decide who they end up being as their first pick, as their second pick. All of that's going to be done tonight. So they give everybody a night to decide their pick lists. So which is why oftentimes you'll see that a lot of the first picks are kind of done. Like the top 4 picks in like every division where there's going to be no burns should probably already be selected, and they can do them virtually instantly. Because like Alliance 1 will already be decided. Alliance 2 could probably expect who Alliance 1 is picking, and that's probably decided. Alliance 3 probably can expect who those two are picking and probably be decided, as long as there's no burns. So hopefully the first part of that goes pretty quickly. And then obviously the long part of Alliance selection at Worlds is who do you end up taking as your second pick and looking at all of that. So what we're going to be looking at here, probably the 2 best robots on this division, 9043, 7558, playing directly up against each other. Just basically playing for seeding at this point. If 7558 upsets this one, I believe it is 9043 predicted to win by 80 points, actually. So 9483 predicted to win by 80 points. If they're able to pull off the upset, 7558 might be able to jump into a position where they can decline whoever they want, they can accept whoever they want, because they'd get a good enough partner where it wouldn't matter. But if 9043 wins this, then 7558 is basically forced to say yes by whoever. Yes, there are going to be some very busy hotel and conference meeting rooms tonight. Does tend to be the case on the nights of Alliance selections. 5026, I have not seen them, but I'm sure they are good. I mean, they're ranked 6 for a reason on this division. Right? You don't rank, well, normally you don't rank 6 on division without being a very good robot. And I think that just looking at their EPA, just a general wellness check of this division, if we just look at what's going on with the rankings right now, they're absolutely deserving to be there. 214, not even close in terms of EPA to everybody else. So I'm going to go Octobox, and we're going to look at every single pick. And on the second picks, I'm probably just going to say, wow, yeah, that's probably a good pick. I'm sure you guys know what you're doing. But for first picks, I'll actually be able to have some insight into what's kind of being done there. Because for the second picks, I cannot cover every single second pick for every single division. But we will take a look at we'll have every division up at least and take a look at who's getting picked by who and what divisions are getting made. For some divisions are more uncertain than others. So looking at right now, what this match kind of means. Alt F4 currently expected to rank 8th with 36 RP. If they get 9 RP, if they get 3 RP from this match from winning, which they're not expected to do, they jump up to 39 and they basically solidify themselves as 2. So if they don't want to play with Team Scream and they want to play with someone else, then yeah, they can just say yes or say no, and they have that ability. But otherwise, what basically ends up happening is Team Scream can just take Overcharge away, and now they're forced to either sit on like 5th Alliance saying no to 1792, or they have to say yes to 1792 and play with a 149 EPA robot for all of Elam's. So this one really matters for Alt F4 for seeing what's going to happen to their alliance there. And what's going to happen for them tomorrow specifically. Because if they win this, if they can flip this match, this is huge for them. This Johnson division might actually be very competitive. But otherwise, I don't know if it'll be all that competitive other than Team Scream and Overcharge winning the entire thing. Yeah, so the thing is, Alpha Dogs has not been that good. Like, I don't know what it is. I think people are finally playing defense on them, but like, they dropped in EPA. where normally you'd expect teams to win in EPA, be higher in EPA. I mean, they're still 5th on the division in terms of EPA, but they have dropped, and it's not because of the fact that their partners are bad. It's just because of this. 74.57 up next by Milstein. Okay, I will take a look at that one immediately after this as well. That one is probably the one that that'll end up deciding it, because I don't think they can 5 RP the match after as well. Are they on Milstein right now? Because it looks like they're stalling on this division. No, they're not. Okay, we'll stay on Johnson for now. Let's see what happened with Valor. Take on 2041. I think they're not gonna get. I think they're just gonna be captains unless 7457 picks them. Because I don't. 359 showed how to shut them down, pretty handily. All right, so was looking at the Curie divisions because they got the Valorant played their last match and Shambots played their last match. They both have 45 RP. The average match score by 0.7 points ends up being the difference of who ends up taking the first seed there. Incredible. Okay, so 75-58, 94-83. Both kind of gun for the middle. And it looks like they're doing a climb auto in the corner here. Huh. So they're not going to be able to contest the middle, but they lose auto as well. So losing auto, also not being able to contest the middle, might end up being a big issue for this Red Alliance. But they do shut down sort of the scoring on this side for a transition period. And it looks like 75-58 is just gonna have defense played on them and just having passing the entire way through. Looks like 90-43's basically said to just play double defense, I guess, because looks like 50-26 also just playing defense on 75-58. Don't let them into their zone in the first place. Yeah, double defense on them. Just don't let them score. And they do end up scoring in their zone, but now you can see with the kind of stealing that's happening here, 75-58 not really getting as much fuel from their corner as they probably could have. Yeah, and they get pushed off, so a bunch of that fuel ends up actually missing. Yeah, a lot of that fuel actually ends up missing because of that. So a pretty decent defense going on here. Obviously, letting them in the first place is not great, but the passing is decent, and then also being able to slow down 75-58 is never a bad thing. And you can see their 90-43 actually ends up having to be called over to play defense, and because 90-43 is getting defended on the other side so hard here by double defense, they end up having to call 50-26 to get them out. And now it's just a one-on-one, and just overplayed by a 1073 over there. Ended up letting 75-58 in because they just went way too deep in the corner. And now you can see, okay, this is what I was talking about, where teams end up collecting in weird spots. If you can keep them pinned there, they kind of just get stalled. So yeah, it looks like 90-43 finally gets back to their own side, to be fair. And now it's kind of just going to be, can 75-58 score? If they can, then okay, yeah, they get back in very easily. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be match over. Yeah, and looks like 75-58 is going to end up getting the win. And gonna end up taking it over 94-83 because the double defense just shuts down 94-83 on the other side. And the defense is not effective enough on 75-58 to slow them down. Wow. Really crazy match here. Okay, let's go to Milstein. That basically kicks 75-58 into second seed, I believe. Or maybe it's third, but either way. Now, okay, the important thing about this match is that them getting 2 RP, 74-57 getting 2 RP, has basically made it so they are the rank yeah, so the thing is that 70 the thing with 7550 the thing with Alt F4 is that they're so hard to defend because they're so quick at going through the trench. Like 9043 is a very easily defended defense. Like it has very easy defense to play on them. It's like not hard at all to try to run defense on them versus the other team being much harder to try to play defense on. So I mean, take that with a grain what you will, but still, I mean, something to keep in mind. Trying to have to go around the trench bot is very hard. Trying to defend the trench bot is very hard, especially when they're as good as they are. And this with 5 RP probably kicks 7457 into rank 1, I believe. Or expected to be rank 1 because of the fact that they were previously, yeah, this was very close already, and then with this one they tried full setting the bump 3 times, got completely blocked. Yeah, I mean that's right. And then you compare that to Alt F4 where they have the flexibility to run through the trench. The defender bots have to be scared of going every single way. It's like, yeah, it's just very hard to play defense on Alt F4 versus 9483. And it looks like with the 5 RP, unless 7457 drops an RP in the next match, so there's a world that they still don't rank 1, but it would have to be that they're currently 39 right now, and this is 9 played. So it would have to be that 1678 gets 5 RP in next match, and they also get their average match score, keep their average match score up. And they'd have to only get 4 RP, and 1678 would have to get 5, and that's kind of the only way 1678 can get rank 1 now. 973 is a Newton. Okay, yeah, let's go. 341 also playing with that kind of turret passer thing or cleanup bot that I liked a lot, but it seems like they're not playing passing right now, so. Yeah, I mean, this is 341, I think, could be a very good second pick. 6078's on next match. Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at that one. But another 341 is a second pick that I think if they get taken, very nice turret for cleanup in the middle. And if you take that with a double dumper team, like if an Itcon or Jack in the Bot can take them, no, they don't need 600. They need 75. Yeah, I thought they were rebuilding too. Apparently they weren't. It was bait on Chief Delphi. But 1678 does not need 600. They just need to get the 5 RP and hope Super Duper does not actually end up getting 500. And that's the only way. They could just hope after getting 5 RP. But yeah. 694, I don't think they can lock rank 1 because if 690, they would need 1678 to drop an 4 RP here, and then also Super Duper to drop 4 RP, which I don't think is going to happen. Let's see. Where is it? Hopper? No, Galileo was the one. Link, right? I think. Oh, they're still announcing teams. Okay, we can check someone else out. Let's go to Kiri. 125, ended up putting 446. If Daisy can stop, yeah, if Daisy falls to Alliance 1, I think that there is very much a chance that High Tide, yeah, I think that they win the entire event because they have the turret for cleat up in the middle. You have double dumper. Yeah, that is an Alliance. I would think that would be the favorites if they end up falling that far. Let's see. Oh, what's on Archimedes right now? Okay. We can wait for Citrus. Apparently they're playing this match. Okay, yeah, they're playing this match. We can wait for Citrus. But let's see. If you just look at Statbotics at least. In terms of just EPA, which yes, EPA is a flawed stat, but still. They're ranked 20 right now. So if people end up finding robots that they like more than them at the bottom over here, could definitely see that happening. Also, 148, if they end up going to Alliance 1, could also be disgustingly good. Another team with a very nice turret that could kind of clean up that way. Projected picks for Mad Tide. The one that I was looking at was 972. They're kind of in the perfect spot EPA-wise, but I don't know if they fall down that far. Let's see. So it kind of be someone here. I believe did 972 jump their EPA up? No, it's kind of fallen down more actually. So 972 is the one I was seeing, but if they could get 1538 too, another team that you can have play cleanup, or maybe you want to get a really tall team as well instead. Have them play there and have them play that, or if you find a nice defense robot you liked, either way, yeah. Bernard, I think they can get a good second pick. Just gonna be interesting to see if the second pick is gonna be better than the Newton second pick, or if that'll end up mattering when they end up facing off in Einstein's, because Newton's division is much deeper. Tall teams for ball control is crazy. Yeah, I agree. I think that that's another way that you can try to upset the rank 1 teams is have the tall teams to do that. So 7457 is not locked right now. They will need to get 5 RP in order to lock it. If they get 4 RP and Citrus gets 5, and this match that's about to happen here, which I guess is getting stalled, they'll end up getting jumped because of average match score tiebreaker. What's on Newton right now? That was 341 match. Okay, so 341 match. Beak Squad in 972. A lot of potential second picks here. We can see them. While we wait for Citrus. Obviously, I'll turn the Citrus match on a little bit. Oh, is it 1678 match? 1678 match about to play. Oh my god, it's already started. Okay. Oh, wow. They just got into it. Sure. Okay, 1678. Get over. Oh, nice triple pass here. 9644 gets a nice little collect in the front of that hub. So 5 passes to send the field. But they end up missing and hitting each other, and so probably lose auto here because of that. Yeah. So they're going to end up losing auto because of that collision in the middle, but nice idea there to get 5. Still though, 1678 kind of gets denied from getting the transition period. Okay, nice from Blue Alliance. and kind of forcing, now kind of taking away the advantage of this match from 1678 of winning auto. So definitely very much a winnable match for blue still. But does kind of require them to get back to their zone now and have to start scoring. 96-44 kind of marking 1678, not letting them in, but they slip right past. Wow, very unlucky. Yeah, so they're nice dumping in, and then 1678 goes back out and goes all the way over to steal because they see there's so much fuel there. Nice decision making from them, but Rembrandt's there to catch them on the way out. So they end up being able to get through the trench. Wow. They end up being able to drop that hopper really quickly. Nice. Oh, wow. A nice defense by 96-44, not letting 1678 score. And now they can Blue can definitely pull this back. This might be 1678 getting dropped down. Wow. Okay, so then, yeah, Blue's doing very nicely. 96-44 defense specifically doing a really nice job kind of limiting them. And now you can see they kind of toss off a lot of the fuel so that they can get under the trench and just slip past 96-44 and then do that hopper extension so that they can get up so they can't get moved, right? So nice move from 1678 there, but this is almost where the blue line starts to get favored, but it looks like they're not playing the neutral zone enough, and there's too much fuel there, and I don't know if they've had enough setup on their side to be able to win this match back. Right? There's a lot of fuel getting scored here, but the neutral zone wasn't really contested all that much by blue, and so maybe not going to be able to do the best job at cleanup, but it looks like 1678 is getting hard defended by 96-44, and Rembrandt's kind of stopping them from putting up 500. Can they hit 500 the last? I don't think they hit 500. So that will be probably, well, let's see. So they're going to show what ends up happening here, but if we look at the division, even if they win this match and they get 4 RP here, that gives, one sec, let me refresh this so we can see 74-57s actually are, yeah. So that only gives them now 42 RP. If 694, even if they end up getting 5 RP here, literally there's no way in the world they'll be able to get the average match score. So even if 694 ends up tying in RP by getting the 42 as well, they'll still end up stuck as third. And now all 74-57 has to do is win the next match, and they'll end up as ranked first. 500 penalty points? What? Oh, 500 points. Yeah, so they do end up winning, but they don't get that second RP, which is crucial. Now 74-57 doesn't even need to get that second RP. They could just get the well, so I think Super Duper is going to pick Citrus, and they're going to decline. 96-44 played really nicely there. You know what? Let's go back. I assume you're from 96-44 trying to look for some advice. Sure. Let's look at it. It was a very well played match. Only thing is at the end here. So, like a nice denial here, pushing back. Only thing I'd say is at this point, I feel like when you see 1678 as like this, and this goes for every single defense bot, that because you're at Worlds, I'm assuming you have the capability to be able to be a good passer, or at least a somewhat decent passer. All this fuel in your hopper, you should start to pass this back when you see that the other robots are going really far away from you for collects. That's kind of like your window to pass all of that fuel back to your alliance. And you do it a bit, but you kind of go for collects more instead of just getting rid of what's already in your hopper, which, is kind of an issue. And then otherwise, it's a pretty good match. Good defense, kind of matching 1678. And then the only thing is, when you see these kind of net teams start to do some passing here, you have to be aware they can go through trench. And it seems like you are, but you get blocked off. No, 96-44 did really good job. No, I genuinely no notes. You played very well. You were able to match them every single time they went across. You caught them every single time. Only thing is really just maximizing your value as like offensive, passing stuff back to your alliance zone. Other than that, really nice match. Oh, so 74-57, if they win the next match, will end up keeping rank 1 there. Let's see what other matches are going on right now. 59-40, trying to lock up the Archimedes 1 seed, I believe. Yeah, it's just kind of, yeah, just trying to lock up the Archimedes 1 seed. Looks like Galileo has Orbit versus 1768 soon. Oh, literally this match. Yeah, awesome. So Orbit predicted to win this one, actually, interestingly enough. So we'll see if they're predicted to win on this division. I wonder what that kind of leaves. So predicted to win, still kind of predict to end up below Neshoba anyways, which is kind of crazy, but we'll see. 9140, I do not know. I have not seen 9140 today. So I do not know. I could not say. Or if I have, I do not remember. Oh. Okay, so for this match, looks like it's basically dead even. So it could be Nishova wins, it could be 1690 wins. This one basically decides who gets the 2 seed and who gets kind of dropped, because I presume 5913 will end up winning their last match. So this one's gonna be a big one for rankings. If 1690 ends up 2, I don't think there's a world 7769 doesn't pick them. Otherwise, maybe you can maybe have a conversation. And okay, they're getting off the field now. Lovely. So what are they going to do? So it looks like probably 5 passes to the middle, I would presume, from this Red Alliance side, and 1690 wraps around, and probably a follow auto here, or maybe they go through the middle. So the Red probably ends up winning auto, if that's the case. Yeah, 1690 also gets way more fuel, so 1768 kind of, oh, they also get caught up because of that hit. So 1690 ends up winning the auto race because of that, and definitely, completely smokes them in auto. So it looks like 69 is probably just going to end up being the rank 2 team, and then we'll just see 77, 69, and then Orbit end up together, which I think is probably the best chance for Galileo to try to push on Einstein. Yeah, really nice scoring from Orbit, kind of maximizing that transition period. You can see that, yeah, doing a pin there because you want to limit 1768 from getting back in the first place. 4087, doing some good defense, but 1768 kind of just almost getting around them. Okay, so they end up getting one hopper off, but it does get defended, and you can see now kind of the match start to fall apart because Orbit is basically undefendable. They'll hit most everything when they're scoring, and it'll kind of just be down to, can these guys in the middle dump all of this neutral zone away and not let Orbit get away with these close passes? It seems like they're not clearing out the neutral zone fast enough to where they're allowing Orbit to do this close pass, and then they can go back and clean up the rest of it. So too much in the neutral zone ends up kind of being the reason that the Blue Alliance kind of goes down in this second shift. But they do have the end game to try to recoup their losses, try to make this one close again, to be fair. But it's going to be a very hard match to try to pull back from, just because of how far ahead they got in auto. Which is, again, I like losing auto, but I think losing auto and that hard is a really an issue because you end up having to play from behind too much. Losing auto by like 10, on the other hand, really nice. Although you do have three blue robots now scoring at once, no defense on them, and Neshoba's collecting from the middle. It's now somewhat closer. Although Orbit's still scoring from the middle, and also a lot of it comes to the fact that 2590 does end up dying, right? So like a lot of the scoring power of red kind of goes away with that. But if they're able to make maybe two more passes to the middle, oh no, Orbit gets too much fuel from the neutral zone. So that will probably just end up being the end of this match. Just yeah, dropping 600, and that will be 1690 probably going up to the second seed. 1768 probably dropping down to third, or well, we'll see if they end up dropping to fourth. Unless there's some crazy penalties that happen here, but yeah, Red Alliance wins. So that will end up being Orbit's win, yeah. And they'll end up going up to 2. There you go. Neshoba drops down to 4. And now if Neshoba will be able to hold on to 4, I think, pretty solidly. Oh no. Yeah, okay, so they'll able to hold on to 4 solidly because of the fact that the only people left that can kind of jump them is these two. And maybe these guys jump them, but we'll see. But other than that, it's just 59-13. If they end up scoring, if they end up losing the match and don't score 500, then it could end up being 1768, and everybody here ends up getting moved up to, because of the fact that they have, not everybody, but Link and then Neshoba would both end up getting moved up to the third and fourth, respectively, because of the fact that the average match score is lower and they'd all be stuck at 38 RP. But then it's kind of up to 1506. If they end up winning their next match, or 2468 actually, both of them, if they end up winning their next match and win it by at least 360, then or win it with 500, they'd have to get the 500 RP. Then that would have to be the only way the Link or Neshoba get jumped there. Let's see. Oh, 6329 against Denim Venom specifically. Which are two people that would probably want to get picked by 2056 up against each other. Let's take a look. Looks like Denim Venom actually not gonna face off on the other side of 6329. So both of them trying to get each other trying to not deal with each other's movement and try to hit each other while they're contesting the middle, and then deal with that sort of thing. Instead, going on the other side of themselves, so that they can just come back easily. Okay, so what does Statbotics say about this? Statbotics is predicting that this one is going to be red favored, but if they end up losing auto, could very much see 8044 pulling this one back in endgame with some good passing and neutral zone fuel control. Okay, so if you just look at rankings for this, if Denim Venom flips this match, they're going to end up basically getting third. And then 2056 is way too far ahead for them to even be considered. So these two are basically locked. 2056 might be able to jump them, but those two are 1706 and 2056 are locked at 1 and 2. If Den and Venom wins this match, they can flip over Buck's Wrath here. And then also it means that maybe 9785 can also jump Buck's Wrath if they get a single RP in their, or if they get win the next match. And then that also makes them susceptible to get jumped by all three of these guys here because Bucks can kind of drop RP because the max they'd be able to get was 40. So Den and Venom flipping this would be really big for them, but also would completely make it, like, if Bucks doesn't get picked by someone up high, it'd be really bad for them. But I think they will. I think they're kind of just the best dumper on this division, bar none. So I have full faith they'll end up getting picked, but kind of just where is the question. It looks like 1787 misses their autos, so I guess Denim Venom ends up, winning auto period. Okay, so the question is, what is Bucks going to do now? They're going to try to match the scoring in transition, which I've said before, I don't think it's better. I think you should try to pass in the middle instead. Looks like 1787 is going to be the one doing that anyways. But now you can see Bucks kind of getting stuck on there, and now you've allowed Denim Venom to get basically a full hopper from the neutral zone because the fact that you wanted to go score in transition and try to match the scoring. And so now you can see how Denim Venom's very easily able to kind of get in front of Bucks, 41-43, cleaning up all that fuel. And now you're basically starved to one hopper left in your side, and all of that fuel on the other side. Denim Venom's, you can't see it, but it's all in that corner. And Denim Venom's wrapping around the entire way, shooting that whole thing while with all the fuel in their hopper as well. 41-43 also kind of collecting from that. Nice from 80-44, though. See that their zone is empty, so they go out to collect a little bit more and put more back in their side. And now it's going to end up being a almost 100-point difference going into their next shift. Would like to see a steal here so that can't get collected. I guess we'll see 23-83 try to play defense and not just, and also go for the steal in that corner, which is nice. But 80-44, hopefully they clear forward here. No, Bucks, nice movement, cuts them off. But the defense on here, will they let Bucks get this hopper off? It seems like they will. So Bucks still ends up putting 50 in this, ends up making it only a 50-point, or actually makes it an 80-point lead on their side. And now this is kind of where Bucks should end up passing them, but it looks like Mars Wars is dead, which is very unlucky for them because this could have been such a close match. But I think that Red's kind of just going to end up taking it in the end game because they lost a lot of their scoring on that side from them dying on the field. It's still incredibly close, and both of them do get the 500 RPs because these are all very good alliances. But if you without 41-43, you're not going to be able to jump them. Yeah, and they just have a higher BPS on the other side because they just have more robot scoring than Denim does. Although it's a very valiant effort. I mean, like, they dropped 706 to keep that seed 3. Really impressive stuff. 2056 can rank 1. It kind of just depends on if they hit 5 RP next match. If they do, then they'll end up taking it. If they don't, then they won't. And 2056 is predicted to win, but they have to hit the 500 mark. Oh, let's see. Yeah, no, this is crazy. It looks like the rest are talking, though, so maybe something's going to get called here, because all of them are huddled up together. So if Denim ends up getting the win here out of penalties alone, I don't think they'll complain, but they are pointing at 41-43, getting kind of broken down there. So maybe some penalties going to happen at the end of the match here, get assessed. We'll see, though. All right, here it is. Is it red or blue? It's red. It is Bucks. They do end up taking it 678 to 720. And I think that if 41-43 doesn't die, this is a win for blue too. That's so tragic for Denim Venom. End up dropping down to 8th now. Their fate's basically just decided by whoever picks them. Very tragic. All right, let's see. Archimedes with bread on them, I believe. Bread on them last match, maybe. Alliance selection is tomorrow morning. If it was tonight, that would be insane. No, but thankfully it is tomorrow morning. I guess this is the bread match as well. That will essentially confirm 5940 standing. Yeah, binary in Curie. Wait, what? Shambots aren't rank 1? No, Shambots are rank 1. Yeah. Oh, so I guess if you were interested in Curie, we were looking at this before. These guys were in contention for ranking points, ended up tying at the very end. The difference between them is average match score by a grand total of 0.7 fuel. So the difference between what is essentially going to be, if you look at Curie, the difference between -1 rank. Okay. Let's just do a simulation then. The difference between 254 ending up with a 231 EPA robot and a 270 EPA robot, or Valor and Shambots, is a 0.7 RP, which is crazy close. In terms of EPA for the rest of the division, I guess it kind of broke down how it expected to, except I guess Broncobots fell a lot, interestingly enough, and Neutrons did end up rising. They fixed their consistency issues, I guess, but kind of ranked too low to where they'll probably end up, maybe 254 can decline, actually, because who will Shambots end up picking? They probably pick, if 254 declines, you take Neutrons, sure. So that's 125, and 125 can't decline. Valor will take maybe Mercenary, and then Mercenary definitely won't decline because it's Valor and Mercenary. Of course you want to go for that. And then everyone else who's good kind of can't decline. Robot Dolphins from Outer Space, so that's probably going to be Strike Zone 5460. 5460, yeah, I know my numbers. So that's probably going to be 5460. And then 254 gets their pick of basically everybody below them, at which point you would just have Shambots as your #1 option anyway, so you can't have them. So I guess 254 probably won't end up declining 5907 unless they really see someone in like this kind of range where they really want to work with them, which maybe it's Broncobots because they have that die rotor turret, but I doubt it. Jack in the Bot in 1796 playing their last match together. Probably the only match they'll end up playing together because of the way that the rankings are going to break down, and ItCon probably taking Jack in the Bot first. So we'll take a look at that one as well on Newton after. Probably won't end up making that much of a difference for the rankings overall because I don't think Jack in the Bot can jump them, but we'll see. Yeah, Bread playing here. Bread 5940. I think Bread is just playing here to confirm their position as rank 1. Yeah. So, oh wow, someone Archimedes jumped them. Let's see Archimedes prediction. Okay, so whoa. What happened here? Okay, Symbiotics expected to rank 1, even though right now, Bread is at 44, 8608 is at 44, and 9470 has average match score tiebreaker at 42. But Satbotics still thinks that Symbiotics and Rush and Control Alt Defeat are going to be there in that order. Oh, that's how EPA. See, that's crazy. But no, either way, it's still saying that, yeah, okay, so we're ignore everything I just said. I lied. Control at defeat, gonna be 2, probably gonna end up with 11-14. Red gonna be 1, probably gonna pick 27. 27 can't decline. Yeah, it was not sorted by rank. This does make sense. I was very confused for a second. But yeah, no. So this will probably just end up being the Bread 27 because 27 can't decline Bread, and then Control at defeat probably declines Bread because they'll end up getting Symbiotics or 27, either one. And then 11-14. And this is going to be a fun finals to end up watching. Everyone else, I think, is kind of just in a tier below in terms of teams in on that division. So that seems like a 1-2 alliance. I think that 2 could definitely pull off an upset against 1, but it'll be interesting to watch because Bread's EPA is a lot lower than it should be because of the fact that it's EPA and it's weights by previous events too much. But we'll see. Let's see. Newton. I don't think Icon gets declined, actually. Icon scoring is good enough, and Jack and the Bot will have no, like, if you actually look at the reason I don't think they picked 9470 is because I don't think Bread, 9470 wants to be with Bread. They'd rather have Rush or 11-14 instead, which is so if Bread goes 11-14, and 11-14 declines, 11-14 is essentially screwed out of the playoffs. There's no way. We can pull up the Archimedes division again. Archimedes division. We can just look at the simulation here. Okay. If Bread goes Symbiotics first and Symbiotics declines, they're essentially saying that they think that out of Control at defeat, Bread, and Alphabots, there are 6 teams that they would rather work with than Bread. If you look at EPA, Bread is the 4th best team. There are not 6 best teams. And I think that you could make an argument for Bread and Code Orange, either one there, sure. But either way, there are not 6 teams here that 11-14 would rather work with. So 11-14 would accept if Bread picked them, but I think that they should go with Rush because they're a better team. And Rush, I would rather have Rush on my alliance than 11-14. Now, Bread kind of playing for the first captain here. And it looks like it's... Yeah, Auto doesn't even look even close. But Bread does end up getting hung up a bit. So Auto looks close because of the penalty call here, 87. But in terms of fuel, it's not really close. Yeah, okay, so... Coming over here, Bread getting defended, denied of that transition shift. So... Nice that Red's able to deny the transition shift, so should have the advantage in endgame in terms of scoring, because they didn't allow that to get scored from Bread, didn't let them dump a hopper for free. And it looks like they're playing double defense, or maybe double steal. I don't know what's going on here, but there are 2 red robots on that side, and they're trying to both slow down Krypton Cougars on this side, and then Bread on the other side. And it looks like it's working pretty well. Krypton Cougars... But they end up being able to go with the other side. And now, if you actually let them score the full hopper dump, then you only have 1 robot in the middle that's actually playing for scoring. This match is kind of over. Yeah, this match just doesn't seem close. Like, it's a valiant effort, but it's just not gonna be close. You know what? So Bread's basically got this match locked up, right? Right? Okay, so yeah, they're gonna get their 5 RPs out of this. Archimedes rankings. Yeah. Well, 8608, if they get 5 RP in their last match, maybe they could try to make something happen, but looks like they're expected to lose their last match anyways, so probably going to end up dropping in that case. And Bread will get their 5 RP on this last cycle here. I think Krypton Cougars comes back with this, 2539 at the bottom. Bread with that dump. probably will end up hitting their will end up hitting their 500 mark, right? That maybe hits the 500. Maybe hits the 500. If it doesn't hit the 500, does it matter? Okay, so if they don't hit the 500, no, because it's 9470 can't pull off 2 RP anyways. They can't. They'll end up getting 4 RP and then put themselves at 48, and 9470 won't be able to get 6 RP in a match. So yeah. So even though they end up dropping to 2, 8608 is expected to lose this match anyways, and so only getting 1 RP will drop 8608 way down in terms of this, because 9470 and 1114 should be able to both jump them and take that for free. Yeah, and 1114 is expected to win their last match anyways. 9470, I believe, is also expected to win their last match anyways. All right. Oh, Newton, I think, has Jack in the Bot. Yeah, 1796 and Jack in the Bot. Okay. Okay, yeah. So probably the only match of 1796 and Jack in the Bot you'll end up being able to see, because they're not going to end up being on the same alliance, but maybe they do. Maybe by some miracle, they end up on the same alliance. We'll see. Oh, end up hitting each other in auto, but it doesn't matter. 2910 ended up being able to get back. And then, yeah. Very nice scoring on that side the entire way through. And, oh, look at that. Okay, you know what? No. We're going to pause here. So, yes, we're going to watch the rest of the match. But, look at 2370 here. So, you saw 1678 do that thing where they can cross the line the entire way because it's not in the auto period anymore. They do it here. So this is switching to teleop period because the auto period ends. So they don't cross the line until the teleop period ends. And now they actually contact 1796 through fuel, but it doesn't matter because the teleop period has ended. So that is not a foul. So really nice stuff from 2370 here. And now they can fully defend 1796 on this side. 1796 actually ends up being able to get over because they start to pass anyways, but they don't end up getting an easy dumper of fuel. So nice stuff from 2370 over there. But also, this match is lost. You're playing against Jack in the Bot in 1796. Do you think 1678 will pick 694? It's between them and 359. Whichever one is available, yeah, I think they take them. I don't think they'll have a choice because Super Duper is going to take the other one. So we'll see. Looks like, yeah, 2910 kind of just, where they're playing triple defense. Wow. Trying to slow down that alliance, not dropping 800 plus points because of the triple defense and stealing. But 2910, aware of this, kind of going through the middle of the field, doing their neutral zone cycles, because they see that, because they see how much of that defense is getting played, so the neutral zone's being uncontested, so it's really easy to hit those quick short cycles across this way and then back this way. And you can see the 2910 with the passing again, incredible robot. Yeah, I mean, 447 with triple defense on you the entire time. Like, this is impressive. 526 with defense on you the whole time. Love that 9029 goes out here and starts to play passing to clean up that neutral zone, because 1796 and 2910 are scoring so much where they'll need to get refreshed. And I love that they're scoring, they're trying to pass, but again, it kind of looks a little bit, like, they obviously hit the 500, but they're trying to go for 800 at this point, I guess, even through the defense. But the passing is a little bit off its mark, not as fast as, like, if a 341 or something was doing it, which is why I like this role, but for someone like 341 or maybe 148, who's apparently fallen really low in EPA, to do instead of, like, teams that have a turret and play good defense, I'd rather have a team that has a really good turret and we can teach good defense as a second pick. And they end up getting the 800, but it is due to penalties, so not 800, but not 800 clean, but still 800 points nonetheless. And considering that that defense was so aggressive, I think you can easily say they'd score 800 if there was none there. Why do people play Triple D? Because nobody cares about winning at Worlds after day one, unless you're like expected to rank at captain positioning. Because like, okay, in the regional system and district system, 812, yeah, and it's probably like what, 790 clean? Yeah, 790-ish clean. So really, really nice. Jack in the Bot ends up keeping 2. 1796 jumps up to 9th. Nice from them. And then probably will end up just being Icon picks Jack in the Bot. Just see what Jack in the Bot wants to do. And that kind of just changes what's going to happen. Let's see. What is going to... Let's see. Yeah, every single division is kind of crazy with rankings, except for Daily and Galileo and Hopper, I think. Hopper. Yeah, so 2056 expected to be rank 1 here on Hopper. This actually we'll go through every division at the end of the day, but right now it kind of seems like most divisions are except for Curie, and most divisions are kind of as you'd expect. Curie Archimedes have different captains than what you'd expect for one. And they'll probably end up being weaker on Einstein because of that, but we're serious on Curie right now. Yeah, let's go check it out. Strike Zone as well on Curie, yeah. Yeah, so Strike Zone playing for it, but we'll see. Freshman on 1323 can win 3 worlds in 4 years. Freshman on 1323 could have won 4 worlds in 4 years if they got around 321. That's a crazy statistic. No, Iccon's incredible. Icon Girls is ridiculous, but their Icon themselves have the exact same robot and have just been cooking more. I guess because they got the rebuild out earlier for Texas District Champs, so they have more experience on it, but they're both incredible teams. Icon Girls, I think, dropped an EPA, but how many teams have won multiple worlds in a row before? I don't know. I think 254 has done it. Maybe? No, I don't even know if 254 has done it. I'm not a historian, but I'm sure that some teams have gone back-to-back. Oh, 2767, I think, won back-to-back in 1718? Not sure. But, yeah. Let's see. This Curie camera actually hurts my eyes to watch. I hope they fix it tomorrow. But this is not my video quality. This is very much the camera itself with the grainy pixel resolution and kind of the lines being weird. But yeah, Strike Zone being very good at scoring, kind of with that Citrus rebuild. And they are able to collect, and they'll be able to dump this all off in the transition period too. So probably end up with like 200 transition. Or no, they had some issues with scoring there. Okay. End up dumping everything anyways, just because they want to try to maximize that, which, yeah, for sure. You're going to collect it as well. But yeah, Strike Zone, another team on Curie that I think probably will end up doing very well. Maybe they end up getting picked like by 5199 and get kind of cooked by just scheduling things. Because if you look at the rankings, then 1323 is playing right now. Okay, I want to watch the last match of 1323. Strike Zone, we know they're good. I do want to see how 1323 plays if they're using their shooter blocking mechanism. Do they lose auto? Okay, this is going to be interesting to see if they do end up losing auto to Cavs in 2073 and 2718 as well. Because I want to see what they do after they lose auto, because a lot of teams have decided that they want to try to match the transition scoring instead of taking control of the fuel. No, they don't end up losing auto. yeah, in terms of score, it's just not close. So they do end up winning auto, and after you win auto, just use the transition period, get to your side, and just fire off the entire way through. Nice little collect from them at the very back corner, going all the way to the back corner, so that they can clear out that depot area. 254 also had 2017 and 2018. Okay, yeah, we'll check out the high tide match as well. But yeah, this high tide, man. High tide, I don't know how you beat these teams because they're scoring like enough in auto where if you go double dumper against them, you'll probably beat them in auto. And then you give them the end game period where they can take the control of fuel away from you. And if you lose in auto, then what are you gonna do? You're probably gonna have to pass everything away, but then you give them free time in the transition period to kind of do that. And because they're turrets, they're not going to be affected by the loss of auto in endgame nearly as much as you are, because they can just go steal really easily and go through all your stuff and pass that back. So it's going to be really hard to see how these guys will get upset. Oh, they're using their defender mechanism. Yeah, I see it. Awesome. So they are showing it off, trying to test that it works. I mean, obviously not showing it off. They know that high tide will pick them. But trying to see what kind of height, I guess, it works on. And then able to collect the entire way through. But you can see that it does work conceptually. But I think that you're not going to see them use it until they play like 254 or Jack in the Bot or Citrus. I think that there is no other team in the world other than that echelon of team that it's going to be worth for them to not be passing and clearing out the neutral zone instead of defending. Because they're too good. There's no reason to be doing it when you score this much and you pass this much. You can also see kind of what the advantage in auto is leading to. Are they going to lose this match? Red Alliance is playing really well with the control of fuel, and you can see they're kind of all that fuel going back to their side, and they don't have anyone clearing out that neutral zone. So Red can easily take a pass to the middle of the field. 4678 also has a giant load of fuel just waiting to get scored. So if 1323 doesn't outscore them at the end here, Mike gonna be a loss? Gonna be very dependent on if the tower tech foul ended up getting called here. Very, very close. I don't know if they actually did contact 4678 on the tower. If they did, that's maybe a loss, because if there's two contacts there, then... But I guess not. Yeah, 1323 ends up taking it and gets the 5 RP as well. 561 to 550. Yeah, really close match though. Kind of showing how you can beat them if you win. 9128 just lost? What? Okay, so this division is basically done. 9128. How did they lose? How did they lose this match? With 60-36 too? Like, the other alliance is good, but they should just be on another tier. Yeah, scoring an auto looks great. 636, I guess, has some issues shooting, but still. They end up with a nice collect in auto, get moved around, but still... No, they don't make it back over. And get some fouls there, sure. And they lose auto as well. So what are they going to do after they lose auto? After they lose auto... oh my god, they're surfing on fuel now. And they decide to go to their side and just shoot. And you can see the top extension there kind of stopping the defense, but it's still really nice. The defense still working from 695. And Nikon, you can see, because they weren't passing at the start of that, because they were surfing on the fuel, unable to kind of get any fuel on their side, and they have to go back to the neutral zone. And by the time they go to the neutral zone, there's no point in it, and they have to pass it back anyways. And it looks, I guess 6036 had issues with their robot, and that kind of, Icon can't solo this, especially when you win auto, so you're going to be down in the endgame period as well. Wow, yeah. No, really nice. And the defense is also very good. You're kind of keeping Itcon pinned in this corner here where they're not even able to look at the right direction to shoot their hopper. Really nice stuff from the defense. Getting them, double slamming them. It's so well played. And that last barrage of hopper only ends up getting 6 out of all of that. Wow. Really, really nice. And yeah, you can't make this back, especially when you won auto, or when you lost auto rather. They're not even passing because they have to get back in time because otherwise they'll be scared of the defense. And now because they don't actually pass to get themselves over, they can't contest the neutral zone. Also because they have two partners that are playing full defense. I guess 636 trying to help them out here now, playing the pass, trying to collect fuel in the middle and give it over to Itcon using just their intake, but still just not enough scoring, and just getting slammed in that first shift really just killed them. Nice defense though from 695 and 5948, I believe, doubling up on them. Very, very nice. And yeah, incredible upset. And so what does that make Newton end up doing? Newton ends up where, I guess, is this qual? This qual 122. So so Newton ends up where basically Jack in the Bot goes higher, Peninsula drops way down. So now you have Jack in the Bot gets to pick whoever they want, 973 gets to pick whoever they want, and then it's the people who will burn the rest of the field. So if you look at EPA, I think they're going to go with Bare Metal just because they've worked with them longer. So 2910 Bare Metal seems like the first one. And then 973 has a decision to make here. Do we want to take Itcon, or do we want to take a turret that can also get defended, and we've seen getting defended? So I don't know. If Jack and the also might take Robo Tigers if they're confident in them, but I think you just take Bare Metal. I think you just go double dumper, take the best two off the field, make it so it's a hard decision for 973 over who they want to take. I guess what is this going to put in? Yeah, 122. Okay, so you can kind of see here. What Akon's still ranked 2, actually. Never mind. Maybe you take Itcon anyways, because then Itcon 1796, that scares me. Like if I am going into that as Jack in the Bot in 2046, I think Itcon with a turret on their side, if you end up with something like this, and then you probably take who? Bean, maybe. Wouldn't be mad with a 5736 as well. Whichever one of these you kind of like more. If you want to go turret, maybe Quicksilver even as a fine choice. But whoever they end up taking here, I don't think it matters. It's just going to be this is a 1-2 alliance division. And then it's kind of just, if Jack and the Bot wants to play the alliance selection game, they will take Itcon, and now you make it so Greybots pick someone and everyone else gets burned by Griffin. And you make no more good alliances. But if they want to just go with the best alliance possible, they'll take 2046, I think, because they worked so well together at PNW. We'll see. Then I guess this match is about to end. We can see if they lose, maybe they'll end up dropping the. We'll see if Red loses here with Bean, then definitely a possibility that they just don't care because no one's gonna get burned anymore, and you just take the best robot available because you're gonna have to play a good alliance. It's close. Yeah, I would rather deny ItCon from picking 2046. I think they will. That's why I think this match is important because if 55-49 is not a top team, maybe you don't think anything's gonna get burned anymore, and you just take best robot available. But even still, maybe you just end up going with the best one. Yes, yeah, I agree. We talked about that as well. 1796 can't deal with defense. Especially the fact that the turret is supposed to be good at dealing with defense and getting pushed. And if you can't deal with turret defense getting pushed around, I think you'd rather just go with a team that can have a dumper and will be able to deal with that. 2910 is not picking 6036, sadly. There are just like 5 better teams than 6036 that I would take first. 6036 will probably end up can you go Ramil Steve for 694's last match? Yeah, sure. That probably end up deciding the order of that as well. If 694 can jump 1678. Then, yeah. Either way, it looks like Newton's going to stay the same. I think they'll take ItCon if they want to make it really easy on themselves. If they want to try to have the best Einstein alliance possible, I think they'll end up taking Bare Metal. Because they worked so well together at PNW. 2231 playing. Yeah, sure. We'll take a look at them. Last match here, I guess what are they trying to do to get selected? What's the Galileo rankings looking at like right now? Okay, so 1 RP. So probably someone is going to get burned here by 5913, and these two are going to decline. And then, actually, we can see Stepbotics here. Galileo. So, yeah. So, these two probably end up together, unquestionably. And then these two probably decline 5913. I guess let's look at this match first. Let's see how 2230. Okay, 2231 penalty points here. But if we look at EPA, it is kind of Onyxtronics is the next pick, and the rank is too low at this point to decline the rank 2 team. So what'll probably end up happening is yeah, this match is 2231 is playing, but also I think their fate's already been decided. 2231 is not going to end up being with 1690 because I think that 7769 is going to pick him anyways. Yeah, I agree. The difference between 2046 and ItCon is too small to be worth picking 2046. Yeah, but I think that the EPA doesn't tell the whole story, and I'm sure they have their own opinions on how these teams look, and I think that either way that they go with that, whether it's ItCon or 2046, I think it's a perfectly fine decision. That alliance should be winning. 2331 though, still with the nice robot, just kind of orbit, but a little bit worse because their driver's just not as good as orbit, which is not a slight on the 2231 driver. The orbit driver is just very, very good. Yeah, and you can see they have the setup now, and they're able to start scoring, but getting some defense on them though. The defense is actually pretty effective for now. And looks like they're having issues with shooting. I don't think it changes their picking position, but if 1690 is... 1690 will probably say yes to 7769, unless they really want to captain. And honestly, I don't know why... Like, this match is basically over. I think 2231 lost. But, yes, EPA is a kind of a weird number, but when you are such a high EPA, and also, I guess we could check OPR as well. Interesting. Okay, so OPR-wise, 1768 is the highest on this division. So they were also the only people I were really considering. I think Link is kind of a tier below 1768 and the crew. But if you're interested, if you think that the double stream of crew kind of falls off at the top level, and you want a drum shooter instead, then I think it's perfectly fine for 1690 to decline crew. And then also you could either go with if crew will probably take the Neshoba at that point, and then they can go with either Onyxtronics or Link. And honestly, I think that alliance of 1690 Onyxtronics is good as long as Onyxtronics kind of locks in here and doesn't have the same issues that they're having in the random matches. I also don't. I think that that's kind of a fringe possibility. I think that 7769 will get accepted. And then yeah, Onyxtronics ends up dropping in ranking here. So basically, their fate's up to whoever wants to pick them. But we'll see. It looks kind of to me like we'll end up with, if we look at rankings, if Orbit declines, they make it harder for themselves to win this division for no reason whatsoever. Because then 5913 will just burn both Neshoba and Link. And then you get an easy set of alliances to go through because you have two of the best robots on your field, and then everyone else has now worse robots that they're picking. And also 2231 will probably end up here as the pick because they can't decline after that. So you basically just end up making Neshoba worse off, you make Link worse off, you make 2231 worse off by accepting the crew invitation, which is also the normal thing to do here. Or I think the correct thing to do here in terms of EPA. And if you think that Neshoba is that good, you're not going to get a chance to select them because the crew's going to take them anyways, even if you decline. And then after that, even if you get 2231, you now have made the crew and Neshoba alliance that you have to deal with and figure out how to beat Double Dumper with Double Turret. I just don't think it's worth it. They'll probably just say yes. Let's see. What other divisions? 2910. Yeah, that 2910 is going to have a very fun time deciding if they want to play the Elam's game or the Alliance Selection game or not. Because if you take Itcon... actually, you know what? Let's look at OPR for Newton, because I think we've been looking at EPA a lot. OPR is a little bit more insightful, but yeah. Like, look at the differences. 973 is kind of in that same tier, and then Itcon's kind of a tier below, but still, a lot of that Itcon tier below comes from the last match where they had 60-36 and were expected to score a lot more, and then drop down because of it. So, I'd say they're still in this tier, and if they're all in that same tier, and you would now make the division a whole lot easier by getting that one alliance and only making one alliance that scares you versus two alliances that would then make it scary, I think that you end up just taking Itcon. But if they think Orbit's not rejecting the crew, no. They shouldn't, I think, in terms of theory. They're not going to get a team that they like more unless they really like 2231. Which I guess they could, but I would rather just not make another alliance that I'd be scared of. Let's see, Milstein. Oh, let's go check the Milstein division. Kind of finish up the divisions there. $694's last match is which one? They're in the next quals match. Okay, and then Full Dumper doesn't shoot that much more than 2. I think the BPS is better of the drum shooters. It's like, you can tell, but also the crew doesn't miss a single shot. So, yeah. Yeah, you know what? These teams, I think, are not going to be relevant to Alliance Selection, so I'm just going to start going through every division and what I think might end up happening. So if you look at Archimedes, simulation-wise, I could very much see these two ending up together if Bread wants to play the Alliance Selection game and make alpha bots, then Symbiotics will decline them, and then Rush has to end up being here because they can't decline, and then now you break up Symbiotics and Rush and basically make a very easy alliance for you to win. Right? So that could be one angle. The other angle is if I want to just take Rush straight up, and maybe you make a scary alliance from 9470 and 1114, but you also get Rush on your alliance, and if you're confident in yourself to win that, then yeah, go for it. If you think that highly of Rush. That they're going to be worth making this alliance against you, and you think that you can easily beat that, then yeah, sure, take Rush, and that's your best shot. But otherwise, I think they probably just take each other here. And then Alphabots burns Symbiotics, takes Rush because Rush can't decline. Bang. And then the rest of the division I don't think matters at that point because this alliance will end up sweeping. Or Symbiotics can maybe try to pull something out, but I think they'll get defended pretty hard. In terms of Curie, I'm just gonna go alphabetically. Okay, so if we look at Curie right now, let's pull up OPR of Curie as well, just to make sure that EPA isn't kind of being weird. So it is 254, 6800, 125, 6369, and then 5907. So if you're looking at who you want to take over them, it'd have to be one of these three if you're looking at 254. Or if you look at EPA, maybe you also want to take Strike Zone and Bronco Bots over them. But either way, I don't really care. Like, there's 6 teams maximum of that you'd want to take over over 5907. So I think 254, if they decline, Valor will take someone good, right? Let's say 125. These guys will also probably take someone good. Let's say 6369 actually. And now they will also take someone good. So probably 1987, or maybe even you burn 1987, if you don't think that they're that good. And now who are you left with? You're left with 54. Or if they burn 1987, like worst case scenario for 254, then they take 5460. And now you end up with Bronco Bots together, that alliance made, and you get to take your pick of whoever. Is that a better scenario for you than just accepting these guys? Because this Alliance of Valor is happening no matter what you do. I think Valor probably takes 125, unless they really like Mercenary and they want to go double dumper. But Valor 125, Valor Mercenary. One of those two is happening, and 254 is going to have to play themselves out of it. The question is just, do you want to play yourself out of it and make this other alliance happen and this other alliance happen? And now you kind of affect 2 other teams that you're now burning. And you also have a Bronco Bots alliance below you that'll end up happening. And then you get probably the 8th best robot on this field, which 9023, I guess. Who's not that far down, but is definitely a tier gap below everyone else here. You could also go with 870. What is the EPA's looking like? Yeah, 870 here, 5987, 9023. There's some decent picks here. So I think it kind of makes sense for 254 to decline 5907. And then whoever ends up going up here, just kind of loses to the other alliance that gets made, and your alliance 2 will end up being your favorites, and 254 will have to play as the underdog through this entire bracket. And maybe I think it would be Valor 125 if they like the turret, otherwise they take 6369, or it's just whoever 5907 doesn't take out of those 2. Move slider all the way to the right. Oh, wait, you're right. It didn't change anything, but yes, good point. But yeah, I kind of just see 254 declining and then this entire division just becoming a mess. Yeah. Let's look at daily. I mean, daily's kind of just done. Wow, guys. I think that High Tide and 1323 are going to play with each other. And I think that there's no reason for you to decline 4028, very likely. I guess we could let's look at OPRs as well and see if there's a significant difference there. So 1325, RoboJacket's higher OPR, 3478, yeah, higher OPR as well. 5813, interestingly enough, also a high OPR. So maybe 1325 declines this one, and then ends up going with like a RoboJacket's Code Orange, 5813 maybe as well. You could take Lunatex there also. A lot of teams you could take there. Maybe that's the one decline that happens here, but otherwise I think it kind of plays out normally. And then the daily's not really, like, Alliance 1 is winning daily. There's not really anything. Let's see. What's the next division in order? Galileo, I guess. Oh, we already talked about this one. Yeah. We already went to Galileo. Hopper. Wait, what? Wait, 2056 lost? Wait, what? No. They didn't lose. Are they expected to lose Qual 122? Did they just play? Okay, so they're okay. So I guess Statbotics expects them to lose Qual 122, which is why they have these guys down here, which I guess is what they're saying. No, what? Why does Statbotics have OP as? Oh, did it already play? Is my stream late? Matt, I don't. Am I crazy? It's expecting them to win, and in terms of ranking points, 2056 is currently 5 behind, and they have a higher average match score. If they get 5 RP in this next match, which they're expected to do, and also win, they'll end up being rank 1. Okay, so ignore Statbotics here for a second, because I think it's kind of just being stupid. But, so, let's see, simulation-wise. Okay, so what is Statbotics doing? I guess, bro. Okay, so this is probably what it'll end up looking like here. Unless... Yeah, so I guess 2056 expected to be number 1 here. 1706 expected to be 2. These guys are not as good as the... So the interesting thing with Hopper is look how deep it is, right? The 4th Alliance Captain is currently here in terms of EPA. If we look at OPR specifically, where are they? So 9785 is... Am I blind? Oh yeah, they're 3rd in OPR. And let's see what their ROIs looks like. I haven't actually been able to see them. So but 9785, where are they? Okay, so they're also looking like a pretty good pick as well. So I don't think, I guess if EPA is kind of lying to us and the OPR is what's right there and people look at that yet, then OP will probably end up taking Buck's Wrath, or either one, I think. Any one of these two, I think OP can take, and I would say, yeah, that makes sense. I see the vision. Buck's Wrath, they put together the highest auto score in the world. Probably could have world recorded if they ended up not getting defended. 1706, literally put up the world record with Buck's Wrath. Double turret as well. You can have 2 turrets inside your own zone. You get a lot of flexibility that way. If you don't want to go with Dumper, either one who ends up with OP, I think is a perfectly fine pick. Either way, I think the other one will probably take, you can either go 3467 or 8044 in my mind. I think 581 is kind of just worse than 3467 in terms of dumping. I guess we can check if OPR also agrees with this. I guess let's watch this 2056 match here. Oh no, it's not 2056 match. That's the next one. So OPR also agrees that Denim Venom is one of the best. No, we're going alphabetically. So OPR also agrees Denim Venom is one of the best robots here. So that's another robot I could see 2056 picking, and I'd be like, yeah, makes sense. But I think that they won't, because they want to make these two not have their own alliances, which is why I'm very confident they'll pick one of these two here. So 2056, let's say 1706. I don't really care. Either way, the other one will end up with one of 8044 and 3467. And then I think the next pick after that is probably the other one that didn't get picked. Gets picked by the Alliance 4 here. And then after that, 17, I don't think 581 declines here because you're in like a kind of scary position there. Maybe you take 581, maybe you take 6328 if you want to have a lot of upside, because they have been rising pretty well. So definitely possible for them to take 6328 here. But then I think Hammerheads will take the other one of those two. Yeah, if we look at, yeah. So 6328's OPR is a lot lower because they've had some bad matches, but they've been rising up real good at the end of the today. So if you're going for like a gambly pick because you're kind of expecting to lose the division because you're like a 5th alliance, 6th alliance, 4th alliance there, and these alliances above you are too stacked, then yeah, I think that picking 6328 there is perfectly fine and taking a gamble on them. After this, I don't think it's really relevant. I think these 5 alliances are going, or sorry, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, these 5 alliances are going to be the interesting ones. I think this alliance would probably upset the 5th alliance here, just because I think that I really like the way Hammerheads plays with that die rotor turret. And they do a really good job stealing, and that's where fuel control comes into play in elims. I think they have a good idea of how to play that match, that kind of style of game. But I would probably have OP and whoever they end up taking as my favorites, and then look really heavily into seeing if the Bucks Wrath or 1706 alliance can upset. Because I think that whoever Denim Venom's alliance is on, they're definitely possible to upset. Let's see. And another thing to note, 6329 worked with 3467 at the New England District Championship. So that might go into their strategy of who they want to end up picking. Looking at that, because they've already worked with them and they ended up blue bannering together. Let's see. So what's the next division? Johnson division. Okay, if you look at simulation. Okay, so Overcharge ended up dropping real bad. If they really want to... okay, so I guess for Scream, it's just who do you like more? Do you like Alt F4 more? Or do you like Overcharge more? I think what they'll end up doing is taking Alt F4, and then now you force Overcharge to get picked by 1792, because I think they're just very clearly the next best pick. And then 9483 goes here. And then you have a 7558 and 4522 together. And at this point, this division is kind of a mess. I don't think you'll end up seeing any declines after that, but yeah, you could see maybe 3255 or Super Nerds there, or Alpha Dogs, depending on what these guys want to go with. And then I think you can see the same thing on the bottom here as well. Maybe they end up taking 190 because you think 190 is going to rise up higher. After these two alliances, I think this division is kind of unguessable because everyone is so close to each other. And I think Alt F4 is just a better team, a better robot than Overcharge, just because they don't have to deal with the bump. And we've seen so many teams kind of wreck them by playing defense on the bump. Yeah. And yeah, we'll talk about robots that will end up getting shut down in the Milstein division. So Super Duper here. What do they end up going with? I think they're going to pick Citrus. Think Citrus will decline. Think they're going to pick 694. Think 694 is going to decline. And I think they pick 359 after, and that ends up being the alliance because they can't say no. Because they're way too far down. Maybe if they take Roboteers, that's a gamble. That's certainly a play to go with. But I don't think that I would have Roboteers as my first pick, because 359 has shown you exactly how to dismantle Roboteers as an alliance, as a robot, by just playing neutral zone half defense and having one dedicated defender on them. And unless you think that your screens are that good that you can keep Roboteers fully active, go for it, I guess. I mean, I don't think you can, but we'll see. And then after that, I think it's a deeper division. Highlanders can definitely take someone pretty good. I think they probably take Taters here because they have a really nice dumper. And there's really no one else to take there. Rembrandts have been going up all day. I guess let's look at Milstein's OPR at least to just look at what's happening. Yeah, Tater's really high up in OPR. Roboteer's obviously high, but they have the asterisk there of their bump-only robot. Yeah, Tater's, I think, is a good pick. Honestly, might see Taters get picked over 359 or 694, or get picked by 359 or 690, by 1678 or 694 if that gets burned, because they're a very nice dumper, and you want to combo the 694 at least would want to get a dumper. If you're 7457, would you want to go with 2481 as upset potential? I guess, but yeah, I guess you could. If you're looking at it from that angle, then yeah, for sure you could go with them for upset potential. And then that would then leave you with them getting 359, which I think that alliance just wins the entire division, unquestionably. So, it's kind of a risk. So I think you probably want to have 359 get taken by yeah, Citrus isn't going to take 2481 anyways. They're too risky. And then 2122 might end up with Stipulse. They might end up with Citrus, depending on how 7457 selection looks. But then after this like fourth alliance, I don't think it's possible for alliances to kind of make runs after that. Like maybe you can upset the fourth alliance or third alliance, but especially Roboteers, you can definitely see like a sixth alliance run maybe. But there's no reason to I don't think they'll be able to upset past the first 3 alliances made here. Unless Roboteers gets picked, in which case I think 8 can probably upset that alliance. Like, if you play good enough defense. Do you have to cross the bumpy elims? Well, I don't disagree with you that do you have to cross the bumpy elims? My question is, why would you ever pick a pass-only first robot as the, like, 678 and 2630 is possible? No, there's not really a reason for them to go with them. Like, there's just better teams across the entire division that I would rather have than 2630. But going back to, like, why wouldn't you take 2481 first, and do they have to go back to the side in the first place? If you're Alliance 1, and you're picking 2481 here, you are essentially saying they're not going to go over the bump the entire match. You are picking a passing robot that's going to play the neutral zone and other alliance zone the entire match for your entire alliance. Like that, you just don't get enough scores on the 24th pick of this division where you'd be able to even keep up with their passing, and it just wouldn't be worth it. Let's just look at the 2056 match before we go back, because this one will, if 6328 can upset this, there is a chance that 2056 gets their fate decided by 1706, but it looks like really nice auto coordination here from this 6517 as well as 761 moving out of the way just as they start to go in. So really nice creating that on the fly. But 6328 playing good defense on 2056, denying them from getting as much as possible in that transition period. But still, because they played defense and they didn't spend time in the middle kind of passing the fuel back, you now allow 6517 and 2056 to just pass everything back to their side. And you can see they're kind of forced to go back to neutral zone here and just try to recoup anything. And this match is basically over at this point. Like 2056 is on their side. They have all that fuel. Yeah, this match is almost done. So we'll see. Yeah, this division to me seems kind of locked up in that way of it'll be one of the 4 alliances, whichever one it ends up being, it'll be interesting to watch, but it'll be competitive between the top 4 alliances. And then the last one, Newton, we looked at it. This is not correct. So 973 also ended up dropping though. Okay, so I think unquestionably you are taking Itcon. There's no reason to not take Itcon here because you will burn 1796 here. And you will make it so whether 973 gets picked here or not 1796. I think 2046 is the better pick here. And 2046 can't decline. Then 1796 probably gets picked here. Maybe they decline to go 8th Alliance, but I don't think they do. Quicksilver's a pretty good team. I don't think they decline that. And then maybe Greybot's Team Bean, or you could go with 5736. Either way, I think that this Alliance 1 is unquestionably the best one. Maybe you can get, I think that this Alliance 2 will probably end up getting upset. Maybe you could see the Alliance 7 go on a run on this division just because of how deep it is. But Alliance 1 is just going to end up winning the entire thing, I think, unquestionably, of Itcon and Jack in the Bot. Especially because there's no reason to allow Itcon to make an alliance that will scare your alliance if you end up picking like 2046 or 1796 at the first pick. And then let's see. That is the last division, yeah. And this match, not even close. Looks like 6328 unable to score nearly as much as we expected. Still putting up a decent amount, right? Not like any of their partners were scoring all that much, but not the 300-ish or 400-ish they soloed the match before, or the other match that they tried to solo. So we'll see where they end up. I think they're definitely going to be a pick on like a 4 or 5 alliance that's going to try to upset you take 6328 for that reason, but we'll see. And yeah, that's all the divisions. I'll be going over them tomorrow and seeing as they get selected. I don't really have any insight onto the second picks other than we'll look at the archetypes of the best alliances second picks, see what they're kind of trying to go for. Because I think we might see some alliances pick the really tall hopper second picks, but we'll see. 2046 is higher in OPR though. Might risk it for Einstein. Yeah, I do agree. I think 2046 is a better robot than Itcon. But if they're trying to win the division, then you're picking Itcon. If you're trying to win Einstein, I think you go with 2046 and risk it there. But I guess that's kind of you'll see that tomorrow. And see that sort of thing and how that's gonna playing out. Coffee with coaches next year. Yeah, we'll hopefully going to be able to do that in the off season. It's just seeing when people are available. I'll definitely try to find some coaches that are interested and talk with them about kind of what's going on in their teams. Big fouls. Okay, so the fouls that you should probably take note of for tomorrow, and this will be something that ends up coming up tomorrow a lot, is certain divisions. There's a foul for when you catch the ball out of the hub. No, Icon's not number 1. They are number 2. So they're probably going to end up getting picked by Jack in the Bot. So when the fuel falls out of the hub, a lot of the time, it'll land on top of a robot with a net. Because that robot's contacting it before it touches the ground, that's supposed to be a foul. But because of the fact that some refs just don't care enough about that because they deem intent to be worthy, some refs have been calling it inconsistently on different fields. So certain refs on certain fields will call that every single time to be a foul, and then other refs on different fields will be like, we don't care as long as you're not intentionally catching it with your hopper and it's falling off your robot with a net. We don't care. We're not going to call that a penalty. So that'll be something to see inconsistency wise of different divisions. But let's see. Yeah. At the end of the day, if we're going to look at the best teams in the world, if I want to make a ranking, I'm going with High Tide as my number 1, 1323 as my number 2 robot, 2910 easily as my number 3, 2056 as my number 4. I think 254 is my number 5. And then after that, you can kind of go with whoever. So that's my top 5 robots in the world. Maybe you could put Bare Metal in like the conversation here. Orbit's definitely in the conversation here. 6029 in the conversation here. But I think these are my confirmed top 5 teams for Worlds. And it's kind of unlucky that 254 is going to end up with a really weird division where they're not going to be able to show it off. But Einsteins will be fun to watch, and divisions tomorrow will be very fun to see who ends up getting picked. Yeah. I don't think any matches matter for the divisions anymore, except for maybe 694 on a Milstein. Or 6, yeah, it looks like Milstein also ended. So, a Super Duper with their last match, they end up, whatever they end up getting, they hit the 360, they win the match, so they're going to end up staying as rank 1, I believe. Yep, staying as rank 1, that's your final, and then, yeah. Alright, that is going to be all. We'll be back tomorrow with looking at all of the, looking at line selections for in the first place, and seeing how that's all sort of going to work out. But yeah. If you're interested in merch, it is in the description. That's where the hat came from. Check it out if you'd like, or don't. Up to you. I like the merch. I think the hat's a pretty good quality hat. I haven't tested the shirts or hoodies, so treat that with caution. Don't want people to buy things they don't like, but I haven't tested those products yet. But the hat itself, I can personally say is a good hat. But other than that, yeah. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. EST. Oh my god, that's early. We will be there for every single pick, probably octoboxing every single division and seeing who ends up with who, and seeing what ends up happening. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. Bye.